The Midnight Line by Lee Child. Read by Jeff Harding. Chapter 1. Jack Reacher and Michelle Chang spent 3 days in Milwaukee. On the fourth morning, she was gone. Reacher came back to the room with coffee and found a note on his pillow. He had seen such notes before. They all said the same thing, either directly or indirectly. Chang's note was indirect, and more elegant than most. Not in terms of presentation. It was a ballpoint scrawl on motel notepaper gone wavy with damp. But elegant in terms of expression. She had used a simile to explain and flatter and apologize all at once. She had written,
"You're like New York City. I love to visit, but I could never live there."
He did what he always did. He let her go. He understood. No apology required. He couldn't live anywhere. His whole life was a visit. Who could put up with that? He drank his coffee, and then hers, and took his toothbrush from the bathroom glass and walked away through a knot of streets, left and right, towards the bus depot. She would be in a taxi, he guessed, to the airport. She had a gold card and a cell phone. At the depot, he did what he always did. He bought a ticket for the first bus out, no matter where it was going, which turned out to be an end-of-the-line place way north and west on the shore of Lake Superior. Fundamentally the wrong direction. Colder, not warmer. But rules were rules, so he climbed aboard. He sat and watched out the window. Wisconsin flashed by, its hayfields baled and stubbly, its pastures worn, its trees dark and heavy. It was the end of summer. It was the end of several things. She had asked the usual questions, which were really statements in disguise. She could understand a year, absolutely. A kid who grew up on bases overseas and was then deployed to bases overseas with nothing in between except 4 years at West Point, which wasn't exactly known as a leisure-heavy institution. Then obviously such a guy was going to take a year to travel and see the sights before he settled down. Maybe 2 years, but not more, and not permanently. Face it, the pathology meter was twitching. All said with concern and no judgment. No big deal. Just a 2-minute conversation. But the message was clear. As clear as such messages could be. Something about denial. He asked, denial of what? He didn't secretly think his life was a problem. That proves it, she said. So he got on the bus to the end-of-the-line place, and he would have ridden it all the way, because rules were rules, except he took a stroll at the second comfort stop, and he saw a ring in a pawn shop window. The second comfort stop came late in the day, and it was on the sad side of a small town, possibly a seat of county government, or some minor part of it. Maybe the county police department was headquartered there. There was a jail in town, that was clear. Reacher could see bail bond offices and a pawn shop. Full service, right there, side by side on a run-down street beyond the restroom block. He was stiff from sitting. He scanned the street beyond the restroom block. He started walking towards it. No real reason, just strolling, just loosening up. As he got closer, he counted the guitars in the pawn shop window. 7. Sad stories, all of them. Like the songs on country radio. Dreams unfulfilled. Lower down in the window were glass shelves loaded with smaller stuff. All kinds of jewelry, including rings, including class rings. All kinds of high schools. Except one of them wasn't. One of them was West Point 2005. It was a handsome ring. It was a conventional shape and a conventional style, with intricate gold filigree and a black stone, maybe semi-precious, maybe glass, surrounded by an oval hoop that had West Point around the top and 2005 around the bottom. Old-style letters. A classic approach. Either respect for bygone days or a lack of imagination. West Pointers designed their own rings, whatever they wanted, an old tradition, or an old entitlement perhaps, because West Point class rings had been the first class rings of all. It was a very small ring. Reacher wouldn't have gotten it on any of his fingers, not even his left-hand pinky, not even past the nail. Certainly not past the first knuckle. It was tiny. It was a woman's ring, possibly a replica for a girlfriend or a fiancé. That happened, like a tribute or a souvenir. But possibly not. Reacher opened the pawn shop door. He stepped inside. A guy at the register looked up. He was a big bear of a man, scruffy and unkempt, maybe in his middle 30s, dark, with plenty of fat over a big frame anyway, with some kind of cunning in his eyes. Certainly enough to perfect his response to his sudden 6'5", 250 visitor, driven purely by instinct. The guy wasn't afraid. He had a loaded gun under the counter, unless he was an idiot, which he didn't look. All the same, the guy didn't want to risk sounding aggressive, but he didn't want to sound obsequious either, a matter of pride. So he said, "How's it going?" Not well, Reacher thought, to be honest. Chang would be back in Seattle by then, back in her life. But he said, "Can't complain. Can I help you?" "Show me your class rings." The guy threaded the tray backward off the shelf. He put it on the counter. The West Point ring had rolled over, like a tiny golf ball. Reacher picked it up. It was engraved inside, which meant it wasn't a replica. Not for a fiancé or a girlfriend. Replicas were never engraved. An old tradition. No one knew why. Not a tribute, not a souvenir. It was the real deal. A cadet's own ring, earned over 4 hard years, worn with pride. Obviously. If you weren't proud of the place, you didn't buy a ring. It wasn't compulsory. The engraving said SRS 2005. The bus blew its horn 3 times. It was ready to go, but it was a passenger short. Reacher put the ring down and said, "Thank you," and walked out of the store. He hustled back past the restroom block and leaned in the door of the bus and said to the driver, "I'm staying here." "No refunds?" "Not looking for one." "You got a bag in the hold?" "No bag." "Have a nice day." The guy pulled a lever and the door sucked shut in Reacher's face. The engine roared and the bus moved off without him. He turned away from the diesel smoke and walked back towards the pawn shop. Pawn shop. Chapter 2. The guy in the pawn shop was a little disgruntled to have to get the ring tray out again so soon after he had put it away, but he did, and he placed it in the same spot on the counter. The West Point ring had rolled over again. Reacher picked it up. He said, "Do you remember the woman who pawned this?" "How would I?" the guy said. "I got a million things in here." "You got records?" "You a cop?" "No," Reacher said. "Everything in here is legal." "I don't care. All I want is the name of the woman who brought you this ring." "Why?" "We went to the same school." "Where is that? Upstate?" "East of here," Reacher said. "You can't be a classmate. Not from 2005, no offense." "None taken." I was from an earlier generation, but the place doesn't change much, which means I know how hard she worked for this ring. So now I'm wondering what kind of unlucky circumstance made her give it up. The guy said, "What kind of a school was it?" "They teach you practical things." "Like a trade school?" "More or less." "Maybe she died in an accident." "Maybe she did," Reacher said. Or not in an accident, he thought. There had been Iraq, and there had been Afghanistan. 2005 had been a tough year to graduate. He said, "But I would like to know for sure." "Why?" the guy said again. "I can't tell you exactly." "Is it an honor thing?" "I guess it could be." "Trade schools have that?" "Some of them." "There was no woman. I bought that ring, with a lot of other stuff." "When?" "About a month ago." "From who?" "I'm not going to tell you my business. Why should I? It's all legal. It's all perfectly legitimate. The state says so. I have a license and I pass all kinds of inspections." "Then why be shy about it?" "It's private information." Reacher said, "Suppose I buy the ring." "It's $50. 30. 40. "Deal," Reacher said. "So now I'm entitled to know its provenance." "This ain't Sotheby's auction house." "Even so." The guy paused a beat. Then he said, "It was from a guy who helps out with a charity. People donate things and take the deduction. Mostly old cars and boats, but other things too. The guy gives them an inflated receipt for their tax returns, and then he sells the things he gets wherever he can, for whatever he can, and then he cuts a check to the charity. I buy the small stuff from him. I get what I get, and I hope to turn a profit." "So you think someone donated this ring to a charity and took a deduction on their income taxes?" "Makes sense. If the original person died, from 2005, part of the estate." "I don't think so," Reacher said. "I think a relative would have kept it." "Depends if the relative was eating well." "You got tough times here?" "I'm okay, but I own the pawn shop." "Yet people still donate to good causes." "In exchange for phony receipts. In the end, the government eats the tax relief. Welfare by another name." Reacher said, "Who is this charity guy?" "I won't tell you that." "Why not?" "It's none of your business. I mean, who the hell are you?" "Just a guy already having a pretty bad day. Not your fault, of course. But if asked to offer advice, I would have to say it might prove a dumb idea to make my day worse. You might be the straw that breaks the camel's back." "You threatening me now?" "More like the weather report, a public service, like a tornado warning. Prepare to take cover." "Get out of my store." "Fortunately, I no longer have a headache. I got hit in the head, but that's all better now. A doctor said so. A friend made me go. 2 times. She was worried about me." The pawnshop guy paused another beat. Then he said, "Exactly what kind of a school was that ring from?" Reacher said, "It was a military academy." "Those are for, excuse me, problem kids, or disturbed, no offense." "Don't blame the kids," Reacher said. "Look at the families. Tell the truth, at our school, there were a lot of parents who had killed people." "Really?" "More than the average." "So you stick together forever?" "We don't leave anyone behind." The guy won't talk to a stranger. "Does he have a license? And does he pass inspections by the state?" "What I'm doing here is legal. My lawyer says so. As long as I honestly believe it. And I do. It's from a charity. I've seen the paperwork. All kinds of people do it. They even have commercials on TV. Cars, mostly. Sometimes boats. but this particular guy won't talk to me. I would be surprised. Does he have no manners? I wouldn't ask him over to a picnic. What's his name? Jimmy Rat? For real? That's what he goes by. Where would I find Mr. Rat? Just look for a minimum of 6 Harley Davidsons. Jimmy'll be in whatever bar they're outside of. Chapter 3. The town was relatively small. Beyond the sad side was a side maybe 5 years from going sad. Maybe more. Maybe 10. There was hope. There were some boarded-up enterprises, but not many. Most stores were still doing business at a leisurely rural pace. Big pickup trucks rolled through, slowly. There was a billiard hall, not many street lights. It was getting dark. Something about the architecture made it clear it was dairy country. The shape of the stores looked like old-fashioned milking barns. The same DNA was in there somewhere. There was a bar and a standalone wooden building with a patch of weedy gravel for parking, and on the gravel were 7 Harley Davidsons, all in a neat line. Possibly not actual Hell's Angels as such. Possibly one of the many other parallel denominations. Bikers were as split as Baptists. All the same but different. Apparently these particular guys liked black leather tassels and chromium plating. They liked to lay back and ride with their legs spread wide and their feet sticking out in front of them. Possibly a cooling effect. Perhaps necessary. Generally, they wore heavy leather vests, and pants, and boots, all black. Hot in late summer. The bikes were all painted dark, shiny colors, 4 with orange flames, 3 with rune-like symbols outlined in silver. The bar was dull with age, and some shingles had slipped. There was an air conditioner in one of the windows, straining to keep up, dripping water in a puddle below. A cop car rolled past, slowly, its tires hissing on the blacktop. County police. Probably spent the first half of its watch ginning up municipal revenue with a radar gun out on the highway, now prowling the back streets of the towns in its jurisdiction. Showing the flag, paying attention to the trouble spots. The cop inside turned his head and gazed at Reacher. The guy was nothing like the pawnbroker. He was all squared away. His face was lean, and his eyes were wise. He was sitting behind the wheel with a ramrod posture, and his haircut was fresh. A white-wall buzz cut, maybe just a day old, not more than 2. Reacher stood still and watched him roll away. He heard a motorcycle exhaust in the distance, coming closer, getting louder, heavy as a hammer. An 8th Harley came around the corner, as slow as gravity would allow. A big, heavy machine, blatting and popping. The rider laying back with his feet on pegs way out in front. He leaned into a turn and slowed on the gravel. He was wearing a black leather vest over a black T-shirt. He parked last in line. His bike idled like a blacksmith hitting an anvil. Then he shut it down and hauled it up on its stand. Silence came back. Reacher said, "I'm looking for Jimmy Rat." The guy glanced at one of the other bikes. Couldn't help himself. But he said, "Don't know him," and walked away, stiff and bow-legged, to the door of the bar. He was pear-shaped and maybe 40 years old, maybe 5'10", and bulky. He had a sallow tan, like his skin was rubbed with motor oil. He pulled the door and stepped inside. Reacher stayed where he was. The bike the new guy had glanced at was one of the 3 with silver runes. It was as huge as all the others, but the footrests and the handlebars were set a little closer to the seat than most, almost 2 inches closer than the new guy's, for example, which made Jimmy Rat about 5'8", possibly, maybe skinny to go with his name, maybe armed with a knife or a gun, maybe vicious. Reacher walked to the door of the bar. He pulled it open and stepped inside. The air was dark and hot and smelled of spilled beer. The room was rectangular, with a full-length copper bar on the left and tables on the right. There was an arch in the rear wall with a narrow corridor beyond, restrooms and a payphone and a fire door, 4 windows, a total of 6 potential exits. The first thing in XMP counted. The 8 bikers were packed in around 2 four-tops shoved together by a window. They had beers on the go in heavy glasses wet with humidity. The new guy was shoehorned in, pear-shaped on a chair with the fullest glass. 6 of the others were in a similar category in terms of size and shape and general visual appeal. One was worse. About 5'8", stringy, with a narrow face and restless eyes. Reacher stopped at the bar and asked for coffee. "Don't have any," the barman said. "Sorry." "Is that Jimmy Rat over there, the small guy?" "You got a beef with him, you take it outside, okay?" The barman moved away. Reacher waited. One of the bikers drained his glass and stood up and headed for the restroom corridor. Reacher crossed the room and sat down in his vacant chair. The wood felt hot. The 8th guy made the connection. He stared at Reacher, and then he glanced at Jimmy Rat, who said, "This is a private party, bud. You ain't invited." Reacher said, "I need some information." "About what?" "Charitable donations." Jimmy Rat looked blank. Then he remembered. He glanced at the door, somewhere beyond which lay the pawn shop, where he had made assurances. He said, "Get lost, bud." Reacher put his left fist on the table, the size of a supermarket chicken. Long, thick fingers with knuckles like walnuts. Old nicks and scars healed white against his summer tan. He said, "I don't care what scam you're running, or who you're stealing from, or who you're fencing for. I got no interest in any of that. All I want to know is where you got this ring." He opened his fist. The ring lay in his palm. West Point, 2005. The gold filigree, the black stone, the tiny size. Jimmy Rat said nothing, but something in his eyes made Reacher believe he recognized the item. Reacher said, "Another name for West Point is the United States Military Academy. There's a clue right there in the first 2 words. This is a federal case." "You a cop?" "No, but I got a quarter for the phone." The missing guy got back from the restroom. He stood behind Reacher's chair, arms spread wide in exaggerated perplexity, as if to say, "What the hell is going on here? Who is this guy?" Reacher kept one eye on Jimmy Rat and one on the window alongside him, where he could see a faintly ghostly reflection of what was happening behind his shoulder. Jimmy Rat said, "That's someone's chair." "Yeah, mine," Reacher said. "You got 5 seconds. "I've got as long as it takes for you to answer my question." "You feeling lucky tonight?" "I won't need to be." Reacher put his right hand on the table. It was a little larger than his left. Normal for right-handed people. It had a few more nicks and scars, including a white V-shaped blemish that looked like a snake bite, but had been made by a nail. Jimmy Rat shrugged, like the whole conversation was really no big deal. He said, I'm part of a supply chain. I get stuff from other people who get it from other people. That ring was donated or sold or pawned and not redeemed. I don't know anything more than that." "What other people did you get it from?" Jimmy Rat said nothing. Reacher watched the window with his left eye. With his right, he saw Jimmy Rat nod. The reflection in the glass showed the guy behind winding up a big roundhouse right. Clearly, the plan was to smack Reacher on the ear, maybe topple him off the chair, at least soften him up a little. Didn't work. Reacher chose the path of least resistance. He ducked his head and let the punch scythe through the empty air above it. Then he bounced back up and launched from his feet and twisted and used his falling backward momentum to jerk his elbow into the guy's kidney, which was rotating around into position just in time. It was a good solid hit. The guy went down hard. Reacher fell back in his chair and sat there like absolutely nothing had happened. Jimmy Rat stared. The barman called, "Take it outside, pal, like I told you." He sounded like he meant it. Jimmy Rat said, "Now you got trouble." He sounded like he meant it too. Right then, Chang would be shopping for dinner. Maybe a small grocery close to her home. Wholesome ingredients, but simple. She was probably tired. A bad day. Reacher said, "I've got 6 fat guys in a runt. That's a walk in the park." He stood up. He turned and stepped on the guy on the floor and walked over him, onward to the door, out to the gravel and the line of shiny bikes. He turned and saw the others come out after him. The not very magnificent 7, generally stiff and bow-legged and variously contorted due to beer guts and bad posture, but still a lot of weight in the aggregate, plus 14 fists and 14 boots, possibly steel-capped. Maybe a very bad day. But who cared, really? The 7 guys fanned out in a semicircle, 3 on Jimmy Rat's left and 3 on his right. Reacher kept moving, rotating them the way he wanted, his back to the street. He didn't want to get trapped against someone's rear fence. He didn't want to get jammed in a corner. He didn't plan on running, but an option was always a fine thing to have. The 7 guys tightened their semicircle, but not enough. They stayed about 10 feet away, with better than a yard between each one of them, which made the first 2 plays obvious. They would come shuffling in slowly, maybe grunting and glaring, whereupon Reacher would move fast and punch his way through the line, after which everyone would turn around, Reacher now facing a new inverted semicircle, only now 6 in number. Then rinse and repeat, which would reduce them to 5. They wouldn't fall for it a 3rd time, so at that point they would swarm, all except Jimmy Rat, who Reacher figured wouldn't fight at all. Too smart. Which in the end would make it a close-quarters 4-on-1 brawl. A bad day. For someone. "Last chance," Reacher said. "Tell the little guy to answer my question, and you can all go back to your suds." No one spoke. They tightened some more and hunched down into crouches and started shuffling forward, hands apart and ready. Reacher picked out his first target and waited. He wanted him 5 feet away, 1 pace, not 2. Better to save the extra energy for later. Then he heard tires on the road again, behind him, and in front of him the 7 guys straightened up and looked around, with exaggerated wide-eyed innocence all over their faces. Reacher turned and saw the cop car again. The same guy, county police. The car coasted to a stop, and the guy took a good long look. He buzzed his passenger window down and leaned across inside and caught Reacher's eye and said, "Sir, please approach the vehicle," which Reacher did, but not on the passenger side. He didn't want to turn his back. Instead, he tracked around the trunk to the driver's window, which buzzed down while the passenger side buzzed back up. The cop had his gun in his hand, relaxed, held low in his lap. The cop said, "Want to tell me what's going on here?" Reacher said, "Were you Army or Marine Corps?" "Why would I be either?" "Most of you are in a place like this, especially the ones who hike all the way to the nearest PX to get their hair cut." "I was Army." "Me too. There's nothing going on here." "I need to hear the whole story. Lots of guys were in the Army. I don't know you." "Jack Reacher, 110th MP, terminal at Major. Pleased to meet you." The cop said, "I heard of the 110th MP. In a good way, I hope." "Your HQ was in the Pentagon, right?" "No, our HQ was in Rock Creek, Virginia, some ways north and west of the Pentagon. I had the best office there for a couple of years. Was that your security question?" "You passed the test. Rock Creek it was. Now tell me what's going on. You look like you were fixing to fight these guys." "So far we're just talking," Reacher said. "I asked them something. They told me they would prefer to answer me outside in the open air. I don't know why. Maybe they were worried about eavesdroppers." "What did you ask them?" "Where they got this ring." Reacher rested his wrist on the door and opened his hand. "West Point," the cop said. "Sold to the pawn shop by these guys. I want to know who they got it from." "Why?" "I don't know exactly. I guess I want to know the story." "These guys won't tell you." "You know them?" "Nothing we can prove." "But?" "They bring stuff in from South Dakota through Minnesota, 2 states away, but never enough to get the feds interested in an interstate kind of thing, and never enough to put a South Dakota police detective on an airplane. So it's pretty much risk-free for them." "Where in South Dakota?" "We don't know." Reacher said nothing. The cop said, "You should get in the car. There are 7 of them." "I'll be okay," Reacher said. "I'll arrest you if you like, to make it look good. But you need to be gone, because I need to be gone. I can't stay here my whole watch." "Don't worry about me." "Maybe I should arrest you anyway." "For what? Something that hasn't happened yet?" "For your own safety." "I could take offense," Reacher said. "You don't seem very worried about their safety. You talk like it's a foregone conclusion." "Get in the car. Call it a tactical retreat. You can find out about the ring some other way." "What other way?" "Then forget all about it. A buck gets 10, there's no story at all. Probably the guy came back all sad and bitter and sold the damn ring as fast as he could to pay the rent in his trailer." "Is that how it is around here?" "Often enough." "You're doing okay." "It's a spectrum." "It wasn't a guy. The ring is too small. It was a woman." "Women live in trailers, too." Reacher nodded. He said, "I agree. A buck gets 10, it's nothing. But I want to know for sure, just in case." Silence for a moment. Just the engine's whispered idle and a breeze in the telephone wires. "Last chance," the cop said. "Play it smart. Get in the car." "I'll be okay," Reacher said again. He stepped back and straightened up. The cop shook his head in exasperation and waited a beat, and then gave up and drove away, slowly, tires hissing on the blacktop, exhaust fumes trailing. Reacher watched him all the way to the corner, and then he stepped back up on the sidewalk, where the black-clad semicircle reformed around him. Formed around him. Formed around him. Chapter 4. The 7 bikers resumed their previous positions, and they hunched down into their combat stances again, feet apart, hands held wide and ready. But they didn't move. They didn't want to. Not right away. From their point of view, a new factor had been introduced. Their opponent was completely batshit crazy. He had proved it. He had been offered a graceful exit by the county cops, and he had turned it down. He had stayed to fight it out. Why? They didn't know. Reacher waited. At that point, he figured Chang would be hauling her packages home, dumping them on the kitchen counter, assembling her ingredients, taking a knife from a drawer, maybe heating the stove. Dinner for one. A quiet evening. A relief, perhaps. Still the bikers didn't move. Reacher said, "You guys having second thoughts now?" No response. Reacher said, "Answer my question, and I'll let you walk away." No movement. Reacher waited. Then eventually he said, "A person less patient than me might think it's time to shit or get off the pot." Still no response. Reacher smiled. He said, "Then I guess I was just born lucky. This is like winning the slots in Vegas. Ding, ding, ding. I got 7 big girls all in a line." Which got a reaction, like he wanted it to, like he needed it to. Motion was his friend. He wanted moving mass and momentum. He wanted them raging and blundering. Which he got. They glanced among themselves, outraged but not wanting to be the first to move, or the last, and then on some kind of unspoken signal, they all jerked forward, suddenly mad as hell, all pumped up and vulnerable. Reacher put his original plan in action. It was still good, still the obvious play. He waited until they were 5 feet away, and then he launched hard and smashed through the line with a horizontal elbow in his first target's face, and then he turned immediately and launched again, no delay at all, stamping his foot to kill the old momentum and get some new, scything his elbow at the guy to the right of the sudden new gap, who turned straight into it, facing front with all kinds of urgency, meeting the blow like a head-on wreck on the highway. 2 down. Reacher turned again and stood still. The 5 survivors formed up in a new semicircle. Reacher took a long step back, simply to gauge their intentions, which were exactly as predicted. Jimmy Rat faced backward, and the other 4 came on forward. Reacher had graduated most of the specialist combat schools the Army had to offer, most of them on posts inside the old Confederacy, all of them staffed by grizzled old veterans who had done things no normal person could imagine. Such schools concluded with secret notes and secret files, and a lot of bruises, and maybe even broken bones. The rule of thumb in such establishments when faced with 4 opponents was to make it 3 opponents pretty damn quickly, and then to make it 2 opponents just as fast, which was the win right there, the whole ball game, because obviously any graduate of any such school could not possibly have the slightest problem going 1-on-2, because if he did, it would mean the instructors had done a poor job of instructing, which was of course logically impossible in the Army. Reacher called it getting his retaliation in first. The 4 guys were all hunched again, arms wide, bow-legged, and feet apart. Maybe they thought such poses looked threatening. To Reacher, They looked like a target-rich environment. He darted in and picked off the end guy on the left with a kick in the balls, and then danced away at right angles in line with them, where the back three couldn't get to him without detouring around the end guy, who by that point was doubled over, retching and puking and gasping. Reacher stepped back again. The back three came after him, making the detour, the first guy going right, the second left, the third right again. All of which gave Reacher time to slip around behind the line of bikes to the other side. Which gave the three guys a decision to make. Obviously, two would follow one way and one the other. But which one and which way? Obviously, the lone guy carried the greatest risk. He was the weak point and would get hit first and maybe hardest. Who wanted that duty? Reacher saw Jimmy Rat watching from the sidewalk. The three guys split up 2 and 1, the two coming around to Reacher's right, the lone guy from the left. Reacher moved to meet him, fast, his mind on the invisible geometry unspooling behind him, figuring he would get just shy of 3 seconds of pure one-on-one before the other two arrived behind him. 3 seconds was plenty. The lone guy thought he was ready, but he wasn't. He was thinking all wrong. His subconscious mind was telling him his best play was to hang back a little. Human nature. Millions of years of evolution. Then the front part of his brain was telling him no. If a confrontation was inevitable, then logically his interests would be best served by staging it as close to reinforcements as he could get. Therefore he should move towards the other two, not away from them. The stop-start impulses in the guy's head produced a sudden forward lurch, which brought him too close too soon. His mental bandwidth was all taken up with locomotion issues, time and space. He wasn't thinking about how to defend himself. Until too late. And even then, he showed no imagination. He had seen elbows and feet, and he improvised a kind of all-purpose defensive posture against either. But Reacher ignored both and took the last unexpected stride at full speed and seamlessly head-butted the guy full on the bridge of the nose. Moving mass and momentum. You bet your ass. Game over right there. 1.5 seconds. Reacher turned fast and found the last two guys already around behind the line of motorcycles, 12 feet away, coming on at a medium speed, somewhere between eager and obligated. Reacher stepped backward over his head-butted victim and looped back around to the street side of the bikes. He watched the last two follow. Watched them realize. They were on an oval racetrack. They could go around and around all night long. They split up, 1 and 1. They glanced and paused and coordinated. They waited, one behind the last bike on the left, one behind the last bike on the right. The survivors, the pick of the litter. The smartest, certainly. Always better to go 5th and 6th than 1st or 2nd. Then on a silent count of 3 they stepped forward. Not the worst Reacher had ever seen. Their speed was right and their angles were right. The textbooks would say it was very likely Reacher would get hit. From one direction or another. It was almost unavoidable. They would arrive together. He would be the turkey in the sandwich. Probably Chang was sitting down and eating by that point, whatever she had made, at her kitchen table, with a glass of wine, a small celebration maybe, home safe. Getting hit was a rare event for Reacher, and he intended to keep it rare. Not just vanity. Getting hit was inefficient. It degraded future performance. He stepped forward just as the two guys were rounding the ends of the line of bikes. Now the angle was flatter. more of a straight line than a triangle. He took a breath. The two guys got closer, one from his left and one from his right. They were mincing along, pace for pace, always glancing ahead at the relative distances, aiming to arrive together. Human nature. Millions of years of evolution. Reacher darted left, and two things happened. The left-hand guy reared up backward because he was surprised, and the right-hand guy speeded up forward to close the gap because he was in full-on hunting mode and his prey was getting away. So Reacher spun back instantly, and the right-hand guy ran full speed straight into his scything elbow, whereupon Reacher turned once more and found he had half a second to spare, because the left-hand guy was taking some major amount of time to get his rearing up backward momentum converted into forward motion again, which gave Reacher space to pick his spot. He kicked the guy in the knee, which dropped him face down on the gravel. Bang! And then Reacher kicked him in the head, but left-footed, which was his weaker side. Normal for right-handed people, and appropriate. No need to go too far. Being dumb wasn't a capital crime. Wasn't a crime at all, in fact. Merely a handicap. He breathed out. Undefeated. From the sidewalk, Jimmy Rat said, "Feel better now?" Reacher said, "A little." "You could work for me if you want." "I don't want." "Is it woman trouble?" Reacher didn't answer. Instead, he squeezed between adjacent handlebars, and he swung his leg over, and he sat down on Jimmy Rat's bike. He pushed back in the saddle and got comfortable and put his foot up on a peg. "Hey," Jimmy Rat said, "you can't do that. You can't sit on another rider's motorcycle. It's disrespectful. It's a thing, man." "How big of a thing?" "It's Rule 1. "So what are you going to do about it?" Jimmy Rat said nothing. Reacher said, "Answer my question, and I'm out of here." "What question?" "I want a place and a name in South Dakota where you got that ring." No answer. Reacher said, "I'm happy to sit here all night. Right now there are no witnesses, but sooner or later someone will come along. They'll see me sitting on your bike, with you doing nothing about it, like a pussy, not a rat. You'll be finished." Jimmy Rat glanced all around. He said, "This is not a guy you want to meet." "Neither were you," Reacher said, "but here I am anyway." There was the sound of traffic 1 block over, maybe a pickup truck rolling slow. Jimmy Rat watched the corner. Would it turn in? It didn't. It hissed away into the distance, and silence came back. Reacher waited. There was the sound of another car, a block the other way. Jimmy Rat said, "He operates out of a laundromat in Rapid City. His name is Arthur Scorpio." The car on the parallel block was slowing, preparing to turn towards them. It was 30 seconds from the corner. Reacher got off the bike and squeezed back between the handlebars again to the sidewalk. Jimmy Rat went the other way, around the bikes, into the shadows behind the building, maybe in through the rear door. The car showed up at the corner, right on time. It was the county cop, back again. Chapter 5. The cop paused a beat, with his foot on the brake, and then he hauled on the wheel and stopped on the same curb he had used before. He buzzed his window down and surveyed the scene. 6 men, all horizontal, some of them moving, plus Reacher on the sidewalk standing straight. The cop said, "Sir, Please approach the vehicle. Reacher stepped over. The cop said, Congratulations. On what? What you did here? Nah, this was all self-inflicted. I was just a spectator. They had some kind of a big falling out. I think someone sat in the wrong motorcycle. That's your story? You don't believe it? Just theoretically, would I be expected to? The pawnbroker's lawyer says it'd be better for us all if you did. I want you out of the county. Works for me. I'm planning on the first bus. Not fast enough. Want me to steal a motorbike? I'll drive you. You want me gone that bad? It would save a lot of paperwork. For both of us. Where would you drive me? I'm guessing they answered your question. So now you're headed west. The county line out there is a straight shot to the I-90 on-ramp. Plenty of friendly folks. You'll get a ride. So Reacher climbed in, and 40 uneventful minutes later, he climbed out again, in the middle of nowhere, on a dark 2-lane road, next to a sign that said he was leaving one county and entering the next. He waved goodbye to the cop and walked forward 100 yards, 200, and then he stopped and looked back. The cop flashed his lights and backed up and turned and drove away. Reacher watched his taillights disappear, and then he moved on to a spot where the shoulder widened a little. He waited there. Ahead of him was about 60 miles of 2-lane, and then I-90, which led west through Minnesota, into South Dakota, through Sioux Falls, and all the way to Rapid City. And onward. All the way to Seattle if he wanted. At that moment, more than 1,500 miles away, Michelle Chang was eating a delivery pizza at her kitchen table, with a glass of water, not wine. Not a celebration, just calories. She had been busy all afternoon, catching up on a week's worth of missed chores. She was tired, and partly happy to be on her own, and partly not. She figured Reacher would have gone to Chicago next. Plenty of options from there. She missed him. But it wouldn't have worked. She knew that. She knew it as clearly as she had ever known anything. Also at that moment, nearly 700 miles away, a phone was ringing on a desk in the Rapid City Police Department's Crimes Against Property unit. It was answered by a detective named Gloria Nakamura. She was small and dark and 3 years in. No longer a rookie, but not yet a veteran. She was an hour away from the end of her watch. She said, "Property, Nakamura." It was a tech from Computer Crimes, doing her a favor. He said, "My guy at the phone company called me. Someone named Jimmy on a Wisconsin number just left a voicemail for Arthur Scorpio on his personal cell. Some kind of warning." Nakamura said, "What kind?" "I'll email it to you." "Oh, yeah," Nakamura said, and hung up. Her email dinged. She clicked on the message and clicked on a file and dabbed her volume button. She heard what sounded like a barroom, and then a nervous voice speaking fast. It said, "Arthur, this is Jimmy. I just had a guy inquiring about an item I got from you. He seems set on working his way along the chain of supply. I didn't tell him anything, but he already found me somehow, so what I'm thinking is maybe he'll somehow find you too. If he does, take him seriously. That's my advice. This guy's like Bigfoot come out of the forest. Heads up, okay?" Then there was a plastic rattle as a big old receiver was fumbled back in its cradle. Maybe a payphone on a wall, in a bar in Wisconsin. The Arthur Scorpio file was already 3 inches thick. Nothing ever stuck. But Rapid City's CID never quit. Every scrap of intelligence was logged. Sooner or later, something would click. Nakamura wrote it up. After the narrative summary, she added her notes.
No smoking gun, but persuasive about the existence of a supply chain.
And then she opened a search engine and typed Bigfoot. She got the gist. A mythic ape man, hairy, 7 feet tall, from the northwest woods. She reopened her document and added,
Maybe Bigfoot will shake something loose.
She emailed a copy to her lieutenant. Afterwards, she felt bad about the exclamation point. It looked girlish. But it had to. Really, she meant for her boss to read her note and order an immediate resumption of surveillance, just in case Scorpio's incoming visitor proved significant. A no-brainer, surely. Obviously, Jimmy from Wisconsin was lying when he said he didn't tell the guy anything. That claim wasn't logical. A guy scary enough to warrant a heads-up voicemail was scary enough to elicit the answer to just about any question he wanted to ask. So obviously the guy was already on his way. Time was therefore of the essence. But her boss claimed all executive authority as his own. Nudging was counterproductive, hence the giggly deflection to take the sting away, to make the guy think it was his own idea all along. Then the night shift came in, and Nakamura went home. She decided she would swing by Scorpio's laundromat in the morning, on her way back to work. 30 minutes or an hour, just to take a look. It was possible Bigfoot might have arrived by then. Reacher had no reason to doubt the county cop when he said western Wisconsin was populated by friendly folks. The problem was quantity, not quality. It was a lonely rural road in the middle of nowhere, and by that point it was late in the evening. There was no traffic, or almost none to be exact. A Dodge pickup truck had blasted by in a howl of warm wind, and 5 minutes after that a Ford F-150 had slowed down to take a look before speeding up again and driving on without stopping. Now the eastern horizon was stubbornly dark and silent. But Reacher remained optimistic. It only took one. And there was plenty of time. There was no big strategic hurry. The ring had been in the pawn shop for a month. There was no red-hot trail to follow. Buck gets 10, there's no story at all. Reacher waited, and eventually he saw distant headlights in the east, just dim twinkles like faraway stars. For a whole minute they seemed to get no closer, because of the head-on perspective. But then the picture sharpened. A pickup truck, he thought, or an SUV, because of the height and the spacing of the lights. He stood a yard inside the traffic lane and stuck out his thumb. He turned half sideways like a Hollywood pose, so his profile was presented at an angle, so visually his bulk was minimized. Nothing he could do about his height, but the less threatening the better. He was an experienced hitchhiker. He knew he was subject to snap decisions. It was a pickup truck, a big one, a crew cab, Japanese, lots of chrome and lots of shiny paint. It slowed down, came close. The driver's face was lit up red from the instrument panel. Not gonna happen, Reacher thought. The driver was a woman. She'd have to be nuts. The truck stopped. It was a Honda, dark red metallic. The window buzzed down. There was a dog on the back seat, like a German shepherd, but bigger, about the size of a pony, maybe a freak mutation. It had teeth the size of rifle ammunition. The woman leaned across the console. She had dark hair up in a knot. She was wearing a dark red shirt. She was about 45 years old. She said, "Where are you headed?" Reacher said, "I need to get on I-90. "Hop right in. That's near where I'm going." "You sure?" "About where I'm going?" About me hopping in, from the safety point of view. You don't know me. As a matter of fact, I'm not a threat, but I would say that anyway, right?
I have a savage dog in here.
I might be armed. The obvious play would be shoot the dog first, or cut its throat, and then start on you. That's what I would be worried about, professionally speaking, I mean.
You a cop?
I was in the military police.
You armed?
No.
Then hop in.
She was a farmer, she said, with a lot of dairy cattle on a lot of acres. Doing well, Reacher figured, judging by her car. It felt about as wide as a Humvee inside. It was upholstered in quilted leather. It was as silent as a limousine. They talked. He asked if she had always been a farmer, and she said yes, 4 generations. She asked what he did for a living, and he said he was between jobs. The giant dog followed the conversation from the back seat, turning its wicked head one way and then the other. An hour later, she stopped and let him out at the I-90 Cloverleaf. He thanked her and waved her away. She was a nice person. One of the random encounters that made his life what it was. Then he walked to the westbound ramp and started over, standing at an angle, one foot on the rumble strip, the other in the traffic lane, with his thumb out wide. Nearly 700 miles away, in his office behind his laundromat in Rapid City, Arthur Scorpio was clearing the last of the day's texts and emails and voicemails off his phone. He got to Jimmy Rat's message and heard, "I didn't tell him anything, but he already found me somehow, so what I'm thinking is maybe he'll somehow find you too." Which, translated into plain English, meant, "I snitched on you and a guy is definitely on his way." So in the long term, no more business for Jimmy Rat. And in the short term, defensive measures might have to be considered. Scorpio called his secretary at home. She was on her way to bed. He asked her, "Who or what is Bigfoot?" She said,
He's a giant ape man who lives in the woods, on the slopes in the northwest, about 7 feet tall and covered in hair, eats bears and cattle. One rancher lost 1,000 head over the years.
"Where was this?"
Nowhere, the secretary said. It's imaginary, like a fairy tale.
Scorpio said, "Huh." Then he disconnected and made 2 more calls, both to reliable guys he knew, and then he locked up his laundromat and drove himself home. Chapter 6. Close to midnight, Reacher got a ride in a shiny stainless steel truck carrying 5,000 gallons of organic milk in a tank shaped like a boat-tail bullet. It was headed to Sioux Falls, which was the western limit of that particular dairy's distribution area, but which was still more than 350 miles short of Rapid City. "Don't worry," the driver said. "Onward rides would be easy to get." There was a truck stop with all kinds of traffic, night and day, a real big place, like the crossroads of the world. Reacher kept the guy talking all the way through Minnesota, which he figured was his job, like human amphetamine. Anything to keep the guy awake, anything to avoid the old joke, "I want to die peacefully in my sleep like Grandpa, not screaming in terror like his passengers." The resulting conversation spiraled off in all kinds of different directions. Institutional injustices in the milk business were exposed. Grievances were aired. Then the guy wanted to hear war stories, so Reacher made some up. The big truck stop came along soon enough. The guy had not been exaggerating. There was an acres-wide fuel stop and a spreading 2-story motel 100 yards long, and a warehouse-sized family restaurant blazing with neon outside and fluorescence inside. There were back-to-back 18-wheelers wheezing in and out, and all kinds of cars and trucks and panel vans. Reacher climbed out of the milk tanker and headed straight for the motel office, where he took a room, even though it was already close to dawn. No point in arriving in Rapid City all tired and exhausted. No point arriving exactly when expected, either. Obviously, Jimmy Rat would have called Arthur Scorpio. Some kind of a get-in-first, cover-your-ass play, as in, "It wasn't me, honest, but I think someone dimed you out." It wouldn't necessarily be believed in every particular, but which would certainly be acted upon as a distant early warning. There's something out there. The oldest fear in human history. Scorpio would post sentries right away. And so, in turn, Reacher would make them stare at a whole lot of nothing for the first day. To dull them down, to sap their enthusiasm, to make them yawn and blink. Always better to engage at a time of your own choosing. So he ate breakfast in the bustling restaurant, and then he headed back to his room and took a shower and went to bed just as the sun rose, with the tiny West Point ring on the night table beside him. At that point, more than 350 miles away to the west in Rapid City, Detective Gloria Nakamura was already up and about. She had woken before dawn and showered and dressed and eaten breakfast. Now she was heading out, a whole hour early. To work, but not yet. She commuted in her own car, which was a mid-sized Chevy sedan. It was pale blue and as anonymous as a rental. She drove through downtown and turned off the main drag towards Arthur Scorpio's territory. He owned a whole city block. His laundromat was in the center building, like a flagship operation. The block fronted on a cracked concrete cross street with a narrow sidewalk featuring a dead tree in a bone-dry pit. Running down the back of the block was a service alley for deliveries and trash collection. She tried the alley first. It was patched and narrow. Overhead, a skein of power lines and phone wires looped left and right from tilted poles. There was a guy outside the laundromat's back door. He was leaning on the wall with his arms folded. He was in a short black coat against the dawn chill, a black sweater under it, black pants, black shoes. He was more than 6 feet tall and heavy, about twice Nakamura's size. He was wide awake and watchful. She wanted to take a cell phone picture for the endless file, but she couldn't be obvious about it. She had heard nothing from her boss. Surveillance had not been officially reauthorized. So she swiped through the camera and put the phone to her ear, next to her window, as if she was taking a call, and she drove slowly by, eyes front, furtively dabbing with her thumb, click, 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 until the sentry was well behind her. Then she turned left out of the alley and left again and drove past the front of the building. There was another guy at the front door. Same deal, leaning on the wall, watchful, arms crossed, dressed in black, like a nightclub bouncer. No velvet rope. Nakamura put her phone to her ear. Click, click, click. She turned right at the end of the block and parked on the street where the guy couldn't see her. She checked her pictures. Both sets were tilted and blurry, and neither had the subject anywhere near the center of the frame. But the building was recognizable. The overall context was clear. The narrative told a story. Scorpio had gotten word from Wisconsin and had immediately hired security. Local muscle. 2 guys, one in front, one in back. Because Scorpio was at least somewhat worried about Bigfoot. Who was where? Incoming, Nakamura thought. Had to be.
He seems set on working his way along the chain of supply.
She got out of her car. She walked back the same way she had come and turned in on Scorpio Street. She stayed on the opposite sidewalk. The guy at the laundromat's door saw her. She felt his eyes on her. He didn't move, just watched. She kept walking. There was a breakfast place almost opposite the laundromat. Not Scorpio's, his neighbor's. It had an undersized front window, but if you took the first table and craned up in your chair, you got a pretty good view. Nakamura had spent hours in there. She pushed in the door. Her table was taken by a guy with the ruins of a bacon and egg breakfast pushed away from him and a half-full cup of coffee cradled in its place. He was a neat, compact man in a collar and tie and a dark conventional suit made of sensible, hard-wearing fibers. His hair was neatly brushed. He was somewhere over 50, but how much over was hard to say. His hair was still brown. He had a lean and ageless face. He could have been 60. He could have been 70. He was watching the laundromat through the window. Had to be. Nakamura knew the signs. He wasn't craning up in his chair, because although not tall, he was taller than she was. But even so, his back was unnaturally straight. Had to be, to get his eye line up over the sill. And his gaze was unwavering. He never looked down. He found his cup by feel and raised it blind and watched over the rim while sipping. Was this Bigfoot?
Take him seriously, the voice from Wisconsin had said.
And certainly the guy at the table looked like he should be taken seriously. Deep down, there was something hard and competent about him. Not immediately obvious. His expression was amiable. But he had limited patience. He wasn't to be messed with. That was clear. Theoretically, it was possible to imagine him as a quiet and deadly foe of some sort. It was possible to imagine him as the kind of man who might merit a whispered heads-up voicemail, with an urgent warning and a pithy description. But the description would not have been like Bigfoot come out of the forest. Not for this man. It would have been a reference to a spy movie, perhaps, about a faceless KGB killer blending in with the crowd. It would have been about how neat he was, how physically unobtrusive. He was almost dapper. He was the opposite of Bigfoot. So who was he? One sure way to find out. She sat down across from him and took her badge from her purse. It was in a department-issued vinyl wallet, opposite a photo ID behind a plastic window. Nakamura Gloria Detective, and her signature and her picture. The guy took a pair of tortoiseshell reading glasses from an inside pocket and put them on. He glanced at the ID and glanced away. He took a small notebook from another inside pocket. He opened it with his thumb. He glanced at it, changed pages, and glanced away. He said, "You're with property crimes."
You got us all listed in there?
"Yes," he said.
Why?
"I like to know who does what in a place."
What are you doing here?
"My job."
What's your name?
"Bremall," the guy said. "First name Terrence, but you can call me Terry."
And what's your job, Mr. Bramall?
"I'm a private investigator."
From where?
"Chicago."
What brings you to Rapid City?
"A private investigation."
Of Arthur Scorpio?
"I'm afraid I'm bound by a certain degree of confidentiality, unless and until I believe a crime has been or is about to be committed, which I don't at this moment." Nakamura said,
I need to know whether you're for him or against him.
"Like that, is it?"
He won't be voted Citizen of the Year.
"He's not my client, if that's what you mean."
Who is?
"Can't say." Nakamura asked,
Do you have a partner?
Romantically, Bramall said, or professionally?
Professionally.
No.
Are you part of an agency?
Why do you ask?
We heard someone was on his way here. Not you. Someone else. He was in Wisconsin yesterday. I wondered if he was an associate.
Not mine, Bramall said. I'm a one-man band. Nakamura took a business card from her purse. She put it on the table near Bramall's coffee cup. She said,
Call me if you need me. Or if you decide to take the confidentiality stick out of your ass. Or if you need advice. Scorpio's a dangerous man. Never forget that.
Thank you, Bramall said, his eyes on the window. Nakamura walked back to her car, with the guy at the laundromat door watching her all the way. She drove to work and got there early. She woke her computer and opened a search engine. She typed Bramall Terrence, Private Investigator, Chicago. She got a bunch of hits. The guy was 67 years old. He was retired FBI, a long and distinguished career, many successful cases, senior rank, multiple medals and awards. Now he was in business on his own account. He was high-end. He didn't advertise. He was hard to get. He was expensive. He was a true specialist. He offered only one service. All he did was find missing persons. Chapter 7. Reacher woke himself up when he figured the lunch rush would be over. He felt okay after his exertions the previous evening. No real aches or pains. He checked the mirror. He had a light bruise on his forehead from headbutting the fourth guy, and his right forearm was tender. It had dispatched 3 of them all by itself. Fully 50%. Along the bone there was nothing to bruise, but the skin looked about twice as thick as normal, and red, with tiny puncture wounds here and there, even through his shirt sleeve. Which happened. Teeth, usually, or chips of bone from broken noses or eye sockets. Collateral damage. But really nothing to worry about. He was in good shape. Same old, on another lonely day. He showered and dressed and walked over to the emptying restaurant and ate off the all-day breakfast menu. He asked for quarters in his change and stopped at a payphone near the door. He dialed an ancient number from memory. It rang twice and was answered.
West Point,
A woman's voice said.
Superintendent's office. How may I help you?
Good afternoon, ma'am, Reacher said. I'm a graduate of the academy, and I have an inquiry I'm sure will end up in your office anyway, so I figured I might as well start there.
May I have your name, sir?
Reacher gave it and his date of birth and his service number and his graduation year. He heard the woman write it all down. She said,
What is the nature of your inquiry?
I need to identify a female cadet from the class of 2005. Her initials were SRS, and she was small. That's all I've got so far. He heard her write it down. She said,
Are you a journalist?
No, ma'am.
Do you work in law enforcement?
Not currently.
Then why do you need to make this identification?
I have lost property to return.
You can send it here. We can forward it.
I know you can, Reacher said. And I know why you're suggesting we do it that way. You have all kinds of security issues to worry about now. Privacy rights, too. Not like it was when I was there. I understand that completely. You really shouldn't tell me anything, which is fine. I don't want to put you on the spot, believe me.
Then we seem to understand each other.
Just do me one favor. Look her up, and then look me up. Consider all the possible circumstances. Either you'll be kind of happy you didn't give me a name, or you'll be kind of sorry. I'll call you back sometime and you can tell me which it was. purely out of interest.
Why would I be sorry I followed procedure?
Because in the end, you'll realize that right now was the first faint whisper you ever heard that a West Pointer with the initials SRS was in some kind of trouble somewhere. Maybe alone and in need of help. Afterwards, you'll wish you'd taken it seriously from the beginning. You'll be sorry you didn't tell me sooner.
Who are you exactly?
Look me up, Reacher said. The voice said,
Call me back.
Reacher walked the length of the motel to an area near the fuel pumps where a kind of unofficial hitchhiking market was being run by a homeless-looking guy wearing a coat tied up with rope. He would collect the desired destination from each new arriving hitchhiker, and then he would walk around shouting it out to the drivers in line for the pumps, and sooner or later one or another would wave and agree to some particular destination, and the lucky hitchhiker would tip the shouting guy $1 and climb up in the cab. Good business. Reacher was happy to pay $1. Not that he would need help or luck. Every single driver was going to Rapid City. It was 350 miles away, but it was the first stop. There wasn't much before it. After it, there were choices. Wyoming, Montana, Idaho. But everyone had to pass through Rapid City first. He got a ride inside about a minute and a half, in a huge red truck pulling a white boxed-in trailer. The cab had a quadruple sleeper pod behind the seats, bigger than some accommodations Reacher had been raised in. For cross-country house-moving jobs, the driver said, the whole crew could sleep in the vehicle, saved on motels. The guy was old, like a lot of drivers. Maybe it was a fading profession. Maybe it had gotten too hard. Reacher thought the last of the frontier would die with it. Those guys were the final generation, the end of the DNA. Now people wanted to be home every night. The guy said it would be 5 hours and 5 minutes to Rapid City. He said it with the kind of confidence that comes from having done it 1,000 times before. They rolled out, sitting way up high, with a clear view to the horizon, and they ground up through the gears and up, until they were bowling along at more than 70 on the flat, and faster still on the downgrades. The mile markers flashed past. 5 hours and 5 minutes seemed dead-on plausible. As always, the driver wanted to know where his temporary passenger was traveling to, and why, as if in payment. A long story for a long distance. For some reason, Reacher told him the truth. The pawn shop, the ring, his compulsion to find out what connected the two, which he said he couldn't entirely explain. The driver chewed on it all for 10 whole miles. Then he said, "My wife would say you feel guilty about something." Reacher didn't answer. "She reads books," the driver said. "She thinks about things." "I don't even know who this woman is. I don't know her name. I never met her. How could I feel guilty about her? All I know is she sold her ring." "Doesn't have to be about her. There's a word, transference, I think, or projection, although that might be something different. My wife would say you feel guilty about a separate issue." "Would it have to be related?" "Broadly, I suppose. Not necessarily that you made some other woman sell her jewelry too. It doesn't have to be obvious. My wife would say it might be some other failure or injustice." Reacher said nothing. "My wife would ask if you had a wife or a girlfriend to talk things over with." Chang would be halfway through her first full day back to work. Maybe she had new cases. Maybe she was already back at the airport. "Tell your wife to keep on reading," Reacher said. "She sounds like a very smart woman." As so often, Getting from the highway to the city was the hardest part of the trip. The red truck was too big for downtown. Reacher got out at the Cloverleaf at 10 to 8 in the evening, after 5 hours and 5 minutes exactly. He stretched and breathed and set out looking for a local ride. There was plenty of traffic, plenty of pickup trucks and SUVs and regular cars. But there was the wrong frame of mind. They were all coming off the highway. They were all on their last lap, all almost home, almost there, almost to the bar, almost to the girlfriend's house, almost to wherever. They all speeded past. No one was in the mood to offer a ride. Not then. Did not compute. Rides were offered at the start of a journey, not at the end. Best hope in such a situation would always be a guy who had shaken his head 300 miles ago and then regretted it all the way since. Mostly a self-image thing. Such a guy was cooler than that. Such a guy would stop in his last few miles, maybe secretly hoping his limited offer would get a rueful refusal, thereby salving his conscience at zero personal cost, but also weirdly happy to actually go ahead and pick a guy up and drive him 5 or 10 miles. In Reacher's experience, given the traffic density, such a guy would come along about every 20 or 25 minutes. Visibility was key. The earlier they saw you, the better your chances. More time for the cool guy thing to kick back in. Enough space to glide to a casual stop and lean across with a smile. In the end, it took 40 minutes. At 8:30 exactly, a Dodge crew cab pulled over. The driver put on a generous but apologetic expression and said he was going only as far as downtown. Reacher said that was great. He said he needed the part with the cheap motels. The guy said he would be passing by that general area about 2 streets over and would be happy to point the way. The cheap part of downtown was dark. Daylight was long gone. There were lights on some street corners, and some of them worked, but not enough. Reacher got out of the Dodge and walked a long block west, mostly by feel, with visibility about a yard, and then another block just the same, and then he turned left, and as promised, he found 2 side-by-side motels on a strip that also featured a diner and a gas station and a tire shop, which likely meant it was a popular route in and out of town. The right-hand motel had a tall lit-up sign, with come-on offers stacked up vertically, like logs in a pile. Free breakfast, free cable, free Wi-Fi, free upgrades. The left-hand motel had free everything, which Reacher doubted. Not the actual accommodation itself, surely. But nothing ventured, nothing gained. There was an old lady at the desk. She was slender and refined. She had blue hair, spun as fine as cotton candy. She was maybe 80. Maybe she was the original owner from way back long ago. Reacher asked his question, and she smiled and said no, he had to pay for his room, but everything else was included. She said it with a half-amused look in her eye, up and then down. And he sensed she meant free everything, partly as a response to her neighbor's boasting, whether good-humored or teasing or edgy, all in the eye of the beholder. But also, partly she meant it as a despairing lament, that these days, whatever you did, there was always someone in the world prepared to do it cheaper. Where could she go after free? Reacher paid for a room. He asked her, "Where could I wash my clothes around here?"
"What clothes?" she said. "You don't have a bag."
"Theoretically, suppose I got a bag."
"You would go to a laundromat."
"How many do you have?"
"How many do you need?"
"Well, some might be better than others."
"Are you worried about bed bugs? You shouldn't be. That's what laundromats are for. Turn the dryer on high, and you kill 'em stone dead." That's what I do here, with the sheets.
Good to know, Reacher said. How many laundromats are there in Rapid City? I'm curious is all. I like to know things. She thought about it and almost answered, but then she stopped herself, too naturally meticulous to rely on memory alone. She wanted corroboration. She took a thin yellow pages from a drawer. She checked under L and again under C for coin-operated.
3,
she said. Do you know the owners? Again she thought about it, at first looking skeptical, as if the question was odd and such acquaintances unlikely. But then her face changed, as if she was recalling old trade associations and local business campaigns and rubber chicken and cocktail parties. She said,
Actually, I do know 2 of the 3.
What are their names?
Does it matter?
I'm looking for a man named Arthur Scorpio.
He's the 3rd of the 3, she said. I don't know him at all.
But you know the name.
This is a small town. We gossip.
And?
He's not well spoken of.
In what way?
Just gossip. I shouldn't repeat it. But a friend with a great-nephew in the police department says they have a file on Mr. Scorpio 3 inches thick.
He buys and sells stolen property, Reacher said. That's the story I got.
Are you a policeman?
Nope, just a regular guy.
What do you want from Arthur Scorpio?
I want to ask him a question.
You should proceed with great caution. Mr. Scorpio has a reputation for hostility.
I'll ask politely, Reacher said. There was a Rapid City street plan in the front of the yellow pages. The old lady tore it out very carefully, and she marked where the motel was and where Scorpio's laundromat was. She folded the page in quarters and gave it to Reacher. For the morning, no doubt, she assumed. But he went straight there. Nearly 10 o'clock in the evening. He walked long, pitch-dark blocks, checking the old lady's map wherever he found a bulb that worked, and then up ahead he saw the glow of neon, a late-night convenience store on a corner. According to the old lady's map, Scorpio's laundromat was across the street and halfway down the block. Reacher found it right where it should be, just beyond a dead tree. It was in the middle of the block, in the center unit of a larger structure that ran from corner to corner. It was currently closed for business. The lights were off, the door was locked, and it had a padlock chain wrapped through the handles. The door was glass, with a wider window next to it. Inside was gloom, with a row of stacked machines on one wall, ghostly white and bulky, and a row of plastic lawn chairs on the other, below dispensers for change and soap and fabric conditioner and dryer sheets. Everything seemed to cost $1. Across the street was the lit-up convenience store way on the left, and then a shoe outlet, and then a couple of empty units dead ahead, and then a little right of center was a breakfast place. A real greasy spoon. Its front window was small, but its line of sight would be good. Its food, too, probably. And its coffee. Reacher made a mental note. Then he walked around the block and located the laundromat's rear door in an alley. It was a blank fireproof slab made of metal. A standard industrial product, nothing special. A zoning requirement, maybe, or insurance. It was locked. He walked back. He paced out the depth of the building from the alley to the street. Too much. It was about twice the depth he could see through the laundromat's window, which meant there was another room in back, about equal in size. A storeroom, maybe, or offices, where business was done that gave rise to gossip. He stood in the dark a minute more, and then headed back the way he had come. On the opposite corner, he stopped in at the convenience store. He figured a cup of coffee would be a good idea, maybe a sandwich. He was hungry. There was another guy in there on the same mission. He was standing at the deli counter sipping from a go-cup. He was a small man, neat and compact, in a dark suit and a necktie. Apparently, he had ordered an elaborate construction involving a fried egg and a large quantity of grated cheese. Certainly not worried about cholesterol. The counterman finished his work and wrapped the sloppy result first in paper and then in aluminum foil. He handed it over, and the guy in the suit turned and stepped around Reacher and headed for the door. Reacher ordered his go-to, which was roast beef and Swiss cheese with mayo and mustard on white bread, plus coffee. The counterman turned away and spun up the slicing machine. Reacher asked him, "What do you know about the laundromat down the block?" The guy turned back. The blade hissed and sang behind him. He looked puzzled at first, and then a little hostile, as if he suspected someone was making fun of him. Then he looked preoccupied, as if he was struggling with a difficult arithmetic calculation, and coming out with an answer he liked but didn't trust. He said, "That's what the other guy just asked." Reacher said, "The guy with the fried egg sandwich?" "But what does that kind of guy need with a laundromat? The suits go to the dry cleaner and the shirts get starched for $1.50. Am I right?" "I'll be back in a second," Reacher said. He stepped to the door and out to the sidewalk. No sign of the guy in the suit and the tie. No echo of lonely nighttime footsteps. Reacher came back in and stepped back to the counter, and the guy making his sandwich said, "He would need to wash his underwear, maybe, and socks. But all the hotels have laundry bags in the closet. A guy like that wouldn't sit and watch the soap suds go around and around." "You think he's staying in a hotel?" He's not local. Did you get a look at him?" He's some kind of a professional person. I would say a lawyer, in town to try a big case, but he didn't look rich enough. So now I'm thinking IRS or something, a government worker. And then you ask the same question, about the laundromat. I don't think you're IRS, but you could be a cop. So now I'm thinking Arthur Scorpio's got trouble coming. How do you feel about that? Depends. On what? Whether it works. Mr. Scorpio's been in trouble before. Nothing ever sticks. Chapter 8. The next morning, Reacher left his not-free room just as the sun was coming up. He retraced his steps from the night before until the last couple of blocks, which he looped around at a distance until he was beyond them. Then he doubled back, towards Scorpio's alley from the far side, and he peeked in. There was a sentry posted at the laundromat's rear door, leaning on the wall, arms folded, short black coat, black sweater, black pants and shoes. Maybe 40 years old, maybe 6'2", maybe 210. Reacher backed away and looped around again at the same distance he had used before, 2 blocks over, 2 blocks down, so he could approach the breakfast place unseen from the rear. He figured it would have an alley of its own behind it, like Scorpio's place. A necessary amenity. Greasy spoons generated a lot of trash. Eggshells, coffee grounds, packaging, leftovers, drums of used grease. And where there was an alley would be a kitchen door. It would be open, almost certainly a legal requirement. This door must remain unlocked during business hours. To act as a fire escape for the cook. Another necessary amenity. Greasy spoon kitchens burned like napalm. Reacher found the alley, found the door. He went in through the kitchen, into the dining room. He focused on the window and stepped left for a better view. There was a second sentry at the laundromat's front door. Same kind of guy, same kind of pose, leaning on the wall, impassive, dressed in black. Arthur Scorpio was taking precautions. There's something out there. Reacher looked away and looked around the room, and saw the guy he had seen the night before in the convenience store, in the dark suit and the necktie. He was at the table under the window, looking out. Detective Gloria Nakamura repeated her routine from the previous day. Up before dawn, showered, dressed, breakfasted, and out the door a whole hour early. To work, but not yet. She parked where she had before and turned in on Scorpio's Street and felt the guy at the laundromat door watching her all the way. She walked to the breakfast place and went in. Her table was taken. Again, by the same guy as the day before. Bramall Terrence, private investigator, Chicago. The same dark suit, a fresh shirt, a different tie. And standing in the middle of the room was Bigfoot. No doubt about it, the guy was huge. Not quite 7 feet, but close, almost to the ceiling. And he was wide. From shoulder to shoulder, he looked like 4 basketballs in a rack in her high school gym. He had fists like Thanksgiving turkeys. He was wearing canvas work pants and a huge black t-shirt. His forearms were battered and sculpted. His hair was a mess, like he had toweled it dry but not combed it, like he didn't even own a comb. He hadn't shaved in days. His face was all bone and stubble. His eyes were pale blue, like her car. And he was looking straight at her. Reacher saw a petite Asian woman wearing a black skirt suit like a uniform. 5 feet nothing, maybe 95 pounds soaking wet. Maybe 30 years old, long black hair, big dark eyes, cute as a button. But no smile. A severe expression instead, as if she was in charge of something important. As if looking severe was the only way to stay in charge of it. Which was possibly true, when you were starting out from 5 feet nothing and 95 pounds. But whatever, she certainly wasn't shy. She was looking straight back at him, openly, examining him, top to bottom and side to side, with some kind of dawning recognition in her eyes, which he didn't understand, not at first. He was pretty sure he had never seen her before. He felt he would remember. Then he figured Jimmy Rat would have included a description in the cover-your-ass phone call he must have made. A big guy in a black t-shirt is coming. Maybe the Asian woman worked for Arthur Scorpio. Maybe she had been briefed about the emergency. Or maybe she was just an office worker, grumpy about her early start. He looked away. The guy in the necktie was still staring out the window. His expression was patient and contained, and equable. He looked like the type of guy who would give a polite answer to a reasonable question, but maybe only as a professional veneer, as if he held a place in a hierarchy where old-fashioned courtesy oiled the wheels. He reminded Reacher of army colonels he had known, squared away, buttoned up, a little gray and dusty, but driven by some kind of quiet internal vigor and confidence. Reacher took a table against the wall at a distance, where he could see out the window over the other guy's head. Nothing was happening out there. The sentry was still leaning on the laundromat wall, not moving. The lights were on inside. There were no customers yet. A waitress came by, and Reacher ordered his go-to breakfast, which was coffee plus a short stack of pancakes with eggs, bacon, and maple syrup. The coffee arrived first. Black, fresh, hot, and strong. Pretty good. The Asian woman sat down at his table. She took a small vinyl wallet from her purse. She opened it up and held it out for inspection. On the left was a gold-colored shield. On the right was a photo ID behind a plastic window. It said, Nakamura Gloria, Detective, Rapid City Police Department. It had a picture of her face, dark eyes, a severe expression. She said,
"Were you in Wisconsin yesterday?"
which told Reacher that Jimmy Rat had indeed made a phone call, and that the Rapid City PD was tapping Scorpio's line, which meant there was an active and ongoing investigation. Probably the typed transcript of Jimmy Rat's call was already the new top sheet in the 3-inch file. But out loud he said, "Are you entitled to ask that question, even as a cop? I have the right to privacy and the right to go where I want. It's a First Amendment thing and a Fourth."
"Are you declining to answer my question?"
"No choice, I'm afraid. I was in the Army. I swore an oath to uphold the Constitution. Can't stop now."
"What's your name?"
"Reacher, first name Jack, no middle initial."
"What'd you do in the Army, Mr. Reacher?"
"I was a military cop, a detective just like you."
"And now you're a private investigator?"
She glanced at the guy in the necktie as she said it. Reacher asked her, "Is that guy a private investigator?" She said,
"I decline to answer your question."
He smiled. He said, "I'm not a private investigator, just a private citizen." "What did you hear from Wisconsin?"
"I'm not sure I should tell you."
"Cop to cop, because that's what we are."
"Are we?"
"If you want to be." She put her ID wallet back in her purse and took out her phone. She swiped through to a section with audio recordings. She chose one and touched an on-screen symbol. Reacher heard a plastic and distorted version of barroom noise, and then Jimmy Rat's voice. He recognized it right away. It sounded fast and nervous. It said, "Arthur, this is Jimmy. I just had a guy inquiring about an item I got from you. He seems set on working his way along the chain of supply. I didn't tell him anything, but he already found me somehow, so what I'm thinking is maybe he'll somehow find you too." Nakamura touched the pause symbol. Reacher said, "Why would that be me?" She pressed play again. Jimmy Rat said, "If he does, take him seriously. That's my advice. This guy's like Bigfoot come out of the forest. Heads up, okay?" Nakamura pressed stop. "Bigfoot?" Reacher said. "That's not very nice." She said,
"What item?"
"Does it matter? All I want to do is ask Scorpio a question. Then I'll be gone."
"Suppose he doesn't answer?"
"Jimmy in Wisconsin did."
"Scorpio has protection."
"So did Jimmy in Wisconsin."
"What item?"
Nakamura said again. Reacher dug in his pocket and came out with the ring. West Point 2005. The gold filigree, the black stone, the tiny size. He put it on the table. Nakamura picked it up. She tried it on. Third finger, right hand. It fit easily, even loosely. But then she was 5 feet nothing and weighed 95 pounds. Her fingers were about as thin as pencils. She took the ring off again. She weighed it in her palm. She looked at the inside, at the engraving. She asked,
"Who is SRS?"
"I don't know," Reacher said.
"So what's the story?"
"I found it in a pawn shop in a small town in Wisconsin. That's not the kind of thing you would give up easily. This woman suffered 4 hard years to get it. Every day they tried to break her and make her quit. That's how West Point works. And 9/11 had just happened. Those were serious years. And what came afterwards was worse. Iraq and Afghanistan. She might have sold her car or the watch she got from her aunt for Christmas, but she wouldn't have sold her ring."
"Does this guy Jimmy own the pawn shop?"
Reacher shook his head. He's a local biker. Goes by the name Jimmy Rat. He wholesaled the ring along with a bunch of other trinkets. He told me he got it from Arthur Scorpio here in Rapid City. So now I want to know who Arthur Scorpio got it from. That's the only question I want to ask him.
He won't tell you.
That's what the guy in the pawn shop said about Jimmy Rat. Nakamura didn't reply. Nothing was happening out the window. The waitress came back with Reacher's meal. Pancakes, eggs, bacon, maple syrup. It looked good. He asked for more coffee. Nakamura ordered hot tea and a bran muffin. Reacher put the ring back in his pocket. The guy in the necktie got up and left. Still nothing happening out the window. Reacher asked, "What kind of private investigator is he?" Nakamura said,
I didn't say he was.
"I told you stuff, now you can tell me stuff." The waitress brought Nakamura's muffin. It was about as big as her head. She broke off a pea-sized crumb and ate it. She said,
He's from Chicago. His name is Terry Bramall. He's retired FBI. He finds missing persons.
"Who's he looking for here?
I don't know.
Is Scorpio a kidnapper too?"
We don't think so.
Yet Mr. Bramall from Chicago was watching his place. Not just this morning. He was in the neighborhood last night. I saw him in the convenience store.
You got in last night?
Reacher nodded. Pretty late.
You came straight here from Wisconsin. This is important to you.
I could have gotten here sooner. I took a nap in Sioux Falls.
Exactly how did you get Arthur Scorpio's name from Jimmy Rat?
I asked him nicely. She didn't reply. He carried on eating his breakfast. She sipped her tea. There was a long silence. Then she said,
Arthur Scorpio is not well liked within the police department.
"Understood," Reacher said.
Nevertheless, I am officially required to warn you against committing any kind of crime inside our jurisdiction.
"Don't worry," Reacher said. "All I'm going to do is ask him a question. No law against that."
What if he doesn't answer?
"I suppose that's always a theoretical possibility," Reacher said. She took a business card from her purse. She put it on the table near his coffee cup. She said,
Those are my numbers. Office and cell. Call me if you need to talk. Scorpio is a dangerous man. Never forget that.
She put $5 on the table for her tea and her muffin. Then she got up and left. Out the door, along the sidewalk, and out of sight. Still nothing happening out the window. She had left her muffin, whole and untouched, apart from the pea-sized crumbs she had eaten. So Reacher ate the rest of it with another mug of coffee. Then he called for his check and asked for quarters and his change. He stopped in the restroom corridor, where there was a payphone on the wall, just like there was in the bar in Wisconsin, which was where Jimmy Rat had made his call to Arthur Scorpio. The background noise proved it. Reacher had seen the guy loop around the line of bikes to the rear of the building, where he must have gone in the back door, where he must have seen the phone on the wall, where he must have decided upon an immediate warning, right there and then, while Reacher was still outside, still talking to the county cop. Some kind of urgency. Reacher leaned on the wall, where he could still watch the front window, and he dialed the same ancient number from memory. The same woman answered.
West Point,
She said,
Superintendent's office. How may I help you?
"This is Reacher," he said.
Wait one, Major.
She knew his rank. She had read his file. There was a click, and a long silence, and then another click, and a man's voice said, "This is the soup." The superintendent, the big boss, what any other college would call the president. Reacher said, "Good morning, General," politely but vaguely, because he didn't know the guy's name. He didn't keep up with alumni affairs. But the soup was always a general, usually smart and accomplished, sometimes progressive, never a pushover. The guy said, "Your inquiry yesterday was most irregular." "Yes, sir," Reacher said, purely out of habit. In such situations, there were only 3 permissible responses at West Point. "Yes, sir," "No, sir," "No excuse, sir." The guy said, "I would like an explanation." So Reacher told the same story he had just gotten through telling Nakamura about the pawn shop and the ring and his nagging sense of disquiet. The soup said, "So this is about a ring?" It seemed significant. "Yesterday you implied the former cadet was in danger." "She might be." "But you don't know for sure." "She pawned the ring, or sold it, or had it stolen, any of which would suggest some kind of misfortune. I think we should find out." "We?" "She's one of ours, General." The guy said, "I read your file. You did well. Not well enough to get a statue on campus, which you wouldn't get anyway, mostly because of the corners you cut." "No excuse, sir," Reacher said, purely out of habit. "I have one obvious question. What are you doing now?" "Nothing." "What does that mean?" "It's a long story, General. We shouldn't take the time." "Major, I'm sure you understand that supplying personal details about current or former military personnel is strictly prohibited about 19 different ways. The only possible chance it could happen would be a top-secret off-the-record whisper from one West Pointer to another, purely as a courtesy. Exactly the kind of oak-panel bullshit we're always being accused of. Therefore, naturally, you and I face a question of mutual trust, possibly less important to you than to me. You could put my mind at rest by letting me take your measure." Reacher was quiet a beat. "I get uneasy," he said. "I can't stay in one place. I'm sure if you gave the VA enough time, they could come up with a name for it. Maybe I could get a check from the government." "It's a medical condition?" "Some would say." "Does it bother you?" "Turns out I don't want to stay in one place anyway." "How frequently do you move around?" "Constantly." "Do you think that's a fitting way for a West Pointer to live?" "I think it's perfectly fitting." "In what sense?" "We fought for freedom. This is what freedom looks like." The guy said, "There are 100 reasons for selling a ring, or pawning it, or losing it, or getting it stolen somehow. Not all the reasons are bad. This could be completely innocent." "Could be. That's a little lukewarm, General. Sounds like you don't know for sure. Even after reading her file. Which therefore can't have reassured you completely. So now you're hinting about a whisper, because now you're worried. I think deep down you want to tell me her name. So let me guess. She took off the green suit, and now she's under the radar." 3 years ago." "After what?" 5 hard tours in Iraq and Afghanistan." "Doing what?" "Unpleasant things, I imagine." "Is she small?" "Like a bird." "That's her," Reacher said. "Now it's decision time, General. What are you going to do?" The soup didn't answer. Out the window, Reacher saw a black sedan slow up. It stopped on the curb across the street, outside the laundromat. The driver's door opened. A guy climbed out. He was tall and bony, maybe 50 years old. He had gray hair cut short. He was wearing a black suit with a white shirt buttoned to the neck, but without a tie. He stood on the sidewalk for a second and looked a question at the sentry at the door, who shook his head, as if to say, "No trouble, boss." Arthur Scorpio, who nodded back at the sentry and then stepped past him, in through the door. The sentry stepped across the sidewalk in the other direction and got in Scorpio's car. He drove it away, to park it, presumably, on a side street or in the alley. Maybe a 5-minute absence. The first of 2 such absences, presumably. He would go retrieve the car at close of business. 2 5-minute windows every day. Good to know. In Reacher's ear, the West Point soup said, "She might not want to be found. Did you consider that? No one comes back whole. Not from 5 tours. I'm not trying to sell her a timeshare in Mexico. If she looks okay from a distance, I'll walk away and leave her alone." "How will you even find her? She's under the radar. Will her name even help?" "It won't hurt," Reacher said. "Especially not at the end. I'll follow the ring until I find someone who heard of her." The soup said, "Her name is Serena Rose Sanderson." Chapter 9. Out the window, the front sentry walked back into view after parking Scorpio's car. He resumed his position, leaning on the wall to the left of the laundromat door, arms folded, impassive. He had been gone just over 5 minutes. Still no customers inside. Into the phone, Reacher said, "Where is Serena Rose Sanderson from?" "As a cadet, her home state was listed as Wyoming," the soup said. "That's all we've got. You think she went back there?" "Depends," Reacher said. "For some people, home is the first place they go. For others, it's the last. What was she like?" "She was before my time," the soup said, "but her file is very solid. She was pretty close to outstanding without ever quite getting there. Never in the top 5, always in the top 10. That kind of person. She branched infantry, which was considered a smart choice for a woman back in '05. She knew she wouldn't see combat, but she guessed the chaos would push her pretty damn near to it. Which I'm sure is what happened. Close support units were always busy. A lot of driving for resupply, which meant a lot of roadside IEDs, plus vehicle recovery, which would have exposed her out in the open. Off post, she would have been armed at all times. I'm sure she was in firefights. Those units took plenty of casualties, same as anyone else. She has a Bronze Star and a Purple Heart. She was wounded herself at some point." "Rank?" "Terminal at Major," the guy said. "Like you. On her last tour, she was doing a pretty big job. She led her soldiers well. On paper, she's a credit to the school." "Okay," Reacher said. "Thank you, General. So proceed, but with caution." "Don't worry." "I do." "Why?" "I read your file," the guy said again. "If you tilt it right and hold it in a sunbeam, you can see the invisible writing. You were effective, but reckless." "Was I?" "You know you were. You got away with things time after time." "Did I?" "One damn thing after another. But you always came up smelling of roses." "Then draw the appropriate conclusion, General. I wasn't reckless. I was relying on methods I knew had worked before, and would likely work again. I felt I was the opposite of reckless. There's a clue in the word. Wreck comes from reckon. And I felt I did more reckoning than most folks, not less." "Call me back," the guy said. "Let me know about Sanderson." For the second day running, Gloria Nakamura was early to work. She parked her car and walked up the stairs. The mother hen at the gate to the detective's pen told her the lieutenant wanted to see her. First thing. Urgent but not critical. The mother hen said his voice on the phone had sounded okay, not particularly angry. Nakamura dropped her bag at her desk and headed off down the corridor. The lieutenant's office was a corner suite at the far end of the floor. He was a cancer survivor, worn down to nothing but lacy bone and sinew, but lit up through his papery skin by some kind of crazed internal energy. He had gotten some bonus years, and he was going to slap the shit out of them. He was going to get big things done. Privately, Nakamura felt his brush with death had produced an epiphany. He was afraid of being forgotten. He was at his desk, reading email. He said, "You sent me a thing about Arthur Scorpio?" She said,
"The voicemail from Wisconsin. Yes, boss. There have been developments."
"Has Bigfoot arrived?"
"Yes, boss, I believe he has. But first there was a private eye from Chicago."
"What did he want?"
"He wouldn't say. But I checked him out. He's a missing persons specialist. Very expensive."
"Who's missing?"
"About 1 million people nationwide."
"Any reason to believe one of them is washing his shorts in Scorpio's place?"
"There's nothing on the wires."
"Tell me about Bigfoot."
"He's a military veteran named Reacher. He found a West Point class ring in a pawn shop, and he's tracing its provenance."
"Like a hobby?"
"No, like a matter of military honor, like a moral obligation. Verging on the sentimental, in my opinion."
"How's Scorpio involved?"
"The likelihood is the ring was stolen property fenced by Scorpio to a Wisconsin biker named Jimmy Rat, who then sold it onward to the pawn shop, where Bigfoot found it. Bigfoot says the pawn shop owner told him Jimmy Rat's name, who told him Arthur Scorpio's name. Now he wants Scorpio to name the next name, whoever he got the ring from, and so on, all the way down the line. Bigfoot wants to return the ring to its rightful owner. That's my assessment."
"Scorpio won't tell him shit."
"I think he might. I'm not sure Bigfoot was telling the whole truth about what happened in Wisconsin. I don't think a biker with a lucrative trade in stolen property would tell anyone anything, least of all the name of a supplier, not voluntarily. You should listen to the audio. Jimmy Rat sounds scared."
"Of Bigfoot?"
"I saw him, boss. You could put him in a zoo."
"You think Scorpio'll be scared too?"
"Either way, I think a serious crime is about to be committed. Either Bigfoot will squeeze too hard, or Scorpio will push back too hard."
Then she waited. The lieutenant said, "I think we should get the surveillance going again." She said,
"Yes, boss,"
and breathed out. "Just you. Eyes on at all times. Nothing subtle. Get right up in his grill."
"I might need backup. I might need to intervene."
"No," the guy said. "Don't intervene. Let nature take its course. It's a win-win. If Scorpio hurts the guy, that's great, because then we've got something on him at last. We've got you as an actual eyewitness to a felony assault. On the other hand, if the guy hurts Scorpio, that's good news anyway. The worse the better. Plus, you could always arrest the guy afterwards, if you wanted to, for a felony assault of his own. If you need to boost your quarterly numbers, I mean." Reacher left the breakfast place through the kitchen door and slipped away through the alley. He didn't want the front sentry to see him. Not yet. The Bigfoot description would leave the guy in no doubt. Word would pass instantly to Scorpio inside. Better not to get them too excited too soon. So he skirted around at a safe radius, and then headed downtown and started looking for better hotels than his own. The kind of place a retired FBI gumshoe might choose. No flea pits, but nothing fancy either. Probably a mid-market national chain. The guy probably had a loyalty card. Reacher found 4 possibilities. At the first he went in and asked the clerk for a guest named Terrence Bramall, small guy, neat, in a suit and tie. If he was in a car, it might have Illinois plates. The woman pattered at her keyboard and stared at her screen, and then said she was sorry, but currently the hotel had no guests with that name. At the second possibility, Reacher was told Terrence Bramall had checked out just 30 minutes before. Or maybe even less, the clerk said. Maybe only 20. She called up the closed account to calibrate her memory. It was 27 minutes ago. The guy had stopped at the desk in his suit and tie, with a leather traveling bag in one hand and a leather briefcase in the other. He paid his bill and headed out to his car, which was in the covered lot. It was a black SUV with Illinois plates. Bramall loaded his bags and then got in and drove off, towards the interstate. But whether he then turned east or west was anyone's guess. "Do you have his cell phone number?" Reacher asked. The woman glanced at her screen. Left-hand column, Reacher thought, maybe 2/3 of the way up. The woman said,
"I really can't give it out."
Reacher pointed at the base of the wall behind her. "Is that a cockroach?" he said. Not a word hotel keepers like to hear. She turned to look. He leaned over the desk and bent his neck. Left-hand column 2/3 of the way up, 10 digits. Not a prodigious feat of memory. He straightened up. She turned back.
"I didn't see anything," she said.
"False alarm," Reacher said. "Sorry. Maybe just a shadow." Reacher found a payphone in the lobby of an all-day Chinese restaurant. It was a chromium instrument mounted on a wall of red velvet. Not as glamorous as it looked from a distance. The chrome was pitted, and the velvet was threadbare and tacky with grease. Reacher dialed Bramall's cell number. It rang and rang. It wasn't picked up. No big surprise. The guy was probably on the interstate. Probably a safety-first type of person. Probably had to be, to survive a lifetime in the FBI. No answer. A recorded voice came on, inviting Reacher to leave a message. He said, "Mr. Bramall, my name is Reacher. We waited in line together last night for sandwiches, and we were briefly in the breakfast place at the same time this morning. I infer you were watching Arthur Scorpio's place in connection with a missing persons inquiry. I was watching it in connection with trying to trace the source of a piece of stolen property. I think we should put our heads together to figure out exactly what we both know, just in case there's more here than meets the eye. Could be useful for one of us, if not both. You can't call me back because I don't have a phone, so I'll try you again at a later time. Thank you. Goodbye." He hung up. He stepped out from the velvet lobby to the concrete sidewalk. Arthur Scorpio's black sedan stopped at the curb. Right next to him, level with his hip. The window buzzed down. The front door sentry said, "Get in the car." Chapter 10. The guy had a gun. A revolver. It looked like a worn-out Chief Special. A .38 5-shooter by Smith & Wesson. Short barrel. It looked small in the guy's hand. His right hand. He was half twisted behind the wheel, aiming half sideways through the open passenger window, with a bent arm and a cramped right shoulder. "In the car," he said again. Reacher stood still. He had choices. Life was full of them. Easiest thing would be just walk away, straight ahead along the sidewalk in the same direction the car had been driving. A right-handed shooter in a left-hand drive car would have a practical problem with that kind of geometry. His windshield was in the way. Couldn't shoot through it. The bullet would deflect and miss. And afterwards there would be a hole in the windshield. Not a smart thing to have. Rapid City was no doubt a tough old town, but it wasn't South Central L.A. Morning gunfire would get called in, especially downtown near the hotels and the restaurants. Police cruisers would show up fast. Questions about a bullet hole in a windshield would be hard to answer. So the guy would have to move. He would have to shift the transmission and take his foot off the brake and shrug off his seat belt and flip up the armrests and shuffle his ass across the front bench and hang his right arm out of the passenger window. All of which would take a small but finite amount of time, during which Reacher would be walking farther and farther away. And all the guy had was a worn-out .38 with a 2.5-inch barrel. Not an accurate weapon. More or less a guaranteed miss, with the speed Reacher could walk. So the better bet would be hang out the driver's window. Much quicker. It was right there. But how? The guy would have to kneel up sideways on the driver's seat and stick his whole upper body out and wriggle his right arm free, like putting on a tight sweater, bringing him all the way out of the car up to his waist, and then he would have to twist and aim and fire. Except at that point, he would also be overbalancing and about to fall out the window. An inaccurate weapon and a preoccupied shooter clinging to the door mirror. Not a whole lot to worry about. Which meant the guy's best bet would be step out and brace behind the open door, like a cop. Except as soon as Reacher heard the creak of the hinge, he would duck out of sight into the nearest store or alley. The same thing if he heard the car move off the curb and roll towards him. Stalemate. The whole get in the car thing looked pretty good in the movies, but on the street it was basically optional. Plenty of choices. Keep calm and walk away. Live to fight another day. But Reacher stayed where he was. He said, "You want me to get in the car?" The guy said, "Right now." "Then put the gun away." Or I won't get in the car." "I could shoot you first and get you in bleeding." "No," Reacher said, "you really couldn't." All he had to do was take one fast-paced left. Then the guy would be shooting through glass again, or the B pillar, or the C pillar. Plus, anyway, his shoulder was tight against the upholstery and wouldn't rotate. Plus, again, the cops would come. Lights and sirens. Questions. The guy was stuck. He was an amateur, which was encouraging. "Put the gun away," Reacher said again. "How do I know you'll get in?" "I'm happy to visit with Mr. Scorpio. He has information for me. I was planning to call on him later today, but since you're here, I guess this is as good a time as any." "How do you know I'm working for Scorpio?" "Magic," Reacher said. The guy held still for a second, and then he put the gun back in his coat pocket. Reacher opened the passenger door. The sedan was an ancient Lincoln town car, the old square style, the kind that got crashed and burned on the TV shows because they were cheaper than dirt. The upholstery was red velvet, no better or worse than the restaurant lobby's walls, a little crushed and greasy. Reacher crammed himself in the seat. He put his elbow on the armrest. His left hand hung loose, the size of a dinner plate. The guy stared at it for a second. Long, thick fingers with knuckles like walnuts. Old nicks and scars healed white. The guy looked away. No longer top dog. Uncharted territory for a man who made his living leaning on walls and scaring people. "Drive," Reacher said. "I haven't got all day." They took off, left and right through the downtown blocks, back to the low-rent district. They parked outside the laundromat. The guy took out his gun again, saving face in front of Scorpio. Reacher let him. Why not? It cost him nothing. He waited until the guy came around and opened his door, and then he got out, and the guy nodded towards the laundromat entrance. Reacher went in first, to the smell of drains and cold soap, and the back door sentry leaning on a washing machine, and Arthur Scorpio himself sitting in a plastic lawn chair, as if he was a customer hypnotized by the churning drums. Up close, he had pitted skin on his face, unnaturally white, as if it had been treated with chemicals. The pallor made his eyes look dark. He was tall and thin, maybe 6'2", maybe 160 pounds. But only if he had $1's worth of pennies in his pocket. All skin and bone, and awkward as a stepladder. The back-door sentry pushed himself off the washing machine and came over to stand close. The guy who had driven the car stepped up from behind. Scorpio said, "What do you want?" "You fenced a ring to Jimmy Rat," Reacher said. "I want to know who fenced it to you." "You got the wrong person altogether. I run a laundromat. I don't know any Jimmy Rat." "Is the laundromat doing well?" "I'm comfortable." "And modest. You're doing better than comfortable. Your cash flow was so big you had to hire 2 guys to watch over it. Except I don't see how. You got no customers." "You accusing me of something?" Out the window, a pale blue car stopped on the opposite curb. A domestic product, a Chevrolet possibly, nothing fancy, a plain specification. In it was a small Asian woman, black hair, dark eyes, a severe expression. Nakamura. She just sat there, engine off, head turned, watching. A level gaze. Over the hood of Scorpio's parked Lincoln. Her eyes were locked on Reacher's, through 2 layers of glass and 30 feet of air. Reacher turned back to Scorpio and said, "Jimmy Red left you a voicemail, which is why you hired these guys. He told you I was coming. And here I am. It's up to you how long I stay." Scorpio said, "Firstly, I don't know what you're talking about. And secondly, do you know who that is, in the blue car across the street?" "She's a cop, Detective Nakamura." "Who harasses me on a regular basis, as you can see, for completely invented reasons. But this time she can make herself useful for once. You're trespassing, and she can come remove you herself. My tax dollars at work." "You pay taxes?" "You accusing me of something?" "I'm not trespassing. You invited me here. Kind of insisted." "My point is you can stick your little threats where the sun don't shine. Up to me how long you stay? What are you going to do with a cop watching?" "I know her name because we talked. She told me you're not well liked within the police department." "Mutual." "It's a code. In plain English, it means I could rip your arm off and beat you to death with it and they wouldn't stop me. They'd sell tickets instead." "What code? You a cop too from somewhere?" "You expecting one?" "Not me. I'm just a guy with a question. Tell me the answer and I'm gone." Scorpio said, "You never asked how I found you." Reacher said, "Didn't need to. I already figured it out. From where your boy showed up. Restaurant staff. You slip 'em a few bucks, they all talk to each other, they all have cell phones, they text. A nice little network. Underpaid and underappreciated. You put the word out. Based on Jimmy Rat's voicemail. Watch out for Bigfoot, come out of the forest. That's what Jimmy said, right?" "I don't know any Jimmy, which is my point. I'm going to sit here and deny it all day long. Nothing you can do about it with a cop watching." "Maybe she'll leave." "She won't. She sits there all day. We'll be gone before she is. Then what are you going to do? Run after us? Which is my other point. Good luck with your night in town. You won't get a meal anywhere. You won't get a drink. You won't get a bed. I got more than one network running." "I'm sure you're a regular Al Capone," Reacher said. "Except you got the worst piece of shit car in the world." "Get lost. You're wasting everyone's time." "Nothing you can do. Not with a cop watching. Code or no code. Which is bullshit anyway. This is America. We could run a test, Reacher said. I could punch you in the mouth, and we could time how long she took to get in here. The two sentries stepped in closer. No guns, no pushing or shoving. They couldn't. Nakamura was watching. They put themselves, one each side of Scorpio's lawn chair, a step ahead of it, overlapping it a little, closing it off. Reacher was facing them, not more than an arm's length away, in a flat little triangle. He said, "Is she still watching?" Scorpio said, "Harder than ever." "Are you going to answer my question?" "You got the wrong person altogether." "Okay," Reacher said. "I get it." He patted the air, a placatory gesture, as if defeated, as if requesting a timeout or a reset or a reboot or whatever else might help him. He said, "What if," in a speculative way. But he didn't finish the question. Instead, he cupped his hand on his brow and rubbed, as if easing a headache or searching for a word. And then he raised his other hand, too, and ran his fingers through his hair, back and forth fast, like a mental rinse. And then he moved his hands down and put his fingers flat over his mouth, almost steepled, over pursed lips. A meditative gesture. And then he rubbed his eyes, and then he pressed his fingers hard in his temples, like a person just one thought away from a solution. All of which got his hands up at eye level, with no one suspecting a thing. He flicked his right hand out and back real fast, a blur, like a snake's tongue, his fingers closing into a fist as it went, and he hit the right-hand guy in the face. Not much force behind it, a busted nose maybe, nothing more. But nothing more was required. The idea was to freeze the guy for a split second, that was all. While the same right hand on its way back pivoted into a full-blown right hook, with a violent twist at the waist and the shoulders, which hit the left-hand guy smack in the throat. Better than the face. No bones. The left-hand guy went down like a slammed door. Meanwhile, Reacher was unwinding the twist and turning it into an equal and opposite left hook, and hitting the right-hand guy also in the throat. Perfectly symmetrical. Less than 3 seconds, beginning to end. Plus style points. The right-hand guy went down late and slowly, like a streetlight in an auto wreck. Reacher heard the slap of linoleum and the thump of bone. He stood there like nothing had happened. He said, "Just you and me now." Scorpio said nothing. Reacher said, "Is the cop getting out of her car?" Scorpio didn't answer. Reacher ducked down, left and right, and took guns out of pockets, both the same, Smith & Wesson Chief Specials, both looking older than he was. He put them in his own pockets. He said, "Is she out of her car yet?" Scorpio said, "No." "Is she on the phone?" "No." "The radio?" "No." "So what's she doing?" "Just watching." "Remember what I said about running a test?" Scorpio didn't answer. Nakamura saw the sentries close ranks in front of Scorpio, who was leaning back in his lawn chair, like some kind of emperor on a throne. Reacher was facing the three of them, up close, an arm's length away. There was some verbal back and forth. 2 questions, 2 answers, short sentences, brief and to the point. Then Reacher scratched his head. Then he seemed to have some kind of violent physical spasm, and for no apparent reason the sentries fell over. He had hit them. She scrabbled for her door release. She stopped. "That's good news anyway." Don't intervene." She took a deep breath and watched. Reacher sat down in the lawn chair next to Scorpio's. He stretched out and got comfortable and stared straight ahead at an inert Maytag. Scorpio was silent beside him. They looked like two old men at a ball game. The sentries stayed on the floor, breathing, but not easily. Reacher took the West Point ring from his pocket. He balanced it on his palm. He said, "I need to know who you got this from." "I never saw that before," Scorpio said. "I run a laundromat." "What do you got in your pockets?" "Why?" "You need to take it all out. I'm going to put you in the tumble dryer. Keys or coins might damage the mechanism." Scorpio glanced at a tumble dryer. Couldn't help himself. He said, "I wouldn't fit." "You would," Reacher said. "I never saw that ring before." "You sold it to Jimmy Rat." "Never heard of him." "Where I set the temperature dial is up to you. We'll start on delicates, then we'll turn it up. Someone told me it goes all the way to where it can kill a bed bug." Scorpio said nothing. "I understand," Reacher said. "You're Mr. Rapid City. You're the man. You got a bunch of networks running. Which is your problem? Maybe they're all interconnected. In which case, one question might lead to another. The whole thing might unravel. You can't afford for that to happen. Hence the Stonewall. I get it. Perfectly understandable. Except you need to remember two very important things. Firstly, I don't care. I'm not a cop. I don't have another question. And secondly, I'll put you in the tumble dryer. So you're between a rock and a hard place here. You need to get creative." "You ever read a book?" "Sure." "What kind?" "About the moon landings." "That's called non-fiction. There's another kind, called fiction. You make stuff up, perhaps to illuminate a greater central truth. In your case, maybe you could tell me a story about a poor homeless man, maybe from out of town, who came in to launder his clothes, except he had no money, nothing at all except a ring, which you reluctantly traded for a couple of hot wash cycles and a couple of dryer loads, plus enough left over for a square meal and a bed for the night. All out of the kindness of your generous heart." Detective Nakamura couldn't argue with that. It would be a fine story. "I would have to admit selling the ring to Jimmy Rat." "Which was perfectly legal. You run a laundromat. You carry quarters to the bank. You don't know what to do with a ring. Fortunately, a guy passing by on his motorcycle offered to buy it from you. Not your fault he turned out to be a bad guy. You're not your brother's keeper." "You think that's a good enough story?" "I think it's a fine story," Reacher said again. "Just as long as you happen to remember the out-of-towner's name." "Out of state," Scorpio said. "That's exactly what happened, more or less. Some broke guy came in from Wyoming. I helped him out." "When?"
6 weeks ago, maybe."
"From where in Wyoming?"
"I believe a small town called Mule Crossing."
"What was his name?"
"I believe it was Seymour Porterfield. I believe he told me people call him Cy. Call him Cy. Call him Cy."
Chapter 11. Across the street, Nakamura was still watching. Reacher stood up and stepped over the left-hand sentry. He looked at a tumble dryer, bigger than people had in their homes, good for comforters and other large items. He might have gotten Scorpio in there. He said, "You want me to leave through the back door?" Scorpio shook his head. "No," he said, "go out the front." So Reacher stepped over the right-hand sentry and pushed out to the sidewalk. The air smelled warm and fresh. He turned right and started walking. He heard Nakamura's car start up. He heard the wheeze of its steering and grit under its tires, and then it pulled alongside him and stopped. The same as Scorpio's, except lower and bluer. The window came down. Black hair, dark eyes, a severe expression. She said,
"Get in the car."
"You mad at me now?"
"I told you not to commit a crime inside my jurisdiction."
"We were in the laundromat. Does that even count?"
"That's not fair. We're trying."
Reacher opened the passenger door and slid inside. He racked the seat backward for leg room. He said, "I apologize. I know you're trying. Scorpio's a tough nut to crack."
"What did he tell you?"
"The ring came in from a guy in Wyoming named Cy Porterfield about 6 weeks ago. Scorpio as good as admitted an onward connection to Jimmy Rat in Wisconsin, so he's part of a chain, flowing west to east along the I-90 corridor."
"Can't prove it."
"Also, he pays off restaurant workers for information, which he claims is only one of many networks he's running. Maybe he's the neighborhood bookie. Maybe he lends money."
"Can't prove any of it."
"But I'm not sure how successful he is. His personal vehicle is a piece of crap worth about $100, and his goons had guns older than you."
"Did the car work?"
"I guess so."
"Would the guns have worked?"
"Probably. Revolvers are usually pretty reliable."
"This is South Dakota. People are thrifty. I think Arthur Scorpio was plenty successful."
"Okay."
"Where are the guns now?"
Reacher took them out of his pockets and dropped them on her rear seat. She said,
"Thank you."
He said, "Also, there's something wrong with his back room. It would have made more sense to talk to me in there. Certainly it would have made more sense for me to leave that way. He must have known you would stop me and ask me questions. Better if I went out through the alley. You wouldn't have seen me. But he wouldn't let me. You should check it out."
"We'd need a warrant."
"You've got the tap on his phone. He might say something stupid. A buck gets 10, he's calling Porterfield in Wyoming right now."
"Is that where you're going?"
"As soon as I find a map. The town is called Mule Crossing. I never heard of it." Nakamura took out her phone. She swiped and typed and waited, and then she said,
"It's down near Laramie. A wide spot in the road."
She held out the phone to show him. She said,
"That's the I-80 corridor, not I-90.
He said, "Population density drops to nothing west of here. A supply chain would need to branch out, literally. Maybe there are many Porterfields all over Wyoming and Montana and Idaho, all feeding Scorpio like a river system. Do you monitor his visitors?"
"We try from time to time. We've seen cars and bikes in the alley, some with out-of-state plates. People go in and out his back door."
"You need to get a look in his back room. It ain't full of drums of spare detergent, that's for damn sure. The guy has no customers." Nakamura was quiet a beat. Then she said,
"Thanks for the report."
He said, "You're welcome."
"Can I give you a ride somewhere?"
"The bus depot, I guess. I'll take whatever heads west on I-90. I'll get out in Buffalo and go south to Laramie.
That would be the Seattle bus.
Yes, Reacher said. I thought it might be. He got out of Nakamura's car at the depot and said goodbye and wished her luck. He didn't expect to see her again. He bought a ticket as far as Buffalo and sat down to wait with about 20 other people. They were the usual mixture. The room had pale, inoffensive walls and fluorescent squares in the ceiling. Out the picture window was an empty asphalt space where sooner or later the Seattle bus would show up. It was on its way from Sioux Falls. Nakamura called her friend the tech and asked him to check with his pal at the phone company to see who Scorpio had called in the last hour, with special focus on outgoing attempts to the 307 area code, which was Wyoming. No need to check, the guy told her. The lieutenant had re-upped electronic surveillance, too. Everything on Scorpio's landline and personal cell was going straight to a hard drive, accessible from her desktop computer. Only one problem, the guy said. Scorpio had made no calls at all. Reacher saw South Dakota change to Wyoming through the bus window. He was in his favorite spot, on the left, over the rear axle. Most people avoided that location because they feared a bumpy ride. It was everyone else's last choice, which made it his first. He liked Wyoming for its heroic geography and its heroic climate and its emptiness. It was the size of the United Kingdom, but it had fewer people in it than Louisville, Kentucky. The Census Bureau called most of it uninhabited. What people there were tended to be straightforward and pleasant. They were happy to leave a person alone. Reacher country. The first part of the state was high plains. Fall had already started. He gazed across the immense tawny distances to the specter of the mountains beyond. The highway was a dark blacktop ribbon, mostly empty. From time to time, trucks would pass the bus, slowly, sometimes spending a whole minute alongside, edging ahead imperceptibly. Reacher was eye to eye with their drivers across their empty cabs. Old men, all of them. My wife would say you feel guilty about something. He looked the other way, across the aisle, at the other horizon. Nakamura walked the length of the corridor to her lieutenant's corner suite. He looked up, all glittering eyes and restlessness.
Bigfoot left, she said. Scorpio answered his question. Next stop, Wyoming.
What's in Wyoming?
The ring was supplied to Scorpio by a man named Porterfield from a town named Mule Crossing about 6 weeks ago.
How did Bigfoot make Scorpio tell him all that?
He decked the muscle. I suppose Scorpio knew he was next.
Did you see it happen?
Not really, Nakamura said. It was over very fast. I couldn't swear to exactly what took place. Not precisely enough for a courtroom.
So we're nowhere, the lieutenant said. In fact, we're back a step. Scorpio's phones have gone quiet, which means he went to the pharmacy and bought a burner and some prepaid minutes, which means from now on we have no idea who or where he's calling. The lieutenant said nothing more. He returned to his email. Nakamura walked back to her desk, quiet and alone. More than 800 miles east, in an expensive kitchen in a big Tudor house on the Gold Coast north of Chicago, a woman named Tiffany Jane Mackenzie dialed Terry Bramall's cell number. It rang and wasn't picked up. A recorded voice came on and asked her to leave a message. She said,
Mr. Bramall, this is Mrs. Mackenzie. I'm wondering if you've made any progress. So far, I mean. Or not, I suppose. I would like to hear either way, so please call me back as soon as you can. Thank you. Goodbye.
Then Mrs. Mackenzie used her phone to check her email and her bookmarked web pages, and her chat rooms, and her message boards. Nothing. Reacher got out of the bus at the Buffalo stop. His onward options were limited. There was no direct service to Laramie. There was a departure to nearby Cheyenne, but not until the next day. So he set out walking, following signs to the highway south with his thumb out, hoping to get a ride before he hit the on-ramp. About 50-50, he figured, heads or tails. In his favor was a friendly population not given to irrational fears. Against him was almost no traffic at all. The friendly population was thinly spread. Wyoming, mostly uninhabited. But even so, he came up heads within half a mile. A dusty pickup stopped alongside him, and the driver leaned across and said he was going to Casper, which was about halfway to both Cheyenne and Laramie, straight south on I-25. Reacher climbed in and got comfortable. The truck was a Toyota. It was raised up on its suspension and tricked out with all kinds of heavy-duty components. It looked fit for service on the backside of the moon. Certainly it handled I-25 with no trouble at all. It droned along pretty fast. The driver was a rangy guy in work boots and off-brand jeans. A carpenter, he said, busy fixing roof beams before the winter. Also a rock crawler, he said, on the weekends. If he got weekends. Reacher asked him what a rock crawler was. Turned out to mean driving off-road vehicles over extreme boulder-strewn terrain, or along rocky rapids and dried-up mountain streams. Reacher was at best a reluctant driver, so any assessment was necessarily theoretical, but he was inclined to admit it sounded fun, if pointless. Nakamura drove her Chevy back to Scorpio's block, but on a hunch, she stopped short of the laundromat and parked outside the convenience store instead. She went in and looked around. An inventory check. She saw all kinds of canned and packaged foods and coolers full of soda and juice and beer and bottles, and rolls of paper towel and potato chips and candy and a deli counter. And behind the register, a wall of small stuff, including over-the-counter medications and vitamin pills and batteries and phone chargers. And phones. She saw no-contract cell phones in plastic bubble packs. Lots of them, in 2 rows, on 2 pegs, left and right, next to a faded sign saying pregnant women shouldn't drink too much. She pointed and asked,
"Did Arthur Scorpio just buy one of those?"
The counterman said, "Aw, Jesus."
"No big deal if he did. You're not in trouble. Information is all I need."
The counterman said, "Yes, he bought one, and some painkillers."
"Which one?"
"Which painkiller?"
"Which phone? Left peg or right peg?"
The counterman thought about it. He pointed. "Right peg," he said. "More convenient for me."
"Give me the next 2.
The guy took down 2 more bubble packs, and Nakamura handed over her credit card. When she was back in her car, she called her friend in computer crimes. She said,
"Scorpio bought a burner in the convenience store. I got the next 2 off the rack. I'm going to bring them to you. I need you to figure out if the numbers run in some kind of predictable sequence. If they do, maybe we can put Scorpio back on the radar."
"I'll try my best," her friend said. Terry Bramall let himself into his motel room and hung his suit coat in the closet. He took his phone from his briefcase and set about answering his messages. The first was some guy he had never heard of named Reacher. "We waited in line together last night for sandwiches, and we were briefly in the breakfast place at the same time this morning." And then something to do with Arthur Scorpio and stolen property. He hit delete, because he was done with Scorpio. The second message was from his client, Mrs. Mackenzie, anxious about progress, understandably.
"I would like to hear either way, so please call me back as soon as you can."
He didn't. He didn't like talking on the phone, especially with anxious clients. So he texted back instead, slowly and methodically, using only his right forefinger. "Dear Mrs. Mackenzie, progress remains very satisfactory, and I hope to have definite news very soon. Best wishes, T. Bramall." He pressed send. In Casper, Reacher had a choice. He could stick with I-25 and head south and east to Cheyenne, whereupon Laramie would be a short hop west again on I-80. Or he could go direct on a state road. 2 fast sides of a triangle versus 1 slow side. The hitchhiker's eternal dilemma. He chose the state road. He was sick of the highway. And he had plenty of time. There was no big hurry. The ring had been out of Wyoming for 6 weeks. No red-hot trail to follow. He walked west out of town, more than a mile, until the commercial lots left and right petered out into high desert scrub. 100 yards later, he found a head-high sign that said Laramie 152 miles. He set up next to it. He felt it told the story. He watched the horizon for oncoming traffic. There wasn't much. Scorpio gave his sentries $20 and a bottle of Tylenol each, and then sent them home. They went out the front, and he went in the back room. He sat down at a long counter loaded with humming equipment. He tore apart the bubble pack and took out his new phone. He dialed the activation number, and then he dialed a 307 number. Wyoming. Ringtone. No answer. A voice invited him to leave a message. He said, "Billy, this is Arthur. We got some weird shit going on. Nothing real serious, just a strange piece of bad luck. Some guy showed up chasing a ring. He wasn't a cop. He knew nothing at all. He was just a random passerby interested in the wrong thing at the wrong time. Turned out he was kind of tough to get rid of, so in the end I gave him Cy Porterfield's name, which means sooner or later he's likely to arrive in your neck of the woods. Don't mess with him. Use a deer rifle from behind a tree. I'm not kidding about that. He's like the Incredible Hulk. Don't even let him see you. But get on it, okay? He's got to go, because he's a random loose end. Easier for you to deal with out there than it would be for me here, so get it done." Then he added, "Your privileges are suspended till I hear back from you." He clicked off and dropped the phone in the trash basket. Basket. Chapter 12. Reacher arrived in downtown Laramie at 6 o'clock in the evening, after 152 miles in the passenger seat of an ancient Ford Bronco, driven by a guy who made his living turning logs into sculptures with a chainsaw. He let Reacher out on the corner of 3rd Street and Grand Avenue, which the guy seemed to regard as some kind of an exact geographic center. Which it might have been. But it was quiet. Everything had closed at 5, except the bars and the restaurants, and it was still early for them. Reacher turned a full circle and got his bearings. The railroad tracks lay to the west. The university was east. South was a straight shot to Colorado, and north was back towards Casper. He headed west for the tracks and stopped in at the first bar he liked the look of. It had a mirror on the wall with a bullet hole in it, as if some old desperado would come in mad about something. Maybe faked, maybe real. It was all the same to the mirror. The room was quiet, and the crowd was thin, and the barman had time on his hands. Reacher asked him directions to Mule Crossing. The guy said he had never heard of it. "Where are you looking for?" some other guy called out. He had foam on his lip from a long hard pull on a long-neck bottle. Maybe a helpful guy, maybe a busybody into everyone's business, maybe a local expert eager to show off his specialist knowledge. Or a mixture of all three. "Mule Crossing," Reacher said. "Nothing there," the guy said, "except a fireworks store." "I heard it was a small town." "This is a small town. Mule Crossing is a wide spot in the road. There was a post office, but it closed 20 years ago. I think there's a flea market in there now." Maybe you can get soda and potato chips. No gas, that's for sure. How many people live there? The guy took another pull on his bottle. He said, 5 or 6, maybe? That all? The flea market guy for sure. Probably not the firework guy. Who would live above a fireworks store? Probably wouldn't sleep a wink. Oh, I bet he drives in from somewhere else. But there's a dirt road into the hills. People have cabins. Maybe 4 or 5 of them. According to the Postal Service, it's all officially mule crossing. Which is why they had a post office there, I guess. The zip code's about the size of Chicago, with 5 people. But hey, welcome to Wyoming. Where is it exactly? 40 minutes south. Take the state road out towards Colorado. Look for a billboard about bottle rockets. Reacher walked back to the corner of 3rd and Grand. He was optimistic about getting a ride. To his left was a university, and straight ahead an hour away was legal weed. But it was getting dark. Might not be much to see. Clearly, Mule Crossing was no kind of a bustling metropolis. On the other hand, the flea market guy lived there. He probably had a doorbell. No time like the present. Reacher walked south on 3rd Street, in the gutter, with his thumb out. Gloria Nakamura rode the elevator 2 floors down to Computer Crimes, where she found her friend in his cubicle. He had torn her 2 phones out of their packaging. Now they were side by side on his desk above his keyboard. Their screens were blank. "Sleep mode," he said. "All is well."
You got the number?
You have to act it out. Pretend you're a Chinese assembly worker. In fact, don't, because your job was just automated and now you're not there at all. Pretend you're a machine instead. The phone numbers are carried on the SIM cards, bought in bulk from the service providers and installed fairly late in the process, I would think. Then the heat-sealed packaging goes on, with the cardboard insert, and the packages slide off the line one after the other into shipping cartons, which are taken away by another conveyor belt. How many in a box, do you think? Nakamura thought about it and said,
10, probably. A place like that convenience store wouldn't want more than 10 at a time. Mom-and-pop pharmacies would be the same. The manufacturers must know their market, so it's a small box. Bigger than a shoebox, but not by much.
And are the phone numbers sequential?
It would help.
Let's assume they are. Why wouldn't they be? There are plenty of new numbers to go around. So they fall off the line and go into the box in numerical order, 1, 2, 3, all the way up to 10. So far, so good. But we don't know what happens when they're unpacked. This is where you need to act it out. You slit the tape, and you rest the box on the counter, and then you hang the contents on 2 pegs on a board behind the register. Talk me through it. Nakamura glanced at an imaginary counter, and then over her shoulder at a pair of imaginary pegs. She said,
"First, I would rotate the box so the plastic blisters were facing towards me, so that I could pick them up, and turn a 180, and place them on the pegs face out. Any other way would be a contortion."
The tech said, "And presumably they rode the conveyor belt with the blister upward and the flat side down for stability. So if you have the blisters towards you, number 1 is nearest and number 10 is farthest away. How many would you pick up at once?"
"I would do them one at a time. Those pegs are awkward."
"Starting where? Front or back of the box?"
"Front,"
she said. "Which peg first?"
"The farther one. More satisfying to fill that first. The nearer one is easier, like a reward."
"So what do you get on the right-hand peg?"
"Numbers 6 through 10, in reverse order. Number 10 will get bought first, then 9, then 8, and so on." "What were my numbers?"
"They weren't sequential," the tech said. "There was a 2-digit gap. You gave me a 7 and a 4, essentially. Or a 4 and a 7. I don't know which came off the peg first."
"I'm sorry," Nakamura said. "I should have marked the order."
Don't worry. Let's make another assumption. Let's say the convenience store guy gets his satisfaction in a different way than you. Maybe he fills the pegs left, right, left, right. Perhaps he likes that better.
Then numbers 4 and 7 couldn't be together on the same peg.
So let's make another assumption, based on the fact that you have the smallest hands in the world, and the convenience store guy is reasonably dexterous, working as he does with knives and whatnot. So perhaps he hung them 2 at a time.
Yes,
She said.
that would put 3 and 4 on the right, immediately behind 7 and 8. If I bought 7 and 4, then Scorpio bought 8. His phone number is 1 higher than mine.
And listen to what my buddy at the phone company found, her friend said. He shuffled his mouse and his screen lit up. He clicked on an email and then on an audio file, and jagged green bandwidth spiked on the screen. And Scorpio said, "Billy, this is Arthur. We got some weird shit going on." Reacher got a ride from 2 kids pulling out of a gas station on the southern edge of town, a boy and a girl, grad students probably, or undergrads with great ID. They said they were headed to Fort Collins across the state line. Shopping, they said, but not for what. Their car was a tidy little sedan, unlikely to attract a trooper's attention. Safe enough for the return leg of their journey. They said they knew the Bottle Rocket billboard, and sure enough, after 40 minutes on a gentle 2-lane road, there it was, on the right shoulder, caught square in the high beams. It was bright yellow, half urgent and half quaint. The students pulled over and Reacher got out. The students drove away and Reacher stood alone in the silence. The fireworks store itself was dark and closed up tight. Beyond it, 50 yards south, was a ramshackle building with a light in a small square upstairs window. The flea market, presumably. The former post office. Reacher walked towards it. Nakamura carried her laptop to her lieutenant's office and played him the voicemail. "Use a deer rifle from behind a tree. Your privileges are suspended till I hear back from you."
He's ordering a homicide,
she said. Her lieutenant said, "His lawyer will say talk is cheap. And he'll point out we don't have a warrant, not for the new number." Nakamura said nothing. Her lieutenant said, "Anything else?"
Scorpio mentioned privileges. I don't know what that means.
"A business relationship of some kind, I suppose. Discount, priority, or access."
To what? Soap powder?
"Surveillance should tell us."
We've never seen anything that looks like privileged access to something. Never. Nothing goes in or out.
"Billy might not agree, whoever Billy is."
Bigfoot is going to walk right into trouble. We should call someone.
Her lieutenant said, "Play the voicemail again." She did. "He's got to go, because he's a random loose end. Easier for you to deal with him out there than it would be for me here, so get it done."
He's ordering a homicide,
she said again. Her lieutenant said, "Can we ID Billy from his phone number?" Nakamura shook her head.
Another drugstore burner.
"Where is Mule Crossing exactly?"
In a county measuring 7,000 square miles, which is run by a sheriff's department likely no bigger than 2 men and a dog.
"You think we should play the Good Samaritan?"
I think we have a duty.
"Okay, call him in the morning. Fingers crossed, the men answer, not the dog. Tell them a story. Ask them if they know a guy named Billy with a deer rifle in a tree." The ramshackle building looked like a post office. Something about the shape and the size. It was plain and bureaucratic, but also prideful. As if it was saying the mails could be carried anywhere, even into empty and inhospitable regions. "Neither snow nor rain nor heat nor gloom of night stays these couriers from the swift completion of their appointed rounds." All that good stuff. But not anymore. A car passed by on the road, and in the wash of its lights, Reacher saw less faded wood, where 20 years before, stern metal letters had been prized out of the siding. United States Post Office, Mule Crossing. Y.O. Beyond that was a replacement message, hand-painted in gaudy multicolored foot-high letters. Flea Market. The market itself had a sign in the window saying it was closed. It was dark inside. The door was locked. No knocker, no bell. Reacher walked back to where he could see the lit-up window. Beyond it in the end wall of the building was a door with a shallow stoop, which had a boot scraper on one side and a garbage can on the other. All very domestic. The entrance to the residence, presumably. To the foot of a staircase direct to the second floor, where the lead window was. Living above the store. Literally. There was no doorbell. Reacher knocked, hard and loud, then waited. No response. He knocked again, harder and louder. He heard a voice. It roared, "What?" A man, not young, not delighted at being disturbed. "I want to talk to you," Reacher called back. "What?" "I need to ask you a question." "What?" Reacher said nothing. He just waited. He knew the guy had come down. He'd been an MP for 13 years. He had knocked on a lot of doors. The guy came down. He opened the door. He was a white man, maybe 70 years old, tall but stooping, with not much flesh over a solid frame. He said, "What?" Reacher said, "I was told only 5 or 6 people live here. I'm looking for one of them, which makes it about an 18% chance that person is you." "Who are you looking for?" "Tell me your name first." "Why?" "Because if you're the guy, you'll deny it. You'll pretend you're someone else and send me on a wild goose chase." "You think I'd do that?" "If you're the guy," Reacher said again, "it's been known to happen." "You a cop?" "Once upon a time, in the Army." The guy went quiet. He said, "My son was in the Army." "What branch?" "Rangers. He was killed in Afghanistan." "I'm sorry." "Not as much as I am. So remind me again, how may I help the Army tonight?" "I'm not here for the Army," Reacher said. "I've been out a long time. This is a purely private matter, purely personal. I'm looking for a man I was told was from Mule Crossing, Wyoming." "But you won't tell me his name till I tell you mine. Because if I'm him, I'll lie about it. Have I got that straight?" "Hope for the best, plan for the worst." "If I was the sort of guy other guys came looking for, wouldn't I lie anyway?" Reacher nodded. He said, "This whole thing would go better if I saw ID." "You got some nerve, you know that?" "Nothing ventured, nothing gained." The guy stood still for a second, deciding, and then he shook his head and smiled and hauled a wallet out of his back pants pocket. He flipped it open and held it out. There was a Wyoming driver's license behind a scratched plastic window. The photograph was right. The address was right. The name was John Ryan Headley. Reacher said, "Thank you, Mr. Headley. My name is Reacher. I'm pleased to meet you." The guy clapped his wallet shut and put it back in his pocket. He said, "Am I the man you're looking for, Mr. Reacher?" "No," Reacher said. "I thought not. Why would anyone look for me?" "I'm looking for a guy named Seymour Porterfield. Apparently people call him Cy." "You're a little late for Cy, I'm afraid." "Why's that?" "He's dead." "Since when?" "About 18 months ago, I guess. Around the start of spring last year." "Someone told me he was seen in South Dakota 6 weeks ago." "Then someone was lying to you. There's no doubt about it. It was a big sensation. He was found in the hills, mostly eaten up. Killed by a bear, they thought. Maybe waking up after hibernation. They're hungry then. Other folks thought a mountain lion. His guts were all ripped out, which is what mountain lions do. Then the ravens came, and the crows, and the raccoons. He was scattered all over the place. They made the ID with his teeth, and the keys in his pocket. April, I think. April last year. How old was he? He could have been 40. What did he do for a living? Come on in, Headley said. I got coffee brewing. Reacher followed him up a narrow stair to a long A-shaped attic that had been paneled with pine boards and boxed off into separate rooms. There was an aluminum percolator thumping away on the stove. All the furniture was small. No sofas. The staircase was too narrow and the turns too tight to get them in. Headley poured 2 cups and handed one over. The coffee was thick and inky and smelled a little scorched. What did Porterfield do for a living? Reacher asked again. No one knew for sure, Headley said. But he always had money in his pocket. Not a whole lot, but a little more than made any kind of sense. Where did he live? He had a log house up in the hills, Headley said. 20 miles away, maybe, on one of the old ranches, all by himself. He's pretty much a loner. West of here. Headley nodded. Follow the dirt road. I guess his place is empty now. Who else lives out in that direction? Not sure. I see folks driving by. I don't necessarily know who they are. This ain't the post office anymore. Were you here when it was? Man and boy. How many folks do you see driving by? Could be 10 or 20 total. I was told 4 or 5. Who paid their taxes and signed their names, but there are plenty of abandoned places, plenty of unofficial residents. Reacher said, You know a woman, also ex-Army, very small, name of Serena Sanderson? Headley said, No. You sure? Pretty much. Maybe she got married. You know any kind of a Serena? No. What about Rose? Maybe she goes by her middle name. No. Okay, Reacher said. What is this about exactly? Reacher took the ring out of his pocket. The gold filigree, the black stone, the tiny size. West Point 2005. He said, This is hers. I want to return it. I was told Cy Porterfield sold it in Rapid City 6 weeks ago. He didn't. Evidently. What's the big deal? Would your boy have given up his Ranger tab? Not after what he went through to get it. Exactly. I can't help you, Headley said. Except I can promise you Cy Porterfield didn't sell that ring in Rapid City 6 weeks ago on account of getting ate up by a bear or a mountain lion more than a year before in another state entirely. So someone else sold it. From here? Possibly. 50-50 maybe. Mule Crossing was mentioned. Either true or false. I see folks drive by. I don't know who they are. Who would? Headley squirmed around in his chair, as if gazing west through the wall, as if picturing the dirt road rolling away into the darkness. He turned back and said, The guy who runs the snowplow in the winter lives in the first place on the left, about 2 miles in. I guess he knows who lives where, from seeing their tire tracks and maybe towing them out from time to time. 2 real miles in or 2 Wyoming miles? It's about a 5-minute drive. Which, even on a dirt road, could be more than 2 real miles. At an average speed of 30, it would be 2.5. At 40, it would be more than 3. And then back again. You got a car? Reacher asked. I got a truck. Can I borrow it? No, you can't. Okay, Reacher said. What's the guy's name with the snowplow? I don't know his second name. Not sure I ever heard it. But I know his first name is Billy. Chapter 13. Reacher let himself out and walked down to where the dirt road met the two-lane. In the pitch dark, there was nothing to see. No lights in the distance. Underfoot, the surface felt like sand and fine gravel, not hard to walk on, except for the darkness. There was no clue at all as to direction, or curves, or turns, or camber, or gradient, or anything. He would be like a blind man, staggering slowly, blundering into fences, falling into ditches. 2 miles was too far in the gloom of night. He would have been a severe disappointment as a mail carrier. He turned around. He crossed the two-lane and waited on the shoulder going north, back to Laramie. Too soon to get the same students coming home again, but there would be others. Earlier birds, or regular folk coming back from shopping, or a blue plate special. He waited. The first 2 cars blew by without slowing, 5 minutes apart. The third stopped. It was a battered sedan with the hubcaps missing. The driver was a guy about 40, wearing a denim jacket. He said he was going to Laramie. Reacher asked him what he knew about motels in town. The guy said there were 3 types of place: chain hotels south of the highway, or the same thing near the university, where people stayed for the football games, or dumpy mom-and-pop flea pits on the main drag north of the center. All Reacher wanted was a bed and a payphone, so he said the guy should let him out wherever was the most convenient, which turned out to be the chains south of the highway. They were right there, on a service road parallel with the two-lane across a grassy strip. He paid for a room and found a phone in an alcove off the lobby. He dug in his pocket and took out Nakamura's business card.
Those are my numbers, office and cell. Call me if you need to talk. Scorpio is a dangerous man.
He dialed her cell. She answered. He said, "This is Reacher." She said,
"Are you okay?"
She sounded worried. "I'm fine," he said. "Why?"
"Where are you?"
"Laramie, Wyoming."
"Don't go to Mule Crossing."
"I just did."
"Scorpio made a call. He set you up."
"I already know he lied to me about Seymour Porterfield. The guy died a year and a half ago. So I want you to give Scorpio a message if you get the chance. Tell him one day I'm going to come back to Rapid City and pay him a visit."
"I'm serious, Reacher."
"So am I."
"He told a man named Billy to shoot you on sight, from behind a tree with a deer rifle."
"A man named what?"
"Billy."
Reacher said, "I just heard that name."
"Don't go to Mule Crossing," Nakamura said again. "No point going there anyway if he lied about it."
"He lied about Porterfield. I don't know if he lied about Mule Crossing, too. Depends how fast he was thinking. He was under pressure at the time. I was going to put him in a tumble dryer. How would he even know the name Mule Crossing? It's not a famous place. It's nothing but a flea market and a fireworks store on a 2-lane road in the middle of nowhere. It's possible Scorpio told me the wrong person but the right place. Maybe Porterfield used to be in business with him. Maybe this guy Billy took over."
"Scorpio's call implied Billy gets privileges of some kind, so they might be in business together."
"What sort of business?"
"I don't know, but the threat to you was very clear. In my opinion, he was ordering a homicide. I'm going to call the local sheriff in the morning."
"Don't," Reacher said. "That would only complicate things."
"I'm a police officer. I have to."
"What exactly did Scorpio say on the phone?"
"It was a voicemail again. He called it weird shit going on. He said you were a strange piece of bad luck. The implication was there was something taking place on an ongoing basis, but you knew nothing about it because you were just a random passerby. He said he gave you Porterfield's name to get rid of you. Then he told Billy to kill you. He said not to mess with you because you're like the Incredible Hulk. He said to use a deer rifle from behind a tree. He was ordering a homicide, Reacher, clear as day. I have to put it in the system.
The Incredible Hulk? I thought I was Bigfoot. These guys need to make up their minds.
This isn't funny.
Did he mention mule crossing?
Not in the voicemail, not specifically.
Was it a mule crossing number he called?
No, it was another drugstore burner. We can't trace it.
Then wait a day, okay? Wouldn't mean much to the sheriff without an exact location. Wyoming's a big state. I wouldn't want to waste anyone's time.
What are you going to do?
Nothing, Reacher said. I want to know where the ring came from, that's all. Nakamura didn't reply to that, and they hung up. Room service was nothing more than a Xerox sheet of paper with a phone number for pizza delivery, so Reacher dialed again and ordered a large pie with extra pepperoni and anchovies. He waited for it in the lobby, an old habit. He didn't like people to know which room was his. He woke the next morning with the sunrise and went out in search of coffee, which meant walking through the hotel's parking lot to get back to the 2-lane. There was a black SUV parked near the door. It was a Toyota Land Cruiser, a serious vehicle. He had seen them in dusty and rugged parts of the world. The United Nations used them. This particular example was fairly new and basically clean, but a little travel-stained. It had Illinois plates. He ducked back to the phone in the lobby and dialed Terry Bramall's cell number from memory. The private eye from Chicago, last seen leaving Rapid City in a black SUV with Illinois plates. There was a ringtone, but no answer. A voice came on and invited him to leave a message. He didn't. He just shrugged and set out again for coffee. He found coffee along with breakfast in a diner on 3rd Street. He asked the waitress where the county sheriff was based. She said right there in town, about half a mile away. Not hard to find. The sky was blue and the sun was shining, but the air was cool. He stopped in at a clothing store. In his experience, the West was better than the East for tall guys. He found jeans the right length and a flannel shirt and a thin canvas jacket. As always, he changed in the cubicle and had the clerk dump his old stuff in the trash. Then he walked onward to the spot the waitress had told him and found the sheriff's office. It was a single-width storefront with the bottom part of the window painted over. Above that was a gold pinstripe, and above that was a gold star about 2 feet wide and 2 feet high, with the county's name in a curve above, and Sheriff's Department in a curve below. The design looked a little bit like the West Point ring. He went in. There was a woman in civilian clothes at the reception desk. He asked to see the sheriff, and she asked why he wanted to. He said he had a question about an old case. She asked his name, and he told her. She asked if his visit was in some way official. Whether he worked in law enforcement. He said not currently, but he had been an MP in the Army for 13 years. She told him to go ahead upstairs to the sheriff's office, which was the last door on the left. No hesitation. In his experience, the West was better than the East for veterans. He went upstairs. According to gold writing on the last door on the left, the sheriff's name was Connolly. Reacher knocked and entered. The office was a dusty wood-framed room gone a golden hue with age, and Sheriff Connolly himself turned out to be a solid leathery guy of about 50. He was wearing blue jeans and a tan shirt and a Stetson hat. Clearly the woman at the desk had called ahead because Connolly already knew his name. He said, "How can I help you, Mr. Reacher?" Reacher said, "I came to Wyoming to look up a guy named Seymour Porterfield. but I'm told he got eaten up by a bear a year and a half ago. I was hoping you could tell me what you know about that." Connolly said, "Take a seat, Mr. Reacher." Reacher sat down on an old-fashioned wooden visitor chair, polished to a high shine by 1,000 pairs of pants. Connolly looked at him without speaking, a level gaze, equal parts suspicion and the benefit of the doubt. He said, "What was your connection with Seymour Porterfield?" "None at all," Reacher said. "I'm looking for someone else, and I was told Porterfield might be able to point me in the right direction." "Who told you that?" "A guy in South Dakota." "Who's the someone else you're looking for?" Reacher took the ring out of his new pants pocket and said, "I want to return this to its rightful owner." "A woman," Connolly said. "Name of Serena Rose Sanderson. You know her?" The guy shook his head. "She a friend of yours?" "Never met her. But we look after our own." "You a West Pointer, too?" "A long time ago." "Where'd you find the ring?" "In a pawn shop in Wisconsin. I traced it back to Rapid City, South Dakota. I was told it was brought there from Wyoming by Porterfield." "When?" "After he was dead." "So how can I help you?" "You can't," Reacher said. "But I'm curious. Getting eaten by a bear seems a little extreme." "Could have been a mountain lion." "How likely is that?" "Not very," Connolly said. "Either thing would be rare." "So what do you think happened?" "A practical man would say the guy was gut shot or knifed in the stomach and then dumped in the woods. It was the end of winter. Bears or mountain lions might have been hungry enough to scavenge the corpse. Birds would have for sure. Also raccoons and whatnot. But there was zero evidence either way. We confirmed all the parts were Porterfield, but he was real torn up. We didn't find a bullet, didn't find a knife. There were marks on the bones, but they were all animal teeth. I had folks at the university take a good long look. All inconclusive. We called it an accident, and maybe it was." Reacher said, "What do you know about the guy himself?" "Very little. This is Wyoming. We leave people alone. No one inquires into other people's business. He lived by himself. He had a fairly new car with a lot of miles on it. So he got around some. He had cash in a shoebox in the back of his closet. That's all we found out." "How much cash?" "Nearly 10 grand. "Not bad." "I agree. I wish I had 10 grand in the back of my closet. But it wasn't enough to get all excited about." "Except you formed the impression he was the type of guy who could get gut shot or knifed in the stomach." "I try to keep an open mind both ways around." "No friends or relatives showing up asking questions?" "Not a peep." "Okay," Reacher said. "Thanks." "You're welcome," Connolly said. "I hope you find who you're looking for." "I plan to," Reacher said. "I plan to," Reacher said. "I plan." Chapter 14. Reacher walked east the best part of a mile to where the university building started. He stopped in at what looked like a general office and asked for the geography department. The kid at the desk looked like a student. He was half asleep, but eventually he understood the question. He said,
"What do you need there?"
"I want to look at a map," Reacher said.
"Use your phone, man."
"I don't have a phone."
"Really?"
"And I want to see detail."
"Use satellite view."
"All I would see is trees. Plus, like I told you, I don't have a phone."
"Really?"
"Where's the geography department?" The kid pointed and said further on down the road, so Reacher went back to walking. 5 minutes later, he was in the right place, in front of another kid at another desk. This one was a girl, and she was wider awake. Reacher told her what he needed, and she went away, and then came back, laboring under the weight of a hard-bound Wyoming topographical atlas about the size of a sidewalk paving slab. Reacher took it from her and hefted it to a table under a window. He opened it up and found the southeast corner of the state, found Laramie and the two-lane south towards Colorado, and the dirt road turn-off at Mule Crossing. Reacher had been at West Point when reading paper maps was still taught as a serious life-saving skill. Terrain was important to an army. Understanding it was the difference between winning and getting wiped out. What he saw west of the old post office was an unimproved road of reasonable width, never quite straight, following the gentle contours of the surrounding land, flanked on both sides by empty plains, which broke up after a mile or so into the faintest first foothills of the Snowy Range Mountains 50 miles further on. There were fence lines here and there, engraved as fine as the detail on a $100 bill. There were thin streams colored blue, and forests colored green, and orange contour lines rising and falling. Left and right along a 20-mile distance were occasional ranch roads, leading to faraway buildings drawn as tiny brown squares. The first such track on the left was almost exactly 2.5 miles from the old post office. It ran south for a spell through patchy conifer woods, and then it curved west, and then snaked east, and then west again, up a shallow rise onto a knoll cradled by a higher U-shaped ridge to the south. On the knoll were shown 2 tiny brown squares. A house and a barn, maybe. Billy's place. The next track on the left was almost 3 miles further west. Same kind of situation. A meandering dirt track, squirming right and left through the early hills and the thickening forest, leading to some kind of an inhabited dwelling. Obviously, Reacher could use that second track and loop back to Billy's place through the trees on the blind side, which would be an advantage. Except that to get there in the first place, he would have to walk the unimproved road all the way from the old post office. He would be visible from Billy's house for the best part of 40 minutes. The knoll was at least 100 feet higher than the road. He would be a speck in the far distance for sure. But the guy had been warned. Maybe he had binoculars, or a scope on his deer rifle. A problem. The girl at the desk said,
"You okay, sir?"
"Doing well," Reacher said. He turned the page. Much more interesting was what lay farther to the south. The next right off the 2-lane after Mule Crossing came 3 miles later. It was a Forest Service track into a nature preserve labeled Roosevelt National something. It was right at the bottom of the map, right on the state line. The third word would be on the first Colorado sheet. Forest, presumably. Teddy Roosevelt, Reacher supposed, not Franklin. The great naturalist, except for when he was shooting things like tigers and elephants. People were complicated. The service track fed a spider web of more service tracks, one of which curved around north and came out on the back slope of the U-shaped ridge right behind Billy's house. The contour line showed the ridge was more than 100 feet higher than the knoll. A person could get within 50 yards completely unobserved, no matter how many binoculars or rifle scopes the guy was using. Map reading. The difference between winning and getting wiped out. Reacher heaved the giant book shut, like closing a heavy door. The girl at the desk told him to leave it right there on the table. Maybe she felt she had done enough bicep curls for one day. He thanked her and stepped out to the sidewalk and headed back west to town, in the right side gutter, with his left thumb out. He got a ride within a minute, with a friendly wild-haired bearded character, maybe an eccentric professor, but the guy was going only as far as the supermarket, So Reacher got out on the corner of 3rd Street and started over, walking south like he had the night before. A ratty old pickup truck stopped before he got to the edge of town, and he climbed in and asked for a spot 3 miles south of the Bottle Rocket billboard. The driver looked a little puzzled, as if wondering what the hell was there. But he didn't ask. He just drove. "This is Wyoming. No one inquires into other people's business." They passed under the highway bridge, and Reacher glanced left across the grassy strip at the lot in front of his hotel. The black SUV was gone. Chapter 15. 40 minutes later, Reacher was alone on the 2-lane shoulder, watching the pickup truck drive away. The mouth of the forest road was overgrown with sagebrush, and it had a heavy chain slung across it, dipping low between 2 weathered posts. He stepped over it and set out hiking. The altitude was more than 8,000 feet above sea level, and the air was thin. The effort made him breathe hard and left him lightheaded. The forest was mostly fir and pine, dappled with sun, blazing here and there with bright yellow groves of aspen. His normal rule of thumb for walking north through a wood was to look for moss on the tree trunks. Less of it would be facing east, south, and west. Regular daylight would see to that. But the mountain air was bone dry, and there was no moss at all. So he navigated by the sun. It was mid-morning, so he kept it 45 degrees behind his right shoulder. He kept his shadow ahead and to the left. He angled west where he could, and felt the ground rise under his feet. An hour or less, he figured, before he got to the backside of the U-shaped ridge. He pictured Billy, watching the wrong horizon. He trudged on, panting. Nakamura walked the corridor to her lieutenant's corner suite and said,
"Reacher called me last night."
Her lieutenant said, "Who?"
"Bigfoot," she said. "The Incredible Hulk."
"And?"
"He asked me to hold off a day before calling the sheriff in Wyoming."
"Why would he?"
"He pointed out there was no specific location mentioned in Scorpio's voicemail, and therefore he felt a warning wouldn't mean much to law enforcement out there. He didn't want to waste anyone's time."
"That's very scrupulous of him."
"I got the impression he wants freedom of action."
"Do you think he should have it?"
"That's not for me to say. Or him either."
"We work for the people of Rapid City and no one else. Certainly not a bunch of cowboys out west."
"Yes, sir."
"Therefore, on that basis, what helps Rapid City most?" Nakamura said nothing. "Well?"
"I checked him out,"
Nakamura said.
"I made some calls. He was an elite MP. He has medals. He's possibly better prepared than the average person."
"Can he help us with Scorpio?" "You could put him in a zoo." She said,
"I really don't see how he could hurt."
"Okay, then," the lieutenant said. "Wait a day." Then he said, "No. Wait 2 days." Reacher found what had to be the lower back slope of the U-shaped ridge after 50 minutes of hiking. The dirt underfoot was thin and gritty. There were pine cones everywhere, some of them the size of softballs. He climbed slowly, with short, choppy steps, kicking his toes into the dirt for grip. He got close to the top and found what might have been a fox trail that led him the rest of the way to the summit. He dropped to his knees and took a look. He was a couple 100 yards east of where he needed to be. He dropped back to the fox trail and went west, 3 minutes at a slow pace, arms out for balance. He took another look. Now, Billy's place was directly below him, 50 yards away. It was a log house, stained dull brown, with a log barn, both structures surrounded by beaten-down brush and dusty red dirt. A rutted driveway ran away through the woods, appearing and reappearing in the gaps between the trees. On the right, the land fell away and flattened into wide, empty plains. The old post office was visible in the far distance, and the fireworks store, and the two-lane road. There was a grazing herd of pronghorns about a mile away. The dirt road was vivid ochre, neatly scraped, nicely cambered. On the left, the land rose into low, jagged peaks, like miniature mountain ranges, like premonitions of what would come for real 100 miles farther west. The air was still and unnaturally clear. The sky was deep blue. There was absolute silence. Billy's house had a green metal roof and small windows with no light inside. Not a trophy cabin, not a weekend place. But not a mess either. No junk in the yard, no rusted washing machines, no cars up on blocks, no pit bull on a chain. Just a workaday house. No people. Reacher eased down the near slope slowly from tree to tree. 40 yards away, 30. A pine cone rolled ahead of him and hit a bump and kicked up in the air. He froze. No reaction. He kept on going, stepping sideways for grip, staying where the trees were thickest. 20 yards away. 10. He could see Billy's back door. Footsteps had beaten a path from it to a similar door in the back of the barn. He stopped 5 yards inside the tree line. Safe enough. All was quiet. He waited. He figured Billy wouldn't have taken Scorpio's voicemail literally. The guy wouldn't be hiding behind an actual tree with a rifle at his shoulder. He was more likely sitting in a chair on his front porch, with his rifle on the boards beside him. He could see 20 miles. He would figure he would get plenty of early warning. Reacher moved east through the trees and lined up with the back of the barn, his first port of call. He took a breath and stepped out. No reaction. He crossed the open space, controlled, not fast, not slow, with tiny slaps and crunches from his feet on the grit and the gravel. No reaction. He pressed up against the back of the barn. There were no windows. The personnel door was 10 feet to his left. He crabbed sideways and tried the handle. Locked, which was a pity. Barns were usually good for useful stuff. Hammers, hatchets, wrenches, knives. He crabbed back to where he started and onward to the corner. The house was 20 feet away, still quiet. The side facing him was made of heavy logs, and it had 2 small windows on the first floor and 2 on the second. All 4 were backed by half-closed, sun-faded drapes. He took another breath and crossed the open space. He pressed his back hard against the logs. The first-floor windowsills were about level with his shoulder. He inched closer and risked a one-eyed look inside. He saw a powder room with a closed door. He moved on, checked the second window, saw a small alcove at the foot of a staircase. Beyond it was the front half of a living room. 2 more windows, a front door, a stone fireplace, well-worn armchairs. Log walls stained dark. No people. The front door would lead to a front porch, which would be around the next exterior corner. He moved on, slow and cautious. He stopped a foot short of the corner and listened hard. Heard nothing except silence, and the tiniest eddy of breeze through the trees, and the caw of a rook far in the distance. No breathing, no movement, no creak of wood. Nothing at all. One more half-step. He peered around the corner, saw a covered porch with a railing and 2 heavy wooden chairs and a swing seat hanging motionless on 4 thick chains. No people. No rifle resting on the boards. No Billy. Reacher shuffled sideways to the rear corner of the house. He paused a beat and slid around and moved along the back wall. He checked the first window he came to. A kitchen. Still and quiet and no one in it. Next to the kitchen window was a kitchen door. Solid wood, no glass. He passed it by and checked a second window. A small back parlor. A desk. A chair. Still and quiet and no one in it. Silence. He crept back to the kitchen door. Now logic said Billy was upstairs. He had been warned. His view would be marginally better from a second-floor window. He would see a mile or more of the 2-lane beyond the old post office. He would get 6 or 7 minutes, even if an incoming vehicle was driving fast. Reacher tried the door handle. It turned. The door opened. He pushed it gently, with spread fingers. The kitchen air smelled still and stale. There were dark wood cabinets and a cold stove. Yesterday's dishes were in the sink. There was tile on the floor. The inside door was open to the living room. No people. Last winter's ash was still in the fireplace. A poker and a brush and a long-handled shovel were propped together in a stand on the hearthstones. Slowly, carefully, he eased the poker out of the stand. It was iron, about 1 yard long, and it had a vicious hook at the end, jutting out like a hitchhiker's thumb. Better than nothing. He crept to the foot of the stairs, listened hard. The log construction was massive and solid. No sound. Nothing at all. He started up the stairs. The moment of maximum vulnerability. Nothing to be done if Billy showed up shooting in the upstairs hallway, short of swinging the poker at the bullet like a slugger going after a high fastball. Unlikely to work. But nothing ventured, nothing gained. The stairs were sawn half logs about 10 inches thick. No danger of creaking. He held his breath. He made it to the top. Directly ahead of him was a half-open door to a bathroom directly above the kitchen. No one in it. Ahead and to his right was a half-open door to a back bedroom above the back parlor. No one in it. He turned in the hallway and faced 2 front bedrooms. One had a wide-open door. No one in it. One had a closed door. Reacher held the poker across his body at port arms. You and me, Billy, he thought. There was a rag rug in the upstairs corridor. He stepped onto it and walked slowly, carefully, silently. He stopped 4 feet short of the door. He was a big believer in shock and awe and surprise and overwhelming force. What used to be called common sense before the Pentagon pointy heads started dreaming up fancy names for simple concepts. He set his feet and rocked back and forth like a high jumper going for a record, and then he smashed through the door with the sole of his boot and exploded into the room with the poker scything through the air in front of him. The room was empty. No Billy. Just an unmade bed and the sour smell of sleep and a 3-pane window with a perfect view to the horizon. Nothing out there except the herd of pronghorns, grazing unconcerned a mile away. Reacher had searched a lot of houses, and he found the barn keys in the first place he looked, on a nail in the wall near the kitchen door. The barn was a big 1-story space that smelled of dust and wood stain and cold motor oil. There were bald tires and all kinds of mechanical junk and a detached snowplow blade stacked on the floor. No actual vehicles. Nothing else of interest. He went back to the house and stood on the front porch and checked the view. He traced the route along the driveway, along the dirt road, bit by bit, his eyes moving like a finger on a map, all the way out past the old post office and the fireworks store. Nothing coming. No dust on the dirt road. He started downstairs and searched the house methodically, running a clock in his head, returning to the porch every 60 seconds to check the horizon. There was nothing of significance in the kitchen, nothing in the living room. Billy seemed to be a guy with neat but not obsessive habits. The place was reasonably tidy and reasonably clean. The stuff in it was neither obviously expensive nor obviously cheap. It was clear he lived alone. The back parlor was set up as an office, a desk, a chair, a file cabinet. On the desk was a cell phone, a simple thing, old-fashioned but not old. It was plugged into a charger. The battery icon said 100%. The screen said, "New message." 60 seconds. Reacher slipped out to the porch and checked the view. Nothing coming. He went back to the office. He had never owned a cell phone, but he had used one from time to time. He knew how they worked. At the bottom of the screen were the words menu and play, and below them were two slim bar-shaped buttons. He pressed the bar below play. He heard a nervous breath and a throat being cleared. Then he heard Scorpio's voice. It said, "Billy, this is Arthur. We got some weird shit going on. Nothing real serious, just a strange piece of bad luck. Some guy showed up chasing a ring." 60 seconds. Reacher stepped out to the front porch again and checked the view. Still nothing coming. He went back in and up the stairs to the slept-in bedroom. First thing he looked at was the closet, just for fun. Against the back wall behind a rail of hanging pants, he found 4 shoe boxes. They were neatly stacked 2 on 2. The top 2 held shoes, white athletic sneakers on the left, and rubber-soled black leather dress items on the right. The kind of thing a country boy might wear to a wedding or a funeral or a visit with the loan officer at the bank. Both pairs had been worn, but not often. Both pairs were size 8.5. The hanging pants were all 32 waist and 30 leg. Billy was a small guy. 60 seconds. He checked out the window. There was a long dust plume on the dirt road. A hanging ochre cloud, long, spiraling and drifting. A vehicle coming on fast. Still just a tiny dot in the distance, too far away to see what it was. 6 minutes, maybe. He went back in the closet, checked the bottom pair of boxes. One was full of money. 10s and 20s and 50s, used and creased, sour and greasy, done up in inch-thick bricks with rubber bands. Maybe 10 grand in total, maybe more. The other box was full of trinkets, mostly gold. Gold crosses on thin tangled chains, gold earrings, gold bracelets, gold charms, gold chokers, and gold rings. Some were wedding rings. Some were class rings. Reacher stepped back to the window and watched. The dust plume was a mile long, hanging in the motionless air. At the head of it was a tiny dark dot, quivering, bobbing, bouncing. The pronghorn herd rippled, uneasy. The tiny dot looked black. It was hammering and juddering right to left in front of him. It was doing maybe 40 miles an hour, maybe more. Some kind of familiarity with the terrain, or some kind of urgency, or some kind of both. He waited. It slowed. The dust cloud caught up with it. It turned in at the driveway. Billy's ride would be a pickup truck, Reacher figured. Snowplows usually were. Winter tires, chains, a hydraulic mechanism for the blade, extra spotlights mounted high. All detached in the summer, leaving a familiar silhouette. Hood, cab, bed. Which Reacher didn't see. It wasn't a pickup truck. It was big and square and boxy. An SUV. A black SUV, travel-stained and dusty. It flashed in and out of sight through the trees. Then it pulled clear and drove the last 100 yards over the beaten red dirt. It slowed and turned and came to a stop. It was a Toyota Land Cruiser. It had Illinois plates. Chapter 16. Reacher watched from the upstairs window. The black SUV parked a respectful distance from the house. The driver's door opened. A man stepped down. A small guy, neat and compact, in a dark suit and a shirt and a tie. Terry Bramall, from Chicago, retired FBI, the missing persons specialist. Last seen the day before in Rapid City in the breakfast place opposite Arthur Scorpio's laundromat. The guy stood still for a long moment, and then he set out walking towards the house with a purposeful stride. Reacher went down the stairs. He made it to the bottom and heard a knock on the door. He opened up. Bramall was standing on the porch. He had taken a polite step back. His hair was brushed. His suit was the same, but his shirt and his tie were different. He had the kind of look on his face that Reacher recognized, the kind of look he had used himself many times. Open, inquisitive, inoffensive, faintly apologetic for the interruption, but no nonsense all the same. An experienced investigator's look. Which changed for a split second, first to surprise, then to puzzlement, and then finally it came back the same as before. "Mr. Bramall," Reacher said. "Mr. Reacher," Bramall said, "I saw you yesterday in the coffee shop in Rapid City, and the night before in the convenience store. You called me and left a message." "Correct." "I assume your first name isn't Billy?" "You assume right." "Then may I ask what you're doing here?" "I could ask you the same question." "May I come in?" "Not my house. Not for me to say." "Yet you seem to be making yourself at home." Reacher looked beyond Bramall's shoulder at the view. The dust cloud over the dirt road had settled. The pronghorn herd had gone back to placid grazing. Nothing was moving. No one was coming. He said, "What do you want from Billy?" "Information," Bramall said. "He's not here. Probably been gone about 24 hours, or more. Scorpio left him a voicemail around this time yesterday, and it was still showing on his phone as a new message. It hadn't been picked up yet." "He went out without his phone?" "It was charging. Maybe it's not his main phone. It looks like a burner. Maybe it's for special purposes only." "Did you listen to the message?" "Yes." "What did it say?" "Scorpio asked Billy to shoot me with a deer rifle from behind a tree." "To shoot you?" "He included a description." "That's not very nice." "I agree." Bramall said, "We should talk." "On the porch," Reacher said, "in case Billy comes back." 4 eyes were better than 2. They sat side by side in Billy's wooden chairs, with Bramall gazing west of dead ahead and Reacher gazing east. They talked into the void in front of them, not looking at each other, which made the conversation easier in some respects and harder in others. Bramall said, "Tell me what you know." Reacher said, "You're retired." "That's what you know? Hardly relevant, or even true. I'm pursuing a second career." "I mean you're retired FBI, which means you don't get to use FBI bullshit anymore. As in, you don't get to ask all the questions and then walk away. You get to give as well as take." "How do you know I was FBI?" "A police detective in Rapid City told me, name of Nakamura." "She must have done some research." "That's what detectives do." "What do you want to know?" "Who are you looking for?" I'm afraid I'm bound by a certain degree of confidentiality. Reacher said nothing. Bramall said, I don't even know who you are. Jack Reacher, no middle name, retired military police. Some of your guys came to us for training. And some of yours came to us. So we're on an equal footing. Give and take, Mr. Bramall. Rank? Does it matter? You know it does. Terminal at Major. Unit? Mostly the 110th MP. Which was? Like the FBI, but with better haircuts. Is the military connection why you're here? Should it be? I'm serious, Bramall said. Clients like discretion. Most of the time I make my living by keeping things quiet. For all I know, you work for a website now. I don't, whatever that means. Who do you work for? I don't work. Then why are you here? Tell me about your client, Mr. Bramall. Broad strokes, if you like. No names at this point. No identifying details. You can call me Terry. And you can call me Reacher. And you can quit stalling. My client is someone in the Chicago area, worried about a family member. Worried why? No contact for a year and a half. What took you to Rapid City? Landline calls and old phone records. What brought you here? The same. Was the family with a missing member originally a Wyoming family? Bramall said nothing. There are hundreds of families in Wyoming, Reacher said. Maybe even thousands. You won't be giving anything away. Yes, Bramall said. Originally it was a Wyoming family. From the other side of the Snowy Range. About 60 miles from here. Maybe 70. That's about 2 blocks away by Wyoming standards. Reacher said, had the family member in question spent time overseas? Give and take, Mr. Reacher. You're retired, too. Reacher checked his part of the horizon, from the dirt road out past Mule Crossing's forlorn buildings to the 2-lane. No movement. Nothing coming. He checked Bramall's part, too, tracing the dirt road west until it disappeared in the hills. No dust, no movement, nothing coming. He took the ring out of his pocket. He balanced it on his palm. He held out his hand. Bramall took the ring from him. He looked at it. He took out a pair of tortoiseshell reading glasses from an inside pocket. He read the engraving on the inner face. SRS 2005. He said, Now we really need to talk. Reacher told him the story. The bus out of Milwaukee, and the comfort stop, and the pawn shop, and Jimmy Rat in the biker bar, and Arthur Scorpio in the Rapid City laundromat, and the tale about how a guy named Porterfield brought him the ring, which had proved to be a lie, because of the big sensation with either the bear or the mountain lion or both. Bramall said, That was a year and a half ago? Reacher nodded. The start of spring last year. Which was when my client got worried. If you say so. And you're here in his house because you think Billy replaced Porterfield in the ring transportation business? I think it's likely. Why? I'll show you, Reacher said. He checked the view again, both ways, and saw no one coming. He led Bramall into the house and up the stairs into Billy's bedroom, to the closet. He showed him the shoe boxes, one crammed with cash, the other rattling and tinkling with cheap gold jewelry. Drug dealers, Bramall said, don't you think? Small time. Home-cooked meth or cheap heroin up from Mexico. $20 sees you right, and if you can't pay, you trade your rings and your necklaces. Or you steal someone else's. I thought it was all pain pills now, Reacher said. That boom is over, Bramall said. Now it's back to how it used to be. Scorpio was the wholesaler, employing first Porterfield and now Billy as his local retailer. using the first guy as a decoy and secretly telling the second guy to get rid of you. He doesn't like scrutiny. Possible, Reacher said. You got another coherent explanation? Who's your client? A woman in Lake Forest named Tiffany Jane Mackenzie, Serena Rose Sanderson's twin sister, married, hence the different name. They were close as children, but pretty soon went their separate ways. Mackenzie's living the dream, big house, rich husband. She didn't altogether approve of her sister's career choice, but blood is thicker than water. There was occasional contact. Until the start of spring last year. How thorough was the investigation about the bear and the mountain lion? Very, Reacher said. By rural standards, anyway. The sheriff looked solid. There was only one body, and it was all Porterfield. They knew from his dental records and the keys in his pocket. So you think Sanderson is still alive? Probably. The ring showed up in Rapid City about 6 weeks ago, and in Wisconsin about 2 weeks later. I'm guessing they moved stuff along pretty quickly. The sheriff said Porterfield's car had a lot of miles. He was probably running back and forth pretty regularly. I imagine Billy is, too. What we've got here in the shoebox is probably just a few weeks' worth. The sheriff said Porterfield had cash in his closet, too. A similar amount. Small time, maybe, but it seems to add up. So where's Billy now? Reacher stepped to the window and checked the view. No one coming, either east or west. He said, I have no idea where Billy is. There are dishes in the sink. Feels like he stepped out for a minute. Show me the phone. Reacher led Bremall down the stairs to the small parlor and back, to the phone on the desk. Bremall stabbed at buttons and played the message again. He's like the Incredible Hulk. Don't even let him see you. But get on it, okay? He's got to go because he's a random loose end. Bremall said, You took a risk coming here. Getting up in the morning is a risk. Anything could happen. Did you know Sanderson? No, Reacher said. I was already out 8 years before 2005. Then what's your interest? You wouldn't understand. Why not? I'm not sure I understand. Try me. I felt sad when I saw the ring. Simple as that. It wasn't right. You a West Pointer too? Long time ago. Where's your ring? I didn't buy one. Bremall pressed more buttons, checked the call log, looked for old voicemails. Didn't find any. He went to another menu and chose a Keep as New option. The screen went back to announcing one new message, the way it was when Reacher found it. Deniability. Score 1 for the Bureau. Bremall said, Leaving dishes in his sink doesn't mean much. Maybe he's just a slob. Leaving the phone at home doesn't necessarily mean much either. Probably doesn't work in the hills. No signal. Right here, he's got a direct line of sight to the tower in Laramie. Maybe he never carries a phone with him. Reacher said, Scorpio seems to have expected some kind of an instant response. Do you believe the story about the bears and the mountain lions? The sheriff has his doubts. He thinks maybe Porterfield was stabbed or gut shot and dumped in the woods to let nature take its course. Maybe Billy did it. Maybe he took over from Porterfield by force, like an armed coup. Now maybe someone else has done the same thing to Billy. Live by the sword, die by the sword. What goes around comes around. I don't care, Reacher said. I'm here to find Sanderson, that's all. Might not be a happy ending. Not if she traded her ring to a two-bit dope dealer. You might not like what you find. Someone else might have stolen it. You said so yourself. I sure hope so, Bremall said, because sooner or later I'll have to give the sister the news. And then give her my invoice. Sometimes that doesn't go down so well. How big of an invoice? She has a house on the lake. She can afford it. You worth it? Usually. So what's your next move? I think she's close by. This feels like the end of the line. I think Billy is the final interface with the public. We're down to 1 degree of separation. Either she gave the ring to him herself, or a neighbor stole it and gave it to him. Not bad for the FBI, Reacher said. Plus, Billy drives the snowplow. He knows all the local roads. Ideal cover for getting around and supplying his customers. Never held up by the weather, either. But his retail territory must be huge. Like you said, 2 blocks is 70 miles out here. All the way to Sanderson's childhood home, as a matter of fact. I assume you've already looked there. The assumption is Sanderson won't go back. Her sister was sure of it. Why? She didn't explain. So, knowing that, where would you start? I could tell you, but then I'd have to bill you. Bramall said, Did you park your car in the barn? Reacher said, I don't have a car. Then how did you get all the way out here? Hitchhiked and walked. Suppose I let you ride in my truck? That'd be nice. Suppose you shut up about a bill? Deal, Reacher said. So where? What other information did the sister give you? Any names or places? She says Sanderson was always very cagey, maybe embarrassed, maybe upset. She never mentioned locations. She never said what she was doing. They could go 3 months without talking. Is that usual for twins? Twins are siblings, same as anyone else. She got nothing at all. The last time they spoke, she got the impression Sanderson had a friend called Cyrus. She heard her say that name. Cyrus? Well, Cy, at least. As if he was in the room with her, like, shut up, Cy, I'm on the phone, said in a friendly way, like she was comfortable with him. The sister says for a second she sounded happy. Was that rare? Very. When was this? A couple of years ago, she thinks, maybe a bit less. Is that all she got? She said their conversations were usually very stiff. Are you okay? Yes, I'm okay. That kind of thing. Maybe it wasn't Cy for Cyrus, Reacher said. Maybe it was Cy for Seymour, which was Porterfield's first name. Scorpio told me he went by Cy. Let's go find where he lived. That'd be my first move. There might still be something there. Or neighbors we can talk to. Chapter 17. The old guy in the old post office had said Porterfield had lived in a log house up in the hills, maybe 20 miles down the dirt road, on one of the old ranches Reacher had seen on the university's map, behind fence lines as fine as the engraving on a $100 bill. Bramall's Land Cruiser had a navigation screen that showed the dirt road, but not much else. So they watched the trip meter and drove west and counted the miles as they clicked by. The truck was as neat and competent as Bramall himself. It floated over the rough surface and felt like it could run forever. Reacher asked, What was the last time the sisters met face to face? Bramall said, 7 years ago, after Sanderson's 3rd deployment. The visit didn't go so well. I guess they decided not to repeat it. After that, it was all on the phone. Sanderson was wounded at some point. I didn't know that. Mrs. Mackenzie never mentioned it. She might not have known about it. Sanderson might not have told her. Why wouldn't she? It happens a lot. It's a complex dynamic. Maybe she didn't want to upset her family, or appear diminished in any way, or weak, or to appear to be asking for sympathy or help, or to avoid a told-you-so moment. Sounds like her sister didn't like the Army. Wounded how bad? I don't know, Reacher said. All I know is she got a Purple Heart, which can be anything from a scratch to losing a limb, or all of them. Some of those people came home in a hell of a mess. The mileage counter showed 8 miles gone. Bremall was quiet for a long moment. Then he said, "You sure you want to do this? I don't see how the outcome can be good. She's either all messed up or a junkie or both. She might not want to be found. In which case I'll leave her alone. I'm not trying to save the world, I just want to know." 10 miles gone. Either side of the road, the high plains were getting higher. The mountain foothills rippled and folded, and tongues of conifer forest came and went. The sky was huge and high and impossibly blue, like a sapphire on the horizon, shading to deep navy way overhead, like a Kodak photograph, like the edge of outer space. The wind was getting up. The dust plume behind them was pulling south off the road. "PTSD, too," Bremall said. "I guess they all have that." "I guess they do," Reacher said. 14 miles. Aspen groves blazed like flares on the slopes, whole copses of hundreds of separate trees, but all joined together underground by a single root. An aspen wood was all one organism, the largest living thing on Earth. Bremall said, "Did the guy mean 20 miles to the house itself, or 20 miles to the end of the driveway?" "The driveway," Reacher said, "I guess. That's how it worked with Billy's place. Except the guy underestimated. He called it about 20% short. So his 20 miles could be 25. Unless sometimes he overestimates also. Maybe he's an all-around inaccurate guy on a number of levels and a random basis, which could make his 20 miles 16, which would give us a 9-mile window. Then logically, we should take the next track we see. Unlikely to be 2 in a 9-mile distance. This is Wyoming. Therefore, the first track is our track, however sooner or later it comes." "Not bad for the FBI," Reacher said. The track came bang in the middle of the 9-mile stretch, at 20 miles from the post office exactly. Score one for the old guy. It was a right turn off the dirt road under a high ranch gate, which had a name on it, spelled out in letters so weathered Reacher couldn't read them. Then the track ran straight north for close to a mile, before rising and curving west through the trees, out of sight, towards an unseen destination. Bremall stopped the truck. He said, "From my point of view, this kind of thing is perfectly normal. I drive up to hundreds of houses. Sometimes there's yelling, and sometimes there are dogs, but no one has ever discharged a weapon in my direction. We should talk about how you think those odds might change, with you in the car right next to me." "You want me to get out and walk?" Reacher said. "Feel safer that way?" "It's a tactical discussion. Worst case, Billy took over Porterfield's house as well as his business, and he's in there now. He wasn't in his other place after all." "Why would he want 2 places?" "Some people do. Not 20 miles apart. They have a house on the lake." "There were no heirs or relatives. Why wouldn't Billy take it?" "Doesn't matter if he did. Doesn't matter if he's in there now. He never got the phone message. He doesn't know me from Adam. He'll think we're Mormons." "You're not dressed like a Mormon." "So you go knock on the door. Just in case. If he's there, tell him you're a Mormon who is coincidentally also in the snowplow business, and you want to talk to him about insurance against global warming." The truck moved on. The track ran through the wooded slopes 5 more miles, always rough, with deep-baked ruts in places, and worn gravel, and flat rocks the size of tables. The Land Cruiser nodded from side to side and soldiered on. All the way through a final curve, and up a sudden sharp rise, to a stadium-sized plateau full of trees, except for a home site set about a third of the way in. It had a long, low log house with wide porches all around, all in the center of a slightly tended acre, behind an informal fence made up of posts and rails, twisted and grayed by the wind and the weather. Bramall drove in and parked a respectful distance from the house. There were tatters of crime scene tape on the porch rails either side of the entrance, as if at one time the house was roped off. "This wasn't the crime scene," Bramall said. "The guy died in the woods." "He was found in the woods," Reacher said. "Maybe the sheriff thought that was a whole different thing entirely. We know he searched here. He found a car with a lot of miles and 10 grand in the closet." "Where's Billy right now?" "Why worry about him?" "I'm not, but you should. Scorpio was ordering a homicide." "Billy's not here. What are the odds? Plus, he didn't get the message. He doesn't know Scorpio gave me Porterfield's name. So why would he come here to Porterfield's house? What were the odds we would ever find it anyway? Who knew the old post office guy was so good at guessing distances? Billy is somewhere else and this place is empty." "Okay," Bramall said. He got out of the car and went to knock on the door. A purposeful stride. Reacher saw him knock, and he heard the sound, loud and clear, a fraction delayed by the distance, like a mismatched movie soundtrack. He saw Bramall step back politely. No one came to the door. No movement anywhere. Bramall knocked again. The same no reaction. He walked back and got in the truck and said, "This place is empty." Reacher said, "How do you feel about going in?" "It's all closed up." "We could break a window." "Legally, we have to ask ourselves if the county owns it now, which it might, officially, because of the unpaid taxes. Breaking into county property is a big step. You can't fight City Hall." "Maybe you smelled a suspicious smell, or thought you heard something, like a despairing cry, the kind of thing that would justify a warrantless search." "Did you?" "No," Bramall said. "You're retired," Reacher said. "You don't have to stick to FBI bullshit anymore." "What would be the Army approach? Set the place on fire?" "No, that would be the Marine Corps approach. The Army would conduct a careful survey of the exterior, and by great good fortune would discover a pane of glass previously broken by persons unknown at a previous time, maybe long ago, or even just recently, which, if true, would reasonably suggest an ongoing emergency inside, which in turn would justify a good look around. I don't think the Supreme Court could argue with that." "Previously broken either recently or a long time ago?" "Obviously any sounds you hear in real time will be me, accidentally stepping on previously broken glass left lying on the porch ever since the unknown previous incident. That can sound very like a freshly breaking window. It's a common illusion." "That's a standard FBI trick, too. We weren't all bullshit." "Some of you came to us for training." "And some of you came to us." "I'm going to conduct a careful survey," Reacher said. He got out of the car. Chapter 18. It was a big house, but an easy survey, because the porch ran all the way around the structure, flat and level and true, and it served up all the first-floor doors and windows at a convenient height for inspection. Reacher started at the front, with the door Bramall had knocked on, which was a solid wooden affair, locked tight, and way too much effort to break down. So he moved on to a hallway window, which would have taken no effort at all to get through, except it was on the front of the house, and even in the uninhabited middle of nowhere some ancient part of his brain sounded a warning. The front was never good. not during, and not even afterwards. Why leave after-action evidence in plain view? Not that there would be much. A discreet punched-out hole in the glass about the size of a big man's elbow, and a slit insect screen rippling in the breeze. That'd be all. Not much. But maybe enough to catch a passerby's eye. Always safer if that kind of thing happened later, not sooner. For all kinds of reasons. The back was better. Reacher walked down the side of the house, past 5 more windows, all the same as the front, which made it likely the windows in back would be all the same too. Some kind of a unifying design theme, or some kind of a big discount for a bulk purchase. But either way was good news. Windows like that were easy. He turned the corner, and the first window he came to was broken. It had a hole punched through it, about the size of a big man's elbow. The insect screen was slit. The broken glass was dirty, and the screen was mildewed. A year, maybe more. At least 4 seasons of wind and weather. Inside was a kitchen. Countertops that should have been shiny were dull with dust. Beyond the kitchen was a dining area, all gloom and shadows. He walked the long way around the porches and back to the car. Bramall had gotten out again. He was standing in a no-man's-land patch of dirt about 30 feet from the house. Reacher said, "I found a busted window." "Nicely done," Bramall said. "I didn't hear a thing." "For real. An actual busted window. Previously broken by persons unknown. A year or more ago by the look of it. Exactly how we would have done it." "Show me," Bramall said. Reacher led him along the front porch and the side porch and around the corner to the back. Bramall took a good long look. He seemed impressed by the mildew. He said, "A year at least. Let's say a year and a half." "Why not? Let's say this happened right after Porterfield died. Was it the sheriff? You told me he searched the place." "The sheriff had the keys," Reacher said. "He found them in Porterfield's pocket. That's how they identified him, along with his teeth. So the sheriff didn't need to break in. This was someone else who didn't have the keys." "Squatters, maybe." "They wouldn't bust the kitchen window. The kitchen is a room they would want to use. They would have bust a window somewhere else." "Ordinary burglars, then." "Possible. We'll know by how much mess they made." "We're still going inside?" "We were before," Reacher said. "I don't see why we shouldn't now. This is practically an open invitation. We have a duty as citizens." "To call the sheriff, technically." "It's a gray area. The owner is dead, there are no heirs. It's a different situation. People read whole books about this kind of thing in law school. I'm sure the sheriff doesn't want to get in a big, long discussion. Plus, this could be where she called her sister. Right here. When she said, 'Shut up, Si, I'm on the phone.' Had to be his place or hers. Either way, she spent time here. So you know we're going in." "I know I am," Bramall said, "but you're under no obligation." "You looking out for me now?" "I feel I ought to point out the legal downside." "I get it. You want me to go first, so you can say to yourself the worst thing you ever did was get all swept up. You want me to be the bad guy because you have scruples." "Not as such. What I have is a license from the state of Illinois, which I would like to keep. Doesn't matter who goes first. What matters is it would count against me if I didn't explicitly caution a junior partner against potential legal jeopardy." "Are we partners?" "Effectively." "Junior and senior?" "By age and experience." "Do you have to explicitly caution me every step of the way?" "Technically, yes." "Let's not do that part, okay? Let's take it as read. More fun that way. Okay, Bramall said. You want fun? You go first. Bramall's contribution was to stick his arm in through the hole in the glass and wind the window open with the inside handle. Reacher's jacket was new, and his shirt was new. He didn't want to smear either one of them with mildew, which he would if he pushed through the slit in the screen, like the original intruder or intruders must have, a year or more ago, back when the screen was clean. So he tore it out of its frame, all the way around, and folded it in a ragged square and dropped it on the porch. Best way into a kitchen was face down and feet first, because of the countertop. You stood a chance of ending the maneuver standing on your feet, not your hands. But it was hard to set up. It required a contortion. Worse if there was a sink under the window with a tap, which could get to the wrong place at the wrong time. But Porterfield's sink was on a different wall, which helped. A little. Reacher felt his legs swim free, and he jackknifed at the waist, and planted his feet, and pushed himself upright. Inside, looking out. The kitchen was a little weather-beaten because of the hole in the glass, but it had started out expensive. That was clear. The wood was thick, and the granite was thicker. There were appliances made out of stainless steel. They all had clock screens, dark and blank. There was absolute silence. No subliminal hum, no rustle in the pipes. No power, no water. No one paying the bills. All closed up. He moved on through the gloom, out of the kitchen, into the dining area. From where he saw the living room, all open plan, with a complicated cathedral ceiling and a full-height rock fireplace made out of stones the size of tractor tires. A trophy cabin. Authentic designs didn't have fireplaces built with forklift trucks and hydraulic cranes. They used smaller rocks. And why make a weird ceiling where a flat one would fit? But it was a lived-in trophy cabin. Reacher didn't hate it. The log walls were stained a light honey shade. The furniture looked comfortable but unobtrusive. There were weird collections on shelves. Animal skulls, interesting stones, interesting pine cones. Almost a family feel. A rich family feel. He walked back to the kitchen, to the broken window. Bramall was looking in at him. Reacher said, "Nothing to worry about. It's like a time capsule, which rules out a burglary, because nothing is out of place. The dust is a uniform thickness everywhere. There's no mess at all. Which I guess rules out squatters, too." "I'm coming in," Bramall said. He was stiffer in the joints than Reacher, but those joints started out much closer together because he was smaller, so overall his maneuver was easier. He pushed himself upright and looked around the same way Reacher had. Kitchen, dining area, living room. Undisturbed. Bramall said, "Not what I expected." "In what way?" Reacher said. "If I had a cabin, it might look like this." "Dope dealers don't have taste." "Not usually." Reacher checked the hallway. He said, "There are bedrooms at both ends." Bramall said, "If it wasn't burglars or squatters, who broke the window?" "Not the sheriff," Reacher said, "but like the sheriff. A pro with a reason to search." "But where's the mess? Pro searchers tear a place apart." "Maybe they found what they wanted the first place they looked. Maybe that's what it means to be a pro. Or maybe they knew where it was all along. Maybe they came to get something back." "Get what back?" "I don't care," Reacher said. "All I want to do is find Sanderson." "You think she was here, back when she was dating a dope dealer worth getting gut shot or stabbed in the stomach?" "You're her older brother now?" "I doubt the relationship would have happened, and she would have done better for herself." she said, "Shut up, Si, I'm on the phone." Even the uptight twin called it friendly and comfortable and happy. Best case, they were real good friends. Even worse, Bramall said, "You choose your friends." Either way, they spent time together, here and her place, wherever that is. A year and a half ago. Better than nothing. If your Si is the right Si. 50-50 right or wrong, not bad odds. Bramall took out his phone. 2 bars, he said. She could have called from here. What did the cell records say? You need 3 masts to triangulate. There's only one here, omnidirectional. She was calling from somewhere inside a giant circular area about the size of New Jersey. That's all we know. Could have been here. No reason why not. Bramall moved to the center of the living room. He said, "It was a year and a half ago, and this place has been searched twice since then. And if you're right about someone getting something back, then the most important thing we could have found is already gone. So this is about looking for what 2 other parties missed, which is slow work. How long have we got?" "Out here, about 100 years, I would think," Reacher said. "Pull your car around the back, and we could move in and live here forever. No one would ever know." "Okay, we'll search together. No lookout. 2 heads are better than 1. They found the first missed item in less than a minute. Chapter 19. It was in a mudroom near the back door, in a closet where snow clothes were kept. A pair of snow pants had slipped off a hanger, some kind of stiff nylon. They had hit the floor like spears, and then half crumpled and half stayed rigid, like wobbly legs, like a cartoon picture of a guy who just received a nasty shock. They had toppled backward and had ended up half propped in the corner. Reacher moved them purely out of habit, and behind them he found a pair of women's snow boots, a technical product with hooks and loops, a woman's size 6, which was small. He said, "Boots in the closet is a thing, right? She spent quality time here." "If it was her, could have been anybody." "I agree. But it's evidence a guy 2 separate people described as a loner living alone actually had a companion in his house. Which should have tilted the investigation a little when such a guy shows up dead. Maybe we can forgive the sheriff. He had a preconceived notion. And I bet everyone in Wyoming has a closet like that. Hard to see what you always see. But whoever came along afterwards should have seen it. They should have had fresh eyes. Makes me wonder who they were, and what they were doing. Maybe they didn't really look at anything. Maybe it really was a fast in and out to get something back. Has to be. Nothing else has been touched." Bramall said, "We should check the other closets." They did, but there was nothing in them, except Porterfield's own stuff. Apparently, he had been a guy who liked blue jeans, and saw no problem at all with laundering things until they went threadbare. No women's clothing. No dresses, no blouses, no pants. Bramall said, "Why would she leave only her boots behind?" "She left at the start of spring. She hadn't used them for a month. She forgot them. Or maybe they were uncomfortable. Maybe she left them on purpose. Maybe she was fixing to buy new. But she was here. Or someone was. Porterfield didn't live alone. Not all the time." "That's a lot to read into a pair of boots." "I bet we find more." They did. But not much more. After 2 hours, they had a very modest haul. More persuasive than conclusive. They saved time by ignoring what was on open view. Instead, they looked inside things and under things and behind things. They found a woman's comb between the sofa cushions. It was made of pink plastic. All the teeth were widely spaced, not half and half like a regular comb. In the master bathroom, they found 2 sinks, each with a soap dish, one with a dried-out cake of scented soap, and one with a dried-out cake of plain. Also in the bathroom, they found 2 sets of towels laid out. In the laundry room behind the dryer, they found a pair of women's athletic socks, some kind of miracle fiber, small in size, pink in color, stuck all over with dust bunnies. That was it. Not enough for a courtroom, but suggestive. Reacher said, "She was here. Or someone was, at least some of the time. Maybe just a casual on-again, off-again type of thing, but she was here long enough to get somewhat ingrained. When she left, she did it in style. She made a clean break, some kind of statement. She scoured the place and packed up everything of hers she could see, leaving behind only the few things she couldn't, like her lost comb. She couldn't take her soap anyway. At the time it was all wet and slimy. Couldn't just toss it in a bag with her clothes. She didn't count the towels. Who would? She forgot her snow boots. But it's the socks I like best." "Why?" "They prove she still has 2 legs. The Purple Heart might not be as bad as it could be." "If it's her." "Suppose it was. Porterfield must have gone to her place from time to time. Where would that be? How far from here? Suppose you were a guy like Porterfield. How far would you drive to get laid?" "Depends." "On what?" "A number of things. Look on the bright side. Maybe not Miss America exactly, but assume she's a nice-looking person. This is Wyoming. They drive epic distances for a loaf of bread. For a girlfriend, 2 hours maybe, 100 miles. "Which doesn't help us," Reacher said. "That's too big of an area to contemplate." Bremall nodded. "I was going to say our next move should be to go talk to Porterfield's neighbors, but I don't know exactly what that means out here. Everyone lives 20 miles from everyone else. I bet they never see each other." "But I guess they depend on each other. Suppose they get a sudden emergency. Who are they going to call? The police department or the fire department 2 hours away? Or their nearest neighbor, who could be there in 15 minutes? Maybe that's the country way. Maybe country neighbors are closer than you suspect. Maybe they're always into each other's business and have plenty to tell us." "You're very cheerful." Reacher didn't answer. He was alone in the kitchen, perhaps subconsciously needing to keep his exit in view. The open window with the broken glass and the torn-out screen. A cool breeze came in, and, borne on it, sounds. Most of them were inoffensive. Wind in the trees, the beat of a heavy bird's wing, a bee flying by and pausing and flying on. One sound was different. Very brief and very distant, barely audible, a fragment only. A tiny scratch, or a tiny crunch, or a tiny squelch. A small part of a familiar local sound. A Wyoming sound. Like all sounds, made from a mix of different components. Like DNA. Grit was involved. And rock. And rubber. "We need to get out," he said. "There's a car on the driveway." Bremall went first, less likely to get stuck. Reacher followed him successfully, and Bremall put his arm back in and wound the handle to close the window. Then they hustled to the front. Nothing yet. "We should get in the car," Bremall said, "just in case." Reacher said, "If in doubt, run them over." They climbed in the Toyota, and Bremall started the motor. A truck came up over the final rise and started across the plateau. It was a Ford pickup truck, loaded with a police department version of a camper shell. Its paint was clean and shiny, all white, except for the doors, which had gold stars about 2 feet wide and 2 feet high, with the county's name in a curve above and sheriff's department in a curve below. A little like a West Point ring. Sheriff Connolly. Connolly parked close by the Toyota at a casual angle, partly looked nonchalant and unworried, and therefore unthreatening, but mostly Reacher thought to subtly block off the Toyota's forward path. The guy had judged it well. Not obvious, but the Toyota would have to back up and loop around. Connolly buzzed his window down. He was wearing his hat in the car. Plenty of room. It was a tall truck. Reacher buzzed his window down. He was closest. Connolly said, "You told me you had no connections to Porterfield." Reacher said, "I don't." "Yet here you are at his house." "The woman I'm looking for was here, at least for a few months. I'm trying to figure out where she went next." "Porterfield lived alone." "Not always." Connolly said, "Have you been inside the house?" "Yes," Reacher said. "How?" "There was a previous break-in here, a year or more ago. We went in the same hole." "What break-in?" "You searched this place when he died. You found what you found, and you locked up and drove away. Then someone else came by and went in the window." "Show me," Connolly said. They got out of their cars and trooped back to the far corner of the house. Connolly took a good long look. He unfolded the torn-out insect screen and held it in place, as if recreating the original scene. He rubbed the mildew between finger and thumb and sniffed it. He said, "Could be a year and a half." Then he said, "How are things inside?" Reacher said, "No mess, no damage, nothing pulled out or overturned. This wasn't a burglary or squatters." Connolly said, "Why do you think there was a woman living up here?" They moved to the porch rail, facing the rear view, all lined up, looking straight ahead at trees and mountains. Bremel talked through the boots and the comb and the soap and the towels and the small pink socks. Connolly said, "The boots don't mean much, or the comb or the socks. They could be historic. 20 years ago there could have been nieces and cousins here every summer and winter. That kind of stuff stays lost a long time." "But," Reacher said, "I'm prepared to admit when I make a mistake. I like the soap and the towels. 2 sinks in use always means a couple. And if one soap is smelly, it's a man and a woman. And soap and towels is real-time evidence. That's exactly how the room looked the morning Porterfield died. I guess I missed it. But no one came forward at the time. No one ever has. All the evidence said Porterfield was a loner, and no one else had barely even met him. So where was the woman then, and where is she now?" "That's what we're trying to figure out." "If it's the same woman." "Nothing says it isn't." Connolly said, "The ring you showed me was pretty small." "Yes, it was," Reacher said. "Are you judging this thing by the size of the socks? Because maybe they shrunk." "The boots didn't. They're small, too." "Where'd she serve?" "Iraq and Afghanistan. 5 times. Tough character." "Like you wouldn't believe." "If it's the same woman." "It might be." "Would such a woman come home and use smelly soap and wear pink socks?" "I'm sure she would do exactly that. Stuff like that is the whole point of coming home." Connolly turned around and looked back at the house, at the broken window. Reacher said, "I know." "You know what?" "We can't figure out who would have done that either. It's good, clean, professional work, a neat break-in, and nothing disturbed inside. Feels like training and experience were involved. Feels like government work. Except that's ridiculous. Connolly said,
Mostly because what would the government want with Porterfield? Whatever he was small time. And a government agency would have called me first, as a courtesy, at least. And for practical assistance, too, which I could have given him in this case. I had the keys.
Then regular petty criminals are getting neater these days.
That hasn't been my experience.
Then who was it?
Fancy criminals, maybe. The kind who can afford the best.
What would they want with small-time Porterfield? Connolly didn't answer. Bramall said,
We apologize for trespassing. We intended no disrespect to the laws of the county.
Connolly said,
I can't help you with the woman. There's no evidence of a crime. I can't take soap and towels to a county board budget hearing. I'm sorry. I have no manpower.
Who would help us? Bramall said. Neighbors?
They might. I'm their sheriff, but I don't know any of them. In fact, this is only the second time I've ever been out here. It's a quiet corner. The squeaky wheels get all my attention.
We should get going, Bramall said. Sheriff, thank you for your time. At that moment, 300 miles away in Rapid City, South Dakota, Gloria Nakamura was sitting in her blue car on the cross street, artfully positioned, this time watching Scorpio's back door, not his front. She had been there close to 2 hours, and she had seen nothing of interest. Until a Harley with a Montana plate pulled into the alley. The sound beat back off the walls, then it shut down. The rider got off, and the back door opened, and the rider went in. Nakamura made a note. 4 minutes on her watch later, the rider came out again. He got on his bike and started the noise again and rode away. Nakamura made a note. Then she drove back to the station. Bramall and Reacher drove the ranch track back to the dirt road and turned west, which was where they thought they would find the bulk of the local neighborhood population, such as it was. Bramall watched the left-hand shoulder, and Reacher watched the right. They agreed they would take the first track they saw, whichever side of the road it was on, because by definition, whatever dwelling lay at the end of it was Cy Porterfield's nearest next-door neighbor. The first track came 11 miles later, on the left. They nearly missed it. It was a plain and inconspicuous entry, after which it twisted and rose through the trees, steep and tight in places, but better maintained than Porterfield's. The Land Cruiser rolled on implacably more than 3 miles, and then all of a sudden the trees opened up and gave out on a flat acre with a long view east. There was a one-story house up on a stone foundation. It was made of brown boards, in places twisted and silvery. It had a front porch with ancient millwork holding up the rail. On the porch was an old church pew, pressed into service as a place to sit and take the air in the morning sun. Bramall parked a respectful distance from the house. He checked his phone.
2 bars, he said. Coverage is actually pretty good here. She could have called from anywhere.
They made to get out of the car, but before they could, the house door opened and a woman stepped out. She must have heard their tires. She looked lean and strong and tanned by wind and sun. She was wearing a faded red dress over bare legs and cowboy boots. She was maybe 40, but it was hard to tell. Reacher would not have ventured an opinion. If forced, he would have said 30, just to be safe, and wouldn't have been surprised if the truth was 50. She stood there, hands on hips, just watching. Not hostile. Not yet. Bramall said, "She thinks we're Mormons." Reacher got out. He raised his hand. A universal gesture. Unarmed. Friendly. She moved her head, part responsive, part inquiring. Bremall got out. He and Reacher walked together and stopped a polite distance short of the porch. Reacher said, "Ma'am, we're looking for a missing woman, who we think once stayed a spell with your neighbor Cy Porterfield. We wonder if you could tell us about that."
"You should come in," the woman said. "I have lemonade in a jug."
Chapter 20. Reacher and Bremall followed the woman inside. The walls were made of the same boards as the outside, but stained and polished, not weather-beaten. The kitchen was a low, dark room. The woman poured lemonade into glasses. They sat down at her table.
"Are you private detectives?"
she asked. "I am," Bremall said. She looked at Reacher. He said, "Military investigator," which was true in a historic sense. She said,
"Was it last year Cy died or the year before?"
"Last year," Reacher said, "the start of spring."
"I didn't know him very well. Never really met him, except for once or twice. Seemed to be a solitary type of guy, always coming and going."
"What did he do for a living?"
"None of us knew."
"Us? Did you talk about him with other people?"
"Well, that's what neighbors do. You don't like it, mister, go live on the moon."
"What was the consensus opinion?"
"We all thought he was a solitary guy, always coming and going."
"No one saw any sign of a woman living there?"
"Never,"
she said, which sounded definitive. Reacher said, "You ever heard the name Serena?"
"In my life?"
"Around here?"
"No."
she said. "Or Rose?
"No."
Or Sanderson?"
"No."
Reacher said, "We found stuff in Porterfield's house."
"What kind?"
"Random items of women's apparel and toiletries. Not much. Like very faint clues." The woman said nothing. Then she said,
"How faint?"
"We know the bathroom was used by 2 people," Reacher said. The woman said,
"Huh.
"What does that mean?"
It means I guess one time I wondered something. In the end, I figured I made a mistake."
"Wondered what?"
"I was on the dirt road, heading out to the turn at Mule Crossing. He was driving the other way. From the turn, heading home. It's rare to see another car. It kind of perks you up. It makes you get in your own lane and so forth. You don't want to get in a collision. So we passed each other by. We kind of waved, I guess. No big deal, except I was sure he had someone in the passenger seat beside him. I thought it was a girl, just a glimpse. She was hunched down low, turned away from him, kind of pressing herself into the side of the seat. I couldn't see her face."
"How old?"
"Not young, not a kid, but quite small and agile, I guess. She was all twisted around, hiding her face from him."
"Weird."
"And silvery somehow. That's what I remember, a silvery color."
"Also weird."
"I thought so, too. It stayed on my mind. So the next day I went over there. I took him a pie, said I had one extra, but really to check. Back then there were all kinds of stories, human trafficking and custody disputes. Maybe he was into that kind of stuff. Or maybe she really was a genuine girlfriend. Who knew? Maybe they'd been having a fight in the car. I figured they might be over it by then, and he would introduce me."
"What happened?"
"He acted weird. He was pleased about the pie, very polite, but he wouldn't let me in the house. We talked on the porch. He pulled the door almost shut behind him and stood where I couldn't see through the gap. He didn't say much. I tried to introduce the subject. I said I was sorry the pie was too big for one. It was a natural opening. It gave him a chance to tell me he was planning to share it with his girlfriend. But he didn't. He said he could wrap the second slice in aluminum foil and eat it in a couple of days.
What kind of pie was it?
Strawberry,
The woman said.
they had some nice ones at the market. Where I was going when I passed him on the road.
What happened next?
Nothing. That was it. It was kind of awkward just standing there, so I said, okay, I guess I'll get going. And he said thanks again for the pie, and then he practically rushed me off his property.
What was your conclusion?
It was in the way he was standing. He was screening me off from the house. He was hiding something in there. Or someone. Then I got to wondering about when I saw them in the car. Maybe she was hiding her face from me, not him. Maybe he told her to. Like she was his secret.
But you never found out for sure.
I never saw him again. He was dead a month later. No one ever said anything about a widow or a partner or a girlfriend, or a sex slave or a hostage. So in the end, I figured I must have been wrong. Then I guess I forgot all about it. Time passes.
How long had he lived there?
5 years, maybe?
Did any of the neighbors ever take a wild-ass guess about what he did for money?
That would enter the realm of gossip.
I guess it would, technically.
We figured he already had plenty. We figured he was a rich guy from out of state, come to find himself. We get those from time to time. Maybe they're writing a novel.
At that moment, 300 miles away in Rapid City, South Dakota, the clerk behind the deli counter in the convenience store was finishing up making change for a BLT and a diet soda, and then picking up the phone and dialing the police department. He said,
"Excuse me? I think you have a woman detective working for you? An Oriental person, or Japanese American, or Asian, or whatever it's supposed to be now? I need to speak with her."
The call was transferred, and a voice said,
"Property, Nakamura." "This is the guy from the convenience store, on the corner from Arthur Scorpio's laundromat. I got something I figure I need to tell you before you find out for yourself and get mad at me." "What kind of something?" "Arthur Scorpio just came in." "And?" "He bought another phone." "How long ago?" 5 minutes. "Which phone?" "First one off the left peg."
Also at that moment, Arthur Scorpio was dialing Billy in Wyoming again. Again, there was no answer, just voicemail. Scorpio said, "Billy, this is Arthur. I need to hear from you. You're making me worried now. What's with not answering your phone all the time? And you got that guy coming, plus maybe another guy. We just got a message from Montana. They sent a rider down especially. They have a Fed up there asking questions. He just left Billings. We don't know where he's headed next. Eyes open, okay? And call me back. Don't make me worried, Billy." He clicked off and dropped the phone in the trash basket. Bremall's phone dinged. Reacher figured it was a text message. He was getting to where he could tell the difference. The woman in the faded red dress got up and started to gather the empty lemonade glasses. Bremall read his message. Twice. He said, "Ma'am, the lemonade was delicious, but I'm afraid we really have to get going now." Then he just stood up and hustled out the door. Reacher shrugged at the woman, palms up, as if in puzzlement. Another universal gesture. "Yeah, I know, but I better go with my crazy friend." He followed Bremall outside and across the dirt to the car. He said, "What's up?" Bremall said, "Mrs. Mackenzie is dissatisfied with progress so far, and informs me she's going to Wyoming to search certain places near the old family homestead herself. Apparently she's reconsidering her opinion her sister would never go back there." "Doesn't she know you're only 60 miles away?" "No," Bremall said. "I never tell clients where I am." "Why not?" "I like to build up the mystery." "You can take the boy out of the FBI." "We need to get there first." When's she leaving Chicago? She'll charter a plane. She has a card. We should go there now. We should have gone there first. But I was told Sanderson would never return. Now we're saying maybe she did? Terrific. Maybe she's been there all along. It's a 2-hour drive. Nothing for Porterfield to complain about. Sheriff Connolly had said a government agency would call him first, before entering on his territory, at least as a courtesy. Which is exactly what happened. He got back from his impromptu trip out to the old Porterfield place, and 2 minutes later his phone rang with a field agent from the federal DEA. The guy said he was heading south from Montana, and sooner or later was going to be passing through the county. Nothing much in mind, maybe stopping in 1 or 2 places, but overall nothing for anyone to get concerned about. He said he didn't require assistance or any other courtesies, but thank you very much for asking. Then he hung up. There was a big difference between crows flying and cars driving. To get across the snowy range, first they had to go back to the dirt road, and then back to Mule Crossing itself, and past the old post office and the Bottle Rocket store, and all the way back to Laramie, all in order to pick up a different westward route, which started with a left turn about 4 blocks north of the bar with the bullet hole in the mirror. Then the trip started all over again at 0. Still 70 miles to go. Reacher told Bramall to look on the bright side. More hours on the invoice. Bramall told a joke about a lawyer who died and got to the pearly gates. Not fair, he said. I'm only 45. St. Pete said, no, we got a new system. Now we do it by billable hours. According to our records, you're 153. They passed a sign that said the road would close pretty soon for the winter. And then it started to rise, into the mountains, up over 10,000 feet, into thin and glittering air. The Toyota slowed a little, but it kept on going, winding through rocky gaps and around sparse copses of wind-stunted trees, across what already felt like the roof of the world. Then the road held level through a wide half-mile curve and started to fall again, through the same type of gaps and around the same type of trees, and the Toyota started rolling faster and faster under its own weight, with no gas at all. 30 miles later, the navigation screen showed a thin tracery of ranch roads, 2 on the north side and 2 on the south. Beyond them was blank. Is that it? Reacher asked. I think so, Bramall said. Apparently one of the ranches is bigger than the other 3. That's the old homestead. The others came later. Did the sisters inherit? No, the place was sold when they were in college. The parents moved out, new owners moved in, and so on. The same with the other 3 places, I'm sure. You think she's squatting in one of them? I doubt a person who has to pawn her ring is paying rent. Why would they be empty? Rural real estate often is. Places shrivel and die, especially when the neighborhood royalty moves out. Is that your description or Mrs. Mackenzie's? A little of both. Their father was a judge, which back then, in a place like this, made him the most important man in the county. Everything came through the courts eventually. Mrs. Mackenzie seems aware of that. Why did the parents move out? And Mrs. Mackenzie had a hard time explaining. I'm sure we could speculate. I'm sure as kids they both had ponies. On a judge's salary. I'm sure all Wyoming kids have ponies. There are more ponies than kids. It was a metaphor for little arrangements that work great until they don't. Then sometimes you need to get out of town and start over. Is that how Mrs. Mackenzie remembers it? She was in college at the time. In the end, she credits George W. Bush. She claims it was an entrepreneurial thing. The old man was moving from the public sector to the private. To do what exactly? No one knew exactly. except they noticed it stopped the day after the banks crashed. Where's the old boy now? Dead soon after. Mom? Also dead, but much more recently. Still raw. Hence the sudden worry about her semi-estranged twin. Exactly, Bramall said. Now her semi-estranged twin is all she's got. They had no way of knowing which of the tracks led to the largest ranch, because they all ran far out of sight into the invisible distance. So they tried to judge by width or construction or other hint of architectural grandeur. In the end, they agreed one track was wider than the others. Possibly the surface was better. There were piles of rocks that might once have been ceremonial gateposts, like the archaeological remains of a once mighty palace. The Toyota turned in and started climbing. Chapter 21. The old homestead was both old and a homestead. It was a classic piece of western real estate, with wide, tawny pastures and dark green conifer trees and outcrops of rock and bubbling blue water in streams through the bottoms. Way in the distance were the Rocky Mountains, just hints in the mist. The main house was a spreading log construction with all kinds of extra wings built out. There were log barns and log garages. A lot of logs, Reacher thought, and all of 'em old school, huge and heavy, hard as rock, smoothed by axes and joined by pegs. Like an old-time travel poster on an airport wall. Except for a new model rental sedan parked at an angle and a woman standing next to it. The sedan was a handsome item with a Chevrolet grille, basic red with barcodes in all the back windows. The woman was small and slender, maybe 5'2" and 100 pounds. She was wearing boots and bootcut blue jeans and a gauzy white shirt under an open leather jacket. She had a purse on her shoulder. She had long, thick hair, heaped and wild and tangled, most of it pale red, some of it bleached by the sun. Her face was like a picture in a book. Pale, flawless skin, perfect bones, delicate features. Green eyes, frank and open. A red mouth, confident, in control, almost smiling. Radiant, composed. She had to be 30-something, but she looked brand new. Like a movie star. Shit, Bramall said. That's Mrs. Mackenzie. The twin sister. An exact replica. Army minimum for women was 4'10" and 91 pounds. Sanderson would have gotten in comfortably. But everything else would have been twice as hard. From that point onward. Especially with the face. It was drop-dead spectacular. Bramall got out of the car. He took a couple of steps and stopped. So did she. Then Reacher got out. He heard Bramall say, "Mrs. Mackenzie, I didn't expect to see you so soon."
She said, "One of those things. The text didn't send till we landed. You thought I was leaving Chicago. Actually, I was leaving the Hertz office in Laramie."
"I was close by."
"Of course you were. For which I apologize most sincerely. Fact and logic brought you to Wyoming, but I wouldn't let you all the way here. I told you it was impossible she would come back."
"What changed?"
"You should introduce me to your friend."
Reacher stepped up and said his name and shook her hand. It felt like a dove's wing in a gorilla's paw. "What changed?" Bramall said again.
"Now I'm afraid nothing has changed," Mackenzie said. "This place is empty. I think I made a mistake. I wasted a day. I apologize."
"Why would she come back here?"
"Suddenly I thought familiarity might be important to her. I try to think like her. We had some good times here. 18 years of stability. Since then, she's had none. I thought it might be something she's craving.
Reacher looked up at the house. He asked, "How long's it been empty?" She said,
I think it's just someone's summer house now.
"It's still summer."
They must have skipped this year.
"Do you remember who bought it?" Mackenzie shook her head.
I'm not sure we ever knew. I was away in school, and Rose was at West Point.
"You call her Rose?"
We insisted. Jane and Rose.
"How'd you feel when you found out your folks had sold the place?"
May I know the root of your interest in my family's affairs?
So Reacher ran through the story one more time, from the bus out of Milwaukee all the way to the there and then across the snowy range. But some kind of instinct made him smooth it out as he went. He stayed strictly on the poignant pond ring track, and didn't mention either Scorpio or Billy, or speculate about anyone's specific occupation. He ended with the meager trove of evidence from Cy Porterfield's hall closet, and his living room sofa, and his master bathroom, and his laundry room. Mackenzie was quiet a beat. Then she said,
What size were the boots?
6, Reacher said.
Okay.
He looked at her hair. Heaped, wild, tangled. Untamed was the word. Must take forever to wash. An exact replica. He said, "Show me your comb." She paused again. Then she said,
Yes, I see.
She dug in her bag and came out with a pink plastic comb. All the teeth were widely spaced, not half and half like a regular comb. Reacher said, "Have you always used that brand?"
It's the only kind that works.
"It's the same."
The boots fit, too.
He took the ring from his pocket and balanced it on his palm. She picked it up, carefully, between delicate fingers. West Point, 2005. The gold filigree, the black stone, the tiny size. She read the engraving. She selected a finger and pulled off a designer bauble as thick and gold as a false tooth. In its place, she slipped her sister's trophy. 4th finger right hand. It sat there like it should. The perfect fit, the perfect size. Prominent like it should be, and proud like it should be. But not as big as a carnival prize. Reacher pictured the same hand, but maybe worn down a bit leaner, with a darker tan, and a couple of nicks and cuts healed white. He pictured the same face, the same way. Mackenzie said,
You mentioned that you bought the ring.
"Correct," Reacher said.
May I buy it back from you?
"It's not for sale. It's a gift for your sister."
I could give it to her.
So could the lady at West Point, eventually.
You feel a need to hand it over personally?
I need to know she's okay.
You never met her.
Makes no difference. Should it? I don't know. You tell me. Mackenzie took the ring off. She handed it back. Some kind of look on her perfect face. Reacher said, "I know."
You know what?
"I know what you're thinking. You're here because it's family, and Mr. Bramall is here because he's getting paid. Why am I here? I'm giving you the impression I'm some kind of a weird obsessive. Maybe a couple soldiers short of a squad. I don't mean to, but I get it. I'm making you feel uncomfortable."
Not at all.
"You're very polite."
I assume it's an honor thing. Rose was in a world I didn't understand.
What we need now is solid information. Are you confident this place is empty?
There are dust sheets everywhere and the water is off.
So where would Rose go if not here?
This is ridiculous.
"What is?" Reacher said.
I should be on a psychiatrist's couch to answer these questions.
Why?
We participated in a fantasy, okay? We were required to. As if we were lords of the manor and owned the whole valley. As if when the neighbors built, we were practically giving them almshouses out of sheer benevolence. Obviously, later on, we discovered Father had to sell some acres. But it was like we still owned them, like slave quarters. We lorded it over the poor people. We were in and out any time we wanted.
Which of the three would she go to now?
Any of them.
You want to ride? In the front if you like. You're paying the bills after all. Reacher got in the back and got comfortable. Mackenzie took his place in the passenger seat. Bramall drove, but not back to the road. Mackenzie showed him different tracks. The ways they went as kids. Easy enough for a slip of a girl to skip along. Harder for the car. But it made it, bending saplings, all four tires grabbing like a ponderous cat. The nearest neighbor slid into view. Not a trophy cabin, built before the word existed, the product of a more innocent age, when a vacation house could be a plain and simple thing. The view was a picture postcard. Bramall and Mackenzie went to the door. They knocked. It opened. A guy stood there, same kind of age as the guy in the Mule Crossing post office, same kind of tired-out stoop. Bramall said something to him, then Mackenzie, and the old guy nodded and made to let them in. Bramall turned and waved to Reacher, and Reacher got out of the car and walked over to join them. They went inside, and the old guy said yes, all those years ago he had bought the land and built the house, for family vacations. Now he came alone. Which was borne out by the evidence. Reacher looked around and saw one of everything, and felt the quiet, patient air of a lonely place. The guy said he remembered the twins coming by. Way back, they were wild-haired little girls in country dresses. They visited all the time, until they were 10 or 12. Then not so much, until they were 15 or so, and then hardly at all after that. Mackenzie said,
Have you seen Rose recently?
The old guy said, Where would I see her?
Around here, maybe?
Well, I guess it's a dumb question to ask what she looks like now. Mackenzie smiled.
Maybe a bit more tan than me. Maybe a bit more toned. She would claim she's been working harder. She might have cut her hair, or dyed it. She might have gotten tattoos.
She looked a question at Bramall.
Anything else we should consider?
Bramall looked a question at Reacher. Is this where we tell her she was wounded? No, Reacher said. I'm sure the gentleman knows what she looks like. I haven't seen her, the old guy said. They used the old guy's driveway and crossed the road and took the driveway opposite. It came out on another idyllic scene, but smaller. A quarter-sized version of the old homestead, but with a newer house and no active stream. The house was closed up and empty. Locked doors, shaded windows, no broken glass. No burglars, no squatters. No feral Rose Sanderson going to earth in a place she remembered. They moved off again, on another rough trail Mackenzie seemed half to know and half to imagine. The Toyota squeezed between trees and rode up and down dips and hollows and bucked and nodded. Bramall stayed calm behind the wheel. He drove most of the way one-handed. The last house came into view. It was the same kind of thing as before, an unpretentious A-framed cabin with a lot of glass on a spectacular view. Bramall looped around to the driveway, as if he had been on it all along, and he parked a respectful distance from the house. The front door opened. A woman stood in the shadow. She must have heard their tires. She took a hopeful step forward into the sun. She looked like Porterfield's neighbor, but wound up way tighter, upset about something. She was staring all around, and then staring at the car. Bramall got out. She watched him. Mackenzie got out. She watched her. Reacher got out. She watched him. No one else got out. She staggered back, like she'd been hit in the head. She leaned on the frame of the door. She said,
"Have you guys seen Billy?"
Bramall didn't answer. The woman said,
"I thought maybe you were him. Maybe he got a new car. He's supposed to be coming."
"For what?" Reacher said.
"Have you seen him?"
Mackenzie said,
"Who is Billy?"
Reacher said, "We'll get to that." To the woman in the doorway, he said, "I got a question for you first, and then I'll tell you about Billy."
"What's a question?"
"Tell me about the other woman, who looks just like my friend here, like her twin sister."
"What other woman?"
"I just told you, pay attention, like my friend here, in this neighborhood."
"Never seen her."
"She might be Billy's friend, too."
"Don't know her."
"You sure?"
"A woman who looks like her? Never seen one."
"You ever heard the name Rose?"
"Never ever. Now tell me about Billy."
"I haven't met him yet," Reacher said, "but I hear his privileges were suspended, his cupboard is bare, until he takes care of a local problem, which he hasn't yet. I know that because I'm the local problem, and here I still am. So if he happens to drop by, tell him I'm looking for him, the Incredible Hulk. Tell him I plan to stop by and pay him a visit. Give him a good description. That might be worth $20 to him. You could get a freebie."
"Billy never gives freebies,"
the woman said.
"Who is Billy?"
Mackenzie asked again. They told her in the car. Not the whole story. Still, they kept him separate. As if he was an accidental discovery, off to one side. They told her about the shoebox of cash, but not the shoebox of jewelry. But Mackenzie was a smart woman. She said,
"Then why were you in his home in the first place?"
which under her critical gaze led to the whole soup-to-nuts narrative, including Scorpio and Porterfield and Billy and Bramall's old phone records and Nakamura's overheard voicemails. Mackenzie said,
"In other words, for at least 2 years, Rose has been involved with drug dealers and drug users, meth and heroin, with all that entails, such as shacking up with one who got eaten by a bear."
They didn't answer. Mackenzie asked quietly,
"Is she an addict?"
They told her about the shoebox of jewelry. She started to cry. 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 Chapter 22. They drove back to the old homestead, where Mackenzie's rental was parked, at an angle, like a garish red blot on the old-timey landscape. She said,
"Now I'm worried about the time scale. Her comb was lost at least 1.5 years ago. We know that. Possibly months before. This is likely a 2-year thing or more. But her ring left Wyoming just 6 weeks ago. Doesn't that feel like a final threshold? Like some kind of end stage?"
Reacher said, "Did you call the Army during your search?"
"They told me nothing. They had privacy concerns. Any other time I would have been cheering them on."
"I called a place I know. I pulled some strings. They didn't have much. They had a list of her West Point scores. She did very well.
"I remember."
They had a list of her deployments, Iraq and Afghanistan. 5 tours and out.
"Okay."
They had a list of her medals.
"I didn't know she won any."
She won a Bronze Star.
"For what?"
The regulation says the Bronze Star Medal is awarded to individuals who distinguish themselves in a combat theater by heroism, outstanding achievement, or meritorious service.
I didn't know,
Mackenzie said again. She also won a Purple Heart. Mackenzie was quiet a long moment. First she said,
I didn't know.
Then she said,
What for?
Last she said,
Oh, no.
Reacher didn't recite the regulation. Not happy listening. Awarded to any member of the armed forces who has been wounded, killed, or who has died or may die of wounds. Mackenzie said,
How bad?
Can't tell, Reacher said. Right now it's just the name of a medal. Lots of people have them. As a matter of fact, I have one. Truth is, none of them come cheap. Most of them leave a mark. But you heal up and you walk away, almost always. Certainly a big percentage. Doesn't have to be bad news. Mackenzie said,
Iraq and Afghanistan was all bad news.
She looked ahead at her sleek red car. She said,
I'm not going home. I'm staying here. She's close. You said so yourself. She's in trouble. Maybe she lost an arm. Maybe she's a disabled veteran with nowhere to live and nothing to eat.
She told him to follow her back to the Hertz office and then take her to see Billy's place. Nakamura carried her laptop down the corridor to her lieutenant's corner suite. She played the captured voicemail. We just got a message from Montana. They sent a rider down especially. They have a Fed up there asking questions. He just left Billings. She said,
I saw the rider from Montana. He was there 4 minutes.
Her lieutenant said, Does this get us anywhere?
My friend in the lab is doing great work with predicting the phone numbers.
What does he want, the Medal of Honor?
A pat on the back would be good. You know, stick your head in, say hi.
What do you want?
It would be good to know what kind of Fed they had up there in Billings. And it would be good to know who sent the warning. Was it a subsidiary, an affiliate, a franchise, or just a friendly bunch of guys all loosely in the same boat?
What do you want me to do about it?
Call the Billings PD and ask them who was in town last night. They'll know, because they'll have gotten a courtesy call ahead of time.
And this guy's going to Wyoming next? Remind me again, why should I care?
Because Scorpio got one of his tentacles trodden on. If we knew exactly who he's scared of, maybe we could work out exactly what he's doing.
The lieutenant called through a closed hutch to his secretary and told her to get a number for whatever captain or commissioner or other fancy rank was top boy in the Billings PD over in Montana, and then to dial it and put it on line 1. They got to Billy's place in the late afternoon. The sun was over the distant mountains. The pronghorns were throwing shadows taller than they were. The colors were different. The place was still empty. They went in the kitchen door and up to the slept-in bedroom, to the closet. Reacher put the shoeboxes on the bed. Mackenzie whirred her finger down the wadded cache and then poked through the jewelry, pushing her nail through the inch of clinking metal, gathering necklace chains as fine as hair, tumbling high school rings aside, and brassy wise guy pinky finger signet rings with black onyx faces and tiny off-center chips of diamond. She said,
Was the pawn shop window like this?
Exactly like that, Reacher said.
Poor Rose.
Do you know this area?
I know Laramie, or I used to. Down here was all railroad land. Before the track was laid, they used mules, hence the name, probably.
No old friends or relatives?
7 months of the year the road is closed. This was the other side of the world to us.
Know where she'd remember?
From later on, probably bars and restaurants downtown. Some stores, possibly. Sometimes we went out to the university. for music or whatever. But I don't think she would want to live out there now. We're 35 years old.
So where?
Forget what I said. Ignore familiarity. I was wrong. I was desperate. Every idea looked like a good idea. Maybe she chose unfamiliarity instead. Somewhere she didn't know at all.
She knows Wyoming.
Exactly. To have both is just right. Familiarity and unfamiliarity.
Reacher checked the view from the bedroom window. There was dust on the dirt road, a long cloud, vivid red in the softening light, spiraling and drifting, a tiny dot at its head, winking in the low sun. 6 minutes, maybe. Coming here? Bramall said. Maybe, Reacher said. Maybe not. But I hope so. I hope it's Billy. He knows where Rose lives, from plowing her driveway, if nothing else. He might have his deer rifle. Has he listened to his voicemail yet? We didn't check. I guess he could have snuck home at some point, a fast in and out. We've been gone for hours. Okay, Reacher said. How do you want to do this? Inside, obviously. Downstairs would be best. There's a poker on the fireplace. I'll head in that direction. You take the other side. Find what you can. Look for steak knives, often in a sideboard drawer. Mackenzie said,
What should I do?
You go check if the phone is still there, on the desk in the back parlor. If it is, it should say one new message. That's how Mr. Bramall left it. If it's there but it's showing a regular screen, that means Billy came back and listened to it but left the phone home again for whatever reason. So check it out and tell us which. Shout it out good and loud. Then we'll know what we're dealing with here. We'll know how hard to hit the guy. If it's Billy, Bramall said. Hope for the best, Reacher said. They went down the stairs, Reacher first, heading left, then Bramall heading right, and last Mackenzie, looping back toward the parlor. Reacher took a look out the front window. The dust was closer. It was lit up from within by the setting sun. 4 minutes, maybe. He moved on to the fireplace and picked up the poker, the yard of iron with the hook at the end like a hitchhiker's thumb. Mackenzie called out,
The phone is still here, and now it says 2 new messages.
Reacher paused a beat. Then he called back, Listen to the second one. He heard a static whisper from the distant earpiece as the first message was skipped, and then more as the second was played. He figured there might be some kind of urgency behind the faint, breathy cadence. Mackenzie called out,
It's Arthur Scorpio leaving another voicemail for Billy. They got a warning about a federal agent leaving Montana for parts unknown, and Scorpio wants Billy to call him back. He sounds mad. He said, Don't make me worried, Billy. Not in a nice way.
Bramall said, Gotta be either ATF or DEA in Montana. They both have Western task forces. Reacher said, I don't care. They waited. From the shadows deep in the room, Reacher saw a truck nose through the trees and come out at the top of the driveway. Not a pickup truck. It was a Chevy Suburban SUV, the large size, black in color but caked red from the road. A basic specification, cheap wheels, not much chrome, an aftermarket antenna mounted in the center of the roof. It crunched over the dirt and came to a stop not far from Bramall's Toyota. A guy got out. He was broad but not tall, maybe 50-something, with a lot of hard miles on his clock. He was dressed in gray flannel pants and a tweed sport coat. He moved with a certain amount of grace, maybe once an athlete. Given his shape, probably field, not track. Maybe he had put the shot or thrown the discus. Now he worked for the government. The pants and the coat and the truck made that clear. Relax, guys, Reacher called. Step down to DEFCON 2. Mackenzie called back,
What does that mean?
We'll try talking to this guy before we do anything else.
Is it Billy?
I'm pretty sure not, Reacher said. Out on the dirt, the guy tweaked the tails of his coat and squared up his shoulders and headed for the porch. On the way, he took out an ID wallet and held it ready. Reacher saw straps under his coat for a shoulder holster. They heard footsteps on the porch boards, and then a knock at the door. Chapter 23. Bremall opened up. Reacher and Mackenzie stood behind him. The guy from the government car held up a federal ID, a worn gold badge with a shield and an eagle and a plastic card like a driver's license, except it said United States Department of Justice Drug Enforcement Administration. The photograph was the right guy, a little younger, with his hair brushed better and his tie knotted tighter. The writing said his name was Kirk Noble, and his rank was Special Agent. Reacher couldn't help it. He said, "Sounds like a comic book. Kirk Noble, boy detective." No response. "I guess you never heard that before." Noble said, "Who are you?" They all introduced themselves, names only. Noble said, "What are you doing here?" Reacher said, "We're waiting for a guy named Billy. He lives here. We want to ask him a question." "What question?" "We're looking for a missing woman. We think he knows where she is." "What woman?" Reacher had no real sense that Noble could help, but he knew for sure he could hinder, if he wanted to. He worked for the government. He had a shield with an eagle. He had a thick book of rules. So Reacher told the story fair and square, maybe somewhat aware of his federal audience, maybe nudging a little way towards a certain kind of circular argument, in which the participants' professional backgrounds not only justified but actually required their involvement, while simultaneously absolving them of any kind of blame, because of their status, as in a retired military major with a silver star and a Purple Heart joined a near 40-year veteran of the FBI, now a properly licensed private investigator in a populous state, to search for another retired military major, this one with a Bronze Star and a Purple Heart all her own. Feds couldn't argue with stuff like that. Not without saying, yeah, all our lives are bullshit. And even if they did, there was the twin sister right there. A connection so spectrally close it legitimized everything in a blinding flash, like bleach thrown on a crime scene. Especially with the face and the hair. Noble was a guy. Deep down, he wasn't thinking legal technicalities. He was thinking, there are two like that? Reacher kept it as subtle as he could. Eventually, he finished up. Noble said, "You won't get an answer to your question." "Why not?" "Because Billy ain't coming back." "Why not?" "Long story." The guy moved in through the hallway and glanced up the stairs. He looked at the ceiling. He looked at the walls. He turned this way and that, craning his neck, like a contractor about to ballpark an estimate. He said, "Did you check the refrigerator?" Reacher said, "For what?" "Food." "No." Noble moved to the kitchen. He looked at the dishes in the sink. He opened the refrigerator. He glanced back as if counting heads. He said, "We could share bacon and eggs. There's beer to drink." Mackenzie said,
"You're gonna eat Billy's food?"
"First of all, it ain't Billy's anymore. And second of all, I have to. I can't claim expenses if there's food in the house."
"Expenses from who?"
"You, in the end," Noble said. "The taxpayer. We're saving you money."
"We make you eat dinner from the suspect's refrigerator?"
"It's your refrigerator, and mine. This place became federal property at 2 o'clock this afternoon, seized by the government."
"So where's Billy?"
"That's the long part of the story," Noble said. We should eat." At his age, after the things he'd done, Reacher would have said there wasn't much coming in terms of new and delightful experiences in his life. But strangely, the bacon and egg dinner in Billy's kitchen was one of them. They felt like conspirators, or castaways, like a random group stranded overnight at the airport. They didn't really know each other. Maybe the first-class cabin, taken by taxi to a country hotel. Mackenzie found candles and lit them, which then made it feel like the start of a movie. The opening scenes. An innocent group gathers. Little do they know. Noble cooked and talked about heroin. It was both his paycheck and his passion. He knew its history. Once upon a time, it was a legal ingredient. It was in all kinds of stuff, branded with famous names still known today. There was heroin cough syrup. There was heroin cough syrup for children. Stronger, not weaker. Doctors prescribed heroin for fussy babies and bronchitis and insomnia and nerves and hysteria and all kinds of other vapors. The patients loved it. Best health care ever. Millions got addicted. Corporations made a lot of easy money. Then folks got wise, and by the start of World War I, legal heroin was history. But the corporations never forgot about the easy money. At that point in the story, Noble was melting butter in the egg pan, and he paused the spoon mid-air as if to emphasize his point. He said, "Remember, this is an active-duty DEA agent saying this stuff. We know who causes our problems." The corporations took 80 years to get back in the heroin business. They came in the side door. By that time in history, heroin itself had negative PR. Nothing more than underworld squalor and a bunch of dead rock singers. Kinda sordid. So they made a synthetic version, a chemical copy. Like an identical twin, Noble said, looking at Mackenzie. Exactly the same, but now it had a long, clean name. All bright and shiny. It could have been a toothpaste. They put it in neat white pills. What were they for? Getting high, baby. Whatever you want. Except they couldn't put that on the pack, so they said they were for pain. Everyone has pain, right? Not really. Not at first. Pain was not yet a thing. Institutes had to be funded and scholarships endowed. Doctors had to be persuaded. Patients had to be empowered. Which all worked in the end. Pain became a thing. Self-reported and untestable, but suddenly a symptom as valid and meaningful as any other. As a result, America was flooded with hundreds of tons of heroin, in purse-sized blister packs backed with foil. By that point of the story they were eating, and Noble was in full flow, like he was teaching a class at the academy. He paused again with his fork mid-air, and he said, "Let me emphasize two very important things. First up, most of this stuff goes to the right people for the right reasons. No one could deny that. It does a lot of good. But equally, no one could deny enough is falling out around the edges to also cause a lot of harm. Because second up, no one should ever underestimate the appeal of an opiate high. Far as I can tell, it's a beautiful thing. The way they talk about it, it's the best thing ever. For some folks, it hits the spot so hard it reboots their lives." He paused to drink some of Billy's beer. He said, "These are regular folk I'm talking about. American as apple pie. They like the ball game on the radio and country music, not the Grateful Dead. They were seduced by the clean white pill. It made them feel real good, maybe for the first time in their lives. These are plain people, but smart. They soon figured out ways it could make them feel even better. They got the time-release version and broke it up, so they got the whole hit at once. Couple times a day, maybe 3. Then they discovered the patches. You stick 'em on your skin, like when you're quitting smoking. A long, clean name on the pack, but it's the same stuff your great-great-grandma lined up for. A nice little maintenance dose all day long. You could wear 2 if you like, or 3. But licking them was better, or sucking them, or wadding them up and chewing them like gum. So much better, in fact, it got easy to want more than the doctor gave you. It got to where you're prepared to drop $10 here and there now and then for a couple extras. Then $100 for a whole pack if need be. Every day if need be. There are ways to get $100 every day, right? By that point, these folks are already hopeless addicts. But not in their own minds. It's partly a pride thing. Addicts are other people with a dirty needle in a toilet stall. What they have is a pharmaceutical product made in a lab by pretty girls in masks who hold test tubes up to the light with wondrous concern radiating from their clear blue eyes. They've seen it on the television, in the breaks between innings. But in fact, they're running worse risks. Those patches ain't made for licking. 50,000 people died last year. Regular folk. 4 times as many as got killed in gun crimes. He paused again to eat an egg. He said, "But we're winning. I would say we've already won, in my region at least. We can track prescription pain medication from start to finish. We can take out the bent doctors, and we can train the rest to be cautious about how many days they dispense. And we can eliminate pilferage in the factories and along the transportation vectors. So right now the black market is virtually dead, and the medical market is heavily scrutinized. Total success. Except the previous bonanza left us with millions of addicts. Regular folk, remember? They thought a dirty needle in a toilet stall was not their fate. But it's a free market. When we bit down, the price of pills went up because of supply and demand. What used to be $10 was suddenly 50. It was a crisis. Suddenly regular cartel powder up from Mexico looked like an irresistible bargain. Remember, deep down it's the same chemical. These folks are canny shoppers. None of them ever paid sticker for a car. And numbers don't lie. Even when they factored in the cost of their dignity, with the dirty needles in the toilet stalls and all, hey, the powder was still a bargain. We swapped one problem for another." He paused again to put his silverware together and push his plate away. He took a long drink from his bottle. He said, "But overall, it was good news for us. We like the new problem better. The regular cartel powder is harder to hide. We can follow it better. From our point of view, it was like the system had just swallowed a barium meal. Whole networks lit up like neon. Standards got less precise. Our job got easier. But not everywhere. A certain part of Montana, for instance. Nothing lit up at all. We couldn't see incoming product. No cartel powder going there. So what happened to their addicts? Did they all cold turkey or die? Or is someone else supplying? That's something I would want to know. So I went out to check. I discovered nothing of value, except one trivial thing. Anecdotally, along the way, I discovered I had spooked a low-level operative who triggered a long-standing pact with a friend who was also a low-level operative, but in another network. The pact was both of them would immediately get the hell out the very first time either one of them heard a whisper of trouble. Which was a smart play, no question. I'm guessing this wasn't their first rodeo. These things always fall apart in the end, and they always fall hardest on the lowest level guys. Better to get out early. Which is why Billy ain't coming home. Billy was the friend, from Mule Crossing, Wyoming. He's in the wind with his pal from Billings, Montana.
Mackenzie said, "Where have they gone, do you think?"
A new hustle, Noble said. Someplace else.
"Are you looking for them?"
We're not about to call out the National Guard. We'll put their names and their faces in the system.
Reacher said, "Surely the pact implies they worked for the same network, not different. One whisper made two guys run. Maybe what looked like two different networks were really two parts of the same thing."
Maybe, Noble said. I don't know much about them. It's an opaque network, remember? That's why I went. Odds are the guy in Montana was just a street corner dealer, or the rural equivalent. Odds are Billy was too. Business schools call it customer-facing. And some of those guys have been to business school. Not guys like Billy and his pal. People who own guys like Billy and his pal.
So what's next for you?
I'm going to find clean sheets and make up a bed. I can't claim lodging expenses if there's a bed in the house.
Then what?
Back to some real work. This was all a waste of time.
The government got a house.
2 houses, Noble said. Don't forget Billings, Montana. I bet we won't be able to sell either one of them.
Mackenzie said, "Is there any way you could let us know if you find Billy?"
Noble shook his head. He said, I can't help with your sister. I'm sorry, ma'am. But what do you got? A lot of guesswork and hope for the best. A federal manhunt costs $1 million a day. They need a very good reason, which you can't give them. You got a lot of probable and not much cause.
Mackenzie didn't answer.
Noble said, But I wish you the best of luck.
Chapter 24. They left Noble in the house and drove back to Laramie, with Reacher sprawled across the rear seat and Mackenzie upright in the front and Bramall at the wheel, one-handed. They agreed on the chain hotel Reacher and Bramall had used the night before. It had proved adequate, except for no coffee. Reacher said the diner he had found was a good substitute. Bramall agreed. He had found it too. He said breakfast there was excellent. "But then what?" Mackenzie said. "What do we do after breakfast? What's our next move? We have nothing now."
Thanks to the DEA, Bramall said. Trust them to start a stampede.
"We have more than some folks," Reacher said. "I agree. Losing Billy is an inconvenience, but it's worse for others. Like that lady up near the old homestead. Even all the way out there. She needed something bad today. She was getting scratchy. She was waiting for Billy. But he isn't coming. So what next for her? Tomorrow she'll be desperate. She'll come looking, surely. She'll come to town. They all will. If Rose is an addict, she'll come to us." They met in the lobby at 8 in the morning. Bramall was in a fresh shirt and Mackenzie was in a fresh blouse. Reacher's clothes were a day old, but he felt okay in their company. He had used a whole bar of soap in the shower. They walked up to the diner and got a table. Mackenzie was okay with it. She said, "Maybe 6 weeks ago, the price of pills had gone especially high, and that's why she had to sell her ring. To afford them."
"Maybe," Reacher said.
"I want it to be pills," she said, "not needles in a toilet stall."
"Of course."
"I'm sure Special Agent Noble was speaking broadly when he said there are no pills on the black market anymore. There must be some."
Reacher said nothing.
Mackenzie said, "Before this is over, I'll want to know why it happened."
"Probably our fault," Reacher said. "Depends on the wound she got. Could have been a scratch, but if it was something serious on the battlefield, with the medics under fire and so on. Then she'll have gotten a morphine jab ahead of a rough evacuation. Then maybe another morphine jab ahead of triage, and another while she was waiting for surgery. And then she got 2 weeks in a recovery room with a big tub of opioid pain medication by the bed. She was probably an addict before she left the hospital.
Depending on the wound. Maybe it's still painful. Maybe that's why she needs the pills, or the powder now, with the needles in the toilet stall, if Agent Noble is right.
Did your sister wear silver clothes?
Why?
Porterfield's neighbor might have seen her in his car. She remembers a silvery color.
Was it winter?
A month before the start of spring.
You can get winter coats in silver, almost like foil, like a high-tech material.
Would she wear that color?
I might,
Mackenzie said. Reacher thought about it. The hair, the eyes, the face, with a silver foil coat. She would look like the picture on the back of a shiny magazine. An exact replica. They drove to the university geography department and took another look at the giant book of maps. They traced the settlements westward from the Mule Crossing turn. First came Billy's place, south of the dirt road, and then Porterfield's, north of it, and then his neighbor's, south again. They had seen all of those. Beyond them lay 12 more places, 6 each side of the road, altogether stretching 40 long miles into the mountains. Then the dirt road ended. No way out except to turn around. Not really a bowl, not really a valley. Just a chain of rising foothills with a road that quit when the mountains came. Mackenzie said,
You think she's in there somewhere?
Reacher said, she was either living with Porterfield or she was visiting with him on a regular basis, yet no one ever saw her, except maybe one occasion. If she lived anywhere else, she would have to drive in and out through Mule Crossing every single time. More people would have seen her, surely. Maybe even the old guy in the post office. But no one ever did. She must have been driving there and back the other way, deeper into the hills. A buck gets 10, she's there right now. Where else would she go? She doesn't own a car, Bramall said, not according to the Wyoming DMV or any other state. She camps out in abandoned ranch houses. Either she finds cars or steals them. She doesn't care whose name is on the title. All a car has to do is start up when she needs it.
I want to go there, Mackenzie said. Back to Mule Crossing. It's like the neck of a funnel. If she's in there, she's got to come out sooner or later. I want to be there when she does.
If I'm right, Reacher said.
If you're wrong, we'll find her in town tonight. Or tomorrow.
They pulled over and sat in the car near the old post office in a spot where they would get a good head-on view of anything coming down the dirt road. Just before the turn, where everyone would slow right down and look first one way and then the other carefully before making the left or the right on the pavement. Close enough for faces. At first, it was awkward. Reacher figured they were all having the same trouble, picturing exactly what it was they expected to see. They knew the theory. The lack of Billy would draw the addicts out. But what would that look like? Reacher had seen his share of movie trailers, The Walking Dead, all kinds of zombies. He realized he was expecting some kind of apocalyptic vision. The first candidate approached out of the west in an ancient pickup truck that was lurching and bouncing and trailing a dust cloud a mile long. Not Rose Sanderson. The driver turned out to be a thin-faced man with a turned-down mouth, as disapproving as an old-time preacher. Maybe an addict, maybe not. He looked left and right and turned towards Colorado. The dust cloud settled. They waited. From the back seat, Reacher asked Mackenzie, "Where were you when Rose was at West Point?" She turned around.
University of Chicago, she said, then Princeton for postgrad.
Studying what?
English literature. Different, I know.
Not so different. Some of 'em can read at West Point now, if you take it slow and point to the letters. She smiled.
I didn't mean it like that, she said. I know Rose is as smart as I am, obviously. It's a scientific fact. I meant she was prepared to kill people and I wasn't.
That was a big dispute?
It was never a big dispute. We never fell out. But things happened so fast back then. All of a sudden Rose was in the army, and that was a serious thing. Our resources were stretched thin. She was hardly ever home for 9 years. I was never told where she was. I couldn't go visit. Most of the time I couldn't even call. Meanwhile, I was working. I got married. That's how it was. We had real lives, like everyone else with a sibling.
Except she was prepared to kill people and you weren't.
I don't mean she wanted to or planned to. It was an ethical discussion. That's all. We were 18. I wasn't saying it had to be all or nothing. In fact, it never is. No one says always or never. Everyone says sometimes. But her sometimes were not the same as mine. She would pull the trigger before I would. Which was okay. Maybe I was wrong. Maybe I was naive. It wasn't the difference of opinion that bothered me. We always had different opinions. It was that she had thought about it, seriously, carefully, and decided yes, she could do it. For real. Which changed her a little. She changed herself by deciding it. For the first time ever, I felt not the same as her.
Reacher said nothing. She turned back. They waited. The second candidate for the apocalypse was the woman who had given the strawberry pie to Cy Porterfield, his neighbor. Second place on the left. She was in a battered Jeep SUV. She looked left and right and turned towards Laramie, maybe heading to the market, maybe planning to spend time in the fruit aisle. The third vehicle they saw came from behind them. It turned in off the 2-lane and passed them by and set down the dirt road west. It was a pickup truck. On the front, it had snowplow pistons bolted to the frame. Chapter 25. Bramall looked a question, and Mackenzie and Reacher both nodded, so he started the engine and bumped up on the dirt road. A unanimous decision, the obvious play. It cost him nothing to follow the pickup at least as far as Billy's place. Their eyes would be on the neck of the funnel throughout. Any random driving dead would pass right by, close enough to touch. Certainly close enough to eyeball in great detail. Then in the end, if the pickup kept on going, they could coast to a stop and turn around and call the snowplow pistons a weird coincidence.
What if it turns in?
Mackenzie said. Maybe it's a competitor just heard the news, Reacher said. Maybe he wants Billy's Rolodex. Maybe snowplowing is a very competitive business.
Suppose it's Billy himself.
I'm sure the boy detective changed the locks, or glued them up, or whatever they do now. Either one of which will make our boy good and mad. He'll get all cross and frustrated. He'll go get his deer rifle from his truck to shoot the locks. He'll be standing right there on the porch with it when we show up, finger on the trigger.
Only if we turn in too.
He hasn't heard the phone message. He'll think we're Mormons, or whichever it is let women join in now. By that point, they'd caught up to about 100 yards behind the pickup, which would be considered a very close pursuit in such a vast landscape, but they were invisible because of the dust cloud. The pickup's mirrors couldn't see them. They rolled on, in secret convoy. The pronghorn herd was grazing a new patch of pasture, 2 miles gone, less than a minute remaining at their current speed. The pickup slowed. They saw it loom large and ghost-like in the cloud ahead. Bremall backed off. The pickup braked, lights flaring, all the way down to walking speed, and then it turned a wide, slow left into the mouth of Billy's driveway. "Go for it," Reacher said. "Go after him." Bremall looked at Mackenzie. She hesitated. Reacher said, "He hasn't heard the phone message. He doesn't know who we are. We're just 3 random people." Mackenzie said,
He knows where Rose is.
Bremall turned in. No dust on the driveway. It was a forest track, all rock and grit and gravel. Now the Toyota was plainly visible. They hung back. They saw the pickup through the trees, 200 yards ahead of them, flashing through the sun and the shadows. "Stupid to run and come right back," Reacher said.
Maybe he wants his money,
Mackenzie said. They rolled on, keeping pace. The pickup drove through the final curve and out of sight. Another 50 yards, it'd be out of the woods. Then the last 100 over the beaten red dirt to the house. "Let me out here," Reacher said. "I'll walk the rest of the way in the trees. If I can cut the corner, I can get there faster." "Is that smart?" Bremall said. "It's smarter than sticking together. A good squad never bunches up. Too big of a target." Bremall stopped the car, and Reacher slid out. Bremall drove on. Reacher watched him go, and then he threaded his way into the woods and set out on what he hoped was a straight line to the last tree before the house. He got close just in time to see the pickup drive across the last of the dirt and park near the house. He waited. 100 yards away in the mouth of the driveway, he saw Bremall roll to a stop. His Toyota was well hidden. No glint of paint, no gleam of chrome, all completely covered with thick red dust. Better than desert camouflage. He waited. The pickup's engine turned off. The driver's door opened. A guy got out. He was young, early 20s maybe. 6 feet tall, couple 100 pounds, maybe more, most of it fat. He was a big, shapeless guy. He looked slow and clumsy. Not Billy. Billy wore a 32 waist and a 30 leg and an 8.5 shoe. The big guy took a ring of keys from his pocket and stared at it like he had never seen one before. He carried it up on the porch and walked to the door. He chose a key and bent down to the hole. He looked puzzled. He touched the keyhole with his fingertip. Then he straightened up and spun around, as if he was suddenly certain someone was behind him, with a camera maybe, for kids to watch on their phones and laugh. Reacher stepped out of the trees. He walked across the dirt and waved to come on to Bremall. The guy by the door watched him all the way, not reacting, still looking puzzled. Reacher stepped up on the porch. Up close, the guy looked harmless. His shape made his clothes tight and smooth. There were no unexplained lumps or bumps in his pockets. He was unarmed. He was very young. He was no kind of a physical threat. Maybe not the smartest kid either. Not a whole lot going on behind his eyes. Reacher said, "Who are you?" The kid said, "I came by to get something," which was technically non-responsive, but Reacher let it go. Bremall and Mackenzie stepped up on the porch. The kid looked at them, still puzzled. Reacher looked at the keyhole. There was a bead of glue in it. The boy detective had changed one lock, maybe at the back, and glued all the others. Efficiency, saving taxpayer money. The kid said, "Who are you?" Reacher said, "I asked first." "I'm doing nothing wrong." "Just tell me your first name." "It's Mason." Okay, Mason. It's good to meet you. Why are you here?
I came by to get something.
For who?
For me. Billy said I could have it.
Who's Billy? The kid said,
He's my brother.
Is he?
Well, half.
Where is he now?
I don't know. He ran off again.
Has he done that before?
2 times that I can remember. This time he called me and told me where he left his truck. He said I could have it. And something in his house, too.
Where was the truck?
Up near Casper.
Reacher nodded. Nearer Mule Crossing than Billings, Montana. The other guy had driven more miles than Billy. Why? Must have been their agreed-upon vector. They were planning to head southeast, through Nebraska and away. He said, what kind of something did he leave in the house?
I'm not sure I should tell you.
Was it money in a box? The kid looked surprised.
Yes, he said, in a shoebox.
Did he want you to bring it to him?
No, sir, it's for me. He said he's already a guy who has plenty.
Where?
He didn't tell me. He wouldn't. No way. He used to say to me, Mason, if you ever have to run, you tell no one where you're going, not even me.
You completely sure he didn't tell you?
Yes, sir.
What does Billy do for a living?
He works a snowplow.
What about the summer?
I think he buys and sells things.
What kind of things does he sell?
Just things. Like flea market things.
Where does he sell them?
I think all around. Wherever people are who want to buy them.
Do you know any of his customers?
No.
Have you ever seen a woman who looks like my friend here?
No.
Do you know what an accessory is?
Something you put on your truck.
Also a legal word, Reacher said. It means if you know a secret and you don't tell, then you go to jail too. Billy has strayed far from the narrow path of righteousness, I'm afraid. He has made some poor choices in his life. The government seized this house yesterday. A federal agent put glue in the lock. That's what they do now. So this is our last chance to help you, Mason. If you know where Billy is, you better tell us. Right now.
I don't know where Billy is,
the brother said, kinda happily.
But don't worry, he'll be back in a year or 2. That's what happened the last 2 times.
Reacher looked at Bramall, who shrugged, then at Mackenzie, who nodded. She believed the kid. Who said,
How do I get in the house?
You don't, Reacher said. No point. The money is long gone. It was in a federal evidence locker before you woke up this morning. But you can keep the truck. Get a blade for the plow and you could set up in business. They watched the kid drive away. Mackenzie stayed on the porch and looked at the view. The wide empty plains on the right, the old post office and the fireworks store, the pronghorns about a mile away, the red road, still neatly scraped, still nicely cambered. On the left, the low jagged peaks, like miniature mountain ranges. She said,
Logically, we should keep on going. She's not here. She's not at Porterfield's place, which is next. She's not at the Pie Lady's place, which comes after that. So, logically, we could just keep on going, and then stop before the 4th place. We'd be closer. Nothing could happen behind us. It would still all be ahead of us.
If Reacher is right, Bramall said, which he might not be.
Then why has no one seen her?
Bramall didn't answer. Reacher said, I guess the gift of the truck was a cowboy kind of thing. Billy was making sure someone looked after his best horse, so to speak, come what may. All that kind of good stuff. But 10 grand in a box is different. That's a lot of money to give away. I don't think he wanted to. I think he was out on the road when he got the call from Montana. Too far from home to come back and get it. The pact meant he had no time. He had to go to Casper immediately. And given the direction the other guy was driving from Billings, we have to assume they carried on east through Nebraska. And if we time it from Scorpio's first voicemail, this was all at least 48 hours ago. They're in Chicago by now. Except I don't think they went to Chicago. I don't think they would have felt at home there. My guess is they turned south for Oklahoma. They could make some kind of living there. Or the same kind of living. Possible, Bramall said.
Mackenzie said, "But Special Agent Noble will never be able to figure that out, because he'll never know where the truck was found, because of our decision to give it to the brother."
Bramall said, "Our?"
"Nothing to be ashamed of. I'm sure it was done with the best of intentions. Job creation is a wonderful thing. But I want Special Agent Noble to have a shot at finding Billy. Because I think he would tell us if he does. Why wouldn't he? I think we should call him. I think we should tell him about Oklahoma."
"It was only a guess," Bramall said.
"Based on a fact," she said, "which Noble hasn't got."
"He might guess different."
"At least he'll get a chance to."
"You really want me to call him?"
"I think we should."
Bramall looked at Reacher. Reacher said, "He cooked, after all. Normally we would send a note of some kind." Bramall took out his tortoiseshell reading glasses and a small notebook. He opened it with his thumb. Reacher said, "You have Noble's number in there?" Bramall said, "Just the Western Division switchboard." He dialed and played phone tag for a long minute, saying the name over and over again with variations. Special Agent Kirk Noble, Special Agent Noble, Kirk Noble. Eventually, the guy himself must have come on the line, because Bramall reminded him who he was in terms of the bacon and egg dinner, and then he said now there was a very strong reason to believe the fugitives had gone to Oklahoma. Eventually, Noble asked to speak to Reacher. Bramall passed the phone. Noble said, "There's a problem with Porterfield." Chapter 26. Noble said, "I typed it up, word for word, based on what you told me, and then I ran it through some software we have, which automatically checks against our existing databases to see if we know the names already for other reasons. And Seymour Porterfield came up blocked. I dug around and found 3 separate files on the guy, all locked, all needing high-level passwords." Reacher said, "What kind of a guy would get a file like that?" "A source of information," Noble said. "It's a security measure." "Interesting. I need to know who Porterfield was." "He had an expensive kitchen." "I need you to tell me what you know." "I don't know anything about Porterfield. He wore blue jeans a lot and had an eye for decor, but I don't really care. He's not why I'm here." "One of the files was about Porterfield in the second person. Judging by the codes, the second person was a woman. I can't read the date on the file, but the sequencing suggests it was first opened about 2 years ago and last looked at by someone not long before Porterfield died." "Interesting," Reacher said again. "How deep in your system are these files?" "Very deep, but I don't think they're DEA originals. I think we got copied in as a courtesy by someone else." "Ooh." "It's a weird code, not the FBI or the ATF. It's like what we used to get when we had special forces deployed in Colombia. Not a remote source, you understand, somewhere fairly near our main office." Okay, Reacher said. I understand. Don't forget to call Oklahoma. He clicked off, told the others. Mackenzie said,
Does this help us?
I don't know, Reacher said. Who Porterfield was 2 years ago doesn't necessarily tell us where Rose is now. We shouldn't invest too much time in it. I guess we could go pull off the road ahead of the fourth place, and I could make a call from there while we were waiting. They parked on the slope of the shoulder at an angle, like a cop with a radar gun. Ahead of them were 12 more homesteads, all widely separated and out of sight, all along 40 more miles of the dirt road. And then nothing. No one was coming. Reacher borrowed Bramall's phone and dialed the same ancient number from memory. The same woman answered.
West Point,
She said,
Superintendent's office. How may I help you?
This is Reacher.
Hello, Major.
I need to speak with the soup.
You don't know his name, do you?
I guess not currently.
It's General Simpson. He'll be happy you called. He has information for you. Wait one, Major.
There were clicks and dead air, and then the soup's voice came on the line. It said, Major? Reacher said, General. He didn't use the name Simpson, just in case it wasn't. West Point culture was full of practical jokes, and although he very much doubted the woman who answered the phone would set him up, he couldn't be sure. The soup said, What progress are you making? Some, Reacher said. I think I'm close to the right location. Which is where? Bottom right-hand corner of Wyoming. So she went home? Not exactly, but not far away. I found trace evidence in a house in a place called Mule Crossing. She was there about 1.5 years ago. My sense is she's still in the general neighborhood. The soup said, There's something you need to know. It might be important. Out of curiosity, I tried to take a look at Sanderson's service record and medical file. I couldn't get in. They're sealed tighter than a duck's butt on a choppy day. I think your people did it. My people? Military police. When? Hard to tell exactly. Not recently, but after she left the service, almost certainly. 2 years ago, possibly. Okay, Reacher said. Now guess what I was calling about. How could I? The house where I found evidence was owned by a guy who also has a sealed file in a government database. 3 sealed files, in fact. One of which was first opened around 2 years ago and features the guy with a woman. Apparently, they're not native files. The folks at the database think the agency in question was copied in as a courtesy by another agency. Do they know which one? They hinted at the Pentagon. I find that interesting, the soup said, as you knew I would. But you didn't call just to entertain me. You want me to do something. Who do you know down there? A couple of people. Do they owe you? How big a risk would they be taking? Not much. This thing went cold 1.5 years ago. It's ancient history now. And they don't have to give us chapter and verse. Just confirm or deny if Sanderson is the woman in the file with the guy who owned the house. His name was Seymour Porterfield. Social Security should show a county sheriff's notification of death around the start of spring last year. He's dead? That's Wyoming. He was eaten by a bear. Reacher spelled Porterfield's names first and last. The soup repeated them back. Thank you, General, Reacher said. You can call me back on this number. My partner, Mr. Bramall, will answer. Thank you, Major. Reacher said, Sir, is your name Simpson? Correct, the soup said. Sean Simpson. Yes, sir, Reacher said, purely out of habit. He clicked off and gave the phone back to Bramall, who plugged it in to charge. They waited an hour on the shoulder and saw no one coming, except a small herd of elk who came out of the trees on one side of a gulch and into the trees on the other. Overhead, black birds of prey hovered motionless, high in the sky. The road stayed empty.
"I'm sorry,"
Mackenzie said.
"I did it again. Every idea looks like a good idea until it turns out wrong."
"Neither of us had a better idea," Reacher said.
"Maybe it's a good thing if we don't see her. It would mean she doesn't need what Billy was selling. It would mean she's okay. Someone stole her ring. You said so yourself."
"Best case."
"Which sometimes happens."
"Sometimes," Reacher said.
"How often?"
"More than never, less than always." "Wait," Bramall said. He pointed. There was a dust cloud on the road ahead, in the west, way far in the distance, on the rising horizon. There was a tiny dot at its head, smoothed by the haze, but coming on fast. They waited. The dot grew bigger, and the cloud spun and howled behind it, furiously and endlessly generating itself anew, exactly the shape of a parachute, but infinitely long, hanging together with some kind of internal aerodynamic constraint, before finally going limp and succumbing to wind and gravity and drifting back to Earth. "Stand by," Bramall said. He pulled his phone off the charger, ready to take a photograph. They waited. An SUV flashed by, moving fast, an ancient model, boxy and battered and square, covered with rust and red dust so thick it looked baked on. The window glass was just as bad, except the front windshield, which had 2 smeared arcs from the wipers where the dust was thinner. Through them, they got a fractured split-second glimpse inside. Just a dull and hazy impression. A small figure, flinching away. A silvery color. Chapter 27. Bramall swung off the shoulder and took off in pursuit like the highway patrol. The truck up ahead was still moving fast. The road ran straight for long stretches, then dipped through hollows and rose over knolls and curved out of sight. But the dust cloud was always there, showing the way. The big Toyota growled along, pattering hard over the rough surface, going plenty fast itself, but their quarry wasn't slowing any. In fact, it was speeding up. At times, the cloud between them grew half a mile long. And then it was gone. The Toyota came leaning out of a fast curve through the last of the dust into clean, pure air. Pure and bright and empty for miles ahead. No truck. Nothing there. Behind them, the severed cloud swayed in the wind and pulled off the road and died in the scrub. Bramall stopped. "She turned off," Reacher said. "There's no dust on the ranch roads. What's back there?" Bramall made a U-turn, shoulder to shoulder, and went back to see. "Driveway on the left," Mackenzie said. "I think. It's hard to be sure." "The pie lady," Reacher said. "Porterfield's neighbor. We were here yesterday. We almost missed it then." "But the pie lady is out. We saw her go." Bramall turned in on the track and drove, the same way as the day before, but faster, twisting and rising through the trees, more than 3 miles. During which distance they saw nothing and no one. And then, as before, all of a sudden the trees opened up and the Toyota burst out on the flat acre with the long view east and the 1-story house with its brown boards and its ancient millwork and its old church pew. Nothing there. No battered old SUV caked with dust. Nothing moving. No sound. Mackenzie said, "There must be other ways out of here, like the places I showed you yesterday." Bramall drove on in a wide, bumpy circle, all the way around the house, around the outbuildings, always tight to the tree line. They saw 3 separate forest tracks running onward through the trees. One went due west, one went south, and one split the difference between. They were like trails for hikers or hunters, all worn and beaten down, all gnarled with roots and rocks, all dappled with gentle sunlight, all curving out of sight. All narrow, but good enough for a boxy old SUV. It was impossible to say which one had just been used. The ground was bone dry. There were tire tracks everywhere, sharp in the dust. "Want to gamble?" Bramall said. "Waste of time," Reacher said. "These trails have too many turns. The odds of getting impossible. Plus your truck is bigger than hers. We'd get stuck." "If it was her," Bramall said. "Suppose it was."
Doesn't matter which way she went,
Mackenzie said.
The question is why she went. What happened?
"We scared her," Reacher said. "We were waiting on the shoulder. We could have been state police. She didn't want us to catch her. So she pulled off the road and tracked back on some weird Forest Service route only she knows. Now she's laying low someplace trying to figure out what she wants to do next."
Where?
"Within about 1,000 square miles of right here, in a spot we'll never find." Mackenzie was quiet a beat. Then she said,
Did you see the silver?
Bramall said, "An impression."
What did you make of it?
"A coat," Bramall said, "with a hood." "But tight," Reacher said. "I thought like athletic wear, the kind of thing they peel off before the race."
Did it look like foil?
"Partly," Bramall said. "Maybe the trim." Mackenzie said,
Why didn't she want us to catch her?
"She didn't know it was you," Reacher said. "She didn't see your face. Her windows were dusty and so were ours, and when she came by head-on, she was looking the other way. It wasn't an emotional decision, it was practical. She thought we were cops. Maybe she's the kind of person who can't let a cop see the inside of her car." "If it was her," Bramall said.
Because she's an addict.
Mackenzie said. "Worst case," Reacher said.
Which happens.
"More than never, less than always.
Which way are you leaning?
Hope for the best, plan for the worst."
Seriously.
"I'm thinking about Seymour Porterfield," Reacher said. "We're assuming Billy took over his business, whereupon that kind of thing usually triggers some kind of vigorous expansion afterwards, which seems to be the whole reason businesses get taken over in the first place, all because someone else sees missed opportunities. And this is not a type of business that ever gets smaller anyway. It only gets bigger. Therefore, long story short, on a theoretical basis, for a number of reasons, we could expect law enforcement to see Billy as a bigger proposition now than Porterfield ever was. But the boy detective as good as told us he isn't even interested in a person like Billy. He said he was going to put his face in the system. That's code for letting him walk away, because he's too boring to talk to. Whereas, on the other hand, the even less interesting Seymour Porterfield has his own sealed file at the Pentagon." Bramall said, "Could be nothing. He might once have had small-time connections in Central America. The military wrote everything down. His file might be 1 word long. You know what that stuff was like. You were probably there." "Why would a 1-word file be sealed?" Bramall said, "I don't know." "What do we actually know for sure about Porterfield?" "Very little." "What impression did you get?" "Like the neighbor said, a rich guy from out of state come to find himself, maybe writing a novel." "Nice life." "You bet." "You liked his house." "I could live there." "He had everything a person could need," Reacher said, "including granite countertops and his very own file at the Pentagon. In fact, he had 3 files at the Pentagon. one of which seems to cover some kind of a joint enterprise with an unspecified woman during the last 6 months of his life, on top of which is the broken window in his house, which looked like government work, which is ridiculous, until it isn't. Plus the guy got eaten by a bear or a mountain lion, either of which is highly unlikely, and all of which lead to wild speculations about what exactly happened during those last 6 months, especially towards the end. Maybe Rose ran just now because a year and a half ago she learned not to trust expensive black vehicles full of people. So to answer Mrs. Mackenzie's original question, I guess right now I'm leaning slightly away from the worst case. Worst cases are usually very banal. This thing feels more complex than that. Mackenzie said,
You think Porterfield wasn't the man you thought he was?
He could have been 10 times worse. Now I don't know for sure. Which is the interesting part. It makes it equally possible he was 10 times better. Bramall said, If he was, how would Arthur Scorpio know his name? Through Billy, maybe? Billy was Porterfield's neighbor, just as much as the pie lady. They all talk. Maybe Scorpio liked to hear neighborhood gossip. He had 10 grand in a shoebox. Maybe to live on while he wrote his novel. Bramall didn't answer. His phone rang. He answered and listened and gave the phone to Reacher. It's General Simpson, he said, for you. Reacher put the phone to his ear. The soup said, Porterfield was a U.S. Marine. Chapter 28. The soup said, Anything below the surface is locked down tight, but we know from Social Security and other unclassified sources that the Seymour Porterfield who died in Wyoming last year was an Ivy League postgrad who joined the Marine Corps the day after 9/11. He was the perfect recruit, a real poster boy. He went to Iraq in the first wave as a lieutenant in a rifle company. He didn't last more than a month. He was an early casualty. The injury is unspecified. He was honorably discharged, and he returned to civilian life. Back then, the Marines could still afford mental health counseling during that type of separation. There's a note that says Porterfield seemed happy to resume academic pursuits and had realistic expectations of a future inheritance, both cash and real estate, such that no one had to worry very much, least of all the Marine Corps. Then he dropped off the government radar for a very long time. Until, Reacher said, 2 years ago, some office deep in the Pentagon got a brand new case, something to do with Porterfield. We don't know what. We think they dug up his original service file for background and then sealed it, which usually means something. Meanwhile, they were also opening a second new file about Porterfield and a woman. That's what we can see so far. 3 files, like you said. Was Sanderson the woman? We don't know yet. That's below the surface. Are you still looking? Discreetly, the soup said. I'll be in touch. The phone went dead. Reacher passed it back to Bramall, who plugged it in to charge. Mackenzie said,
Does this help us?
Reacher said, It might not be her.
Suppose it is.
It gives us a wounded Marine officer and a wounded Army officer in the same place for 6 months. Such a thing could go either way. They could have been the worst addicts in the history of the world, or they could have been doing better, with each other's moral support. Or maybe they were never users at all. They were very impressive people, after all. Porterfield quit school and rushed to sign up. Rose was top 10 at West Point and did 5 tours. Maybe they got together for peace and quiet with someone who understood.
Then where is she now?
That's the problem. That question is also an answer.
Sadly,
She said,
it forces us to conclude that these days she's more likely to be an addict than very impressive. Or she'd still be calling me.
Worst case.
You were leaning away.
Still am, Reacher said. Still hoping for the best. May I ask you a personal question?
I suppose,
She said. What kind of twins are you and Rose? Do you look exactly alike? She nodded.
We're identical twins. Literally. More so than most.
Then we should stop by the hospital.
Why?
By now, people are hurting. I guess some of them might have friends who might be willing to share. I guess some of them will try to score in town. The rest will go to the emergency room. They'll claim a raging toothache or a crippling backache, whatever can't be tested. Butt pain is a thing now, so the doctor has to take their word for it. He has to write a prescription for the good stuff. We should check if she's been there. You'll remind them of her, like a human missing persons billboard.
I feel like I'm betraying her. I'm accepting she's a junkie.
It's a percentage game. We have to start somewhere. She was quiet a long moment. Then she said,
Okay, let's go.
Bremal started the big V8 motor and steered a wide circle towards the head of the driveway. They turned their backs on the flat acre with the long view east and the brown board house with the ancient millwork and the old church pew. They settled in for 3 rough miles and then the dirt road again. But coming the other way, out of the driveway right at that moment, was the woman who had baked the strawberry pie. The woman who lived there, home from the market in her Jeep SUV. Bremal stopped and backed up to let her by. But she stopped too, side by side, and buzzed her window down. Bremal buzzed his window down. So did Reacher. The woman recognized them from the day before, and she nodded cautiously, and then she peered beyond them at Mackenzie, who she didn't recognize. No sign at all. Nothing there. The exact replica, the human billboard. A stranger. The woman said,
Can I help you folks?
Reacher said, We came by to check a couple of things, connected to what we spoke about yesterday. We didn't know you were out.
Yes, you did. I passed you at the turn.
Perhaps we didn't notice.
You're private detectives. You're supposed to notice.
We're looking for a missing woman, Reacher said. Maybe we were preoccupied.
What things do you want to check?
About when you saw Porterfield, Reacher said. Was he disabled in any way?
I don't think so.
2 arms and 2 legs?
Sure?
Was he limping at all?
I don't think so.
Talking well and thinking straight?
He was very courteous and polite.
Okay, Reacher said. Now about that one time on the dirt road and what you saw in Porterfield's car. Can you tell us about that again?
There was nothing in the car. I was wrong.
Suppose you were right. What did you see? She paused a beat.
It was real quick,
She said.
2 cars passing, that's all. The wind was up, like a dust storm.
Even so, Reacher said. What did you see? She paused again.
A girl turning away,
She said.
and a silvery color.
It stuck in your mind.
It was weird.
Had you ever seen such a thing before?
Never.
Did you ever see such a thing again?
Never.
Are you absolutely sure? Reacher said. How about in a different car, all alone, maybe driving in west of here?
Never.
The woman said again.
Are you making fun of me?
No, I promise. Now here's a different question. Do you let people use your driveway any old time they want to?
Apart from you?
Point taken, Reacher said. But is it generally okay for folks to drive in and use your forest trails?
No, it is not.
You never allow that?
Why would I?
You ever see it happen nonetheless, by trespassers maybe?
Never.
She said for the 4th time.
What's going on?
The real reason we're here is we followed a truck. It was kind of escaping. It drove up your driveway and out again on one of your trails. We don't know which one." The woman looked all around. She said,
It escaped through here?
"You ever had that kind of thing happen before?"
Never.
The woman said again.
How could it happen? How would anyone know where my trails go anyway?
West Point, Reacher thought, back when reading maps was a life-saving skill. He said, "Where do your trails go, in fact?"
All over, she said. You can get to Colorado if you want. Who were you chasing? They must have been panicking to come through here.
"We think the driver was a woman.
Okay.
She looked kind of small and she was turning away. We didn't see her face." The woman said nothing. "There was a silvery color,
Oh, my God.
the same as you saw before.
Here?
We followed the truck right in."
You're gonna give me nightmares.
They left her there and drove back down the highway to the dirt road and the two-lane and Laramie. The hospital was out by the university. Perhaps it was connected. The emergency room had 7 patients waiting. 2 of them could have been suffering from Billy's absence. They looked shaky and damp. A likely diagnosis. The other 5 could have been students. All 7 looked up like people do in waiting rooms. They checked out the new arrivals, including Mackenzie. No hint of recognition. Nor was there at the desk. Mackenzie asked after a patient named Rose Sanderson, and a helpful woman checked a screen and smiled an encouraging smile, and said they had seen no one with that name, while all the time looking Mackenzie straight in the eye in an open and frank and perfectly compassionate way, without a hint of recognition. Mackenzie stepped away from the desk and said,
Okay. Either she's got friends willing to share, or she's in town right now trying to score.
They drove to the corner of 3rd and Grand and checked block by block for the combination they wanted, which was 2 bad bars and a decent place to eat, all within sight of each other. They needed a meal, but Mackenzie didn't want to burn surveillance time. She wanted to watch while she ate, at least 2 plausible places. So they found a cafe across the street from 2 cowboy bars, both with neon beer signs behind unwashed windows. They figured there might be business transacted in such places. Cowboys liked pain pills the same as anyone else, maybe more so, because of rodeo accidents and roping injuries and other random falls off horses. The cafe was a New Age place with all kinds of healing juices and sandwiches Reacher figured had been put together by a blind man, all kinds of random ingredients, huge seeds in the bread, like sawdust mixed with ball bearings. Bremall went to wash up, leaving Mackenzie and Reacher alone at the table. She took off her jacket and turned left and right to hang it on the frame of her chair. She looked back at him. Pale, flawless skin, perfect bones, delicate features, green eyes, full of sorrow. She said,
I apologize.
He said, "For what?"
When we first met, I said you were a weird obsessive, 2 soldiers short of a squad.
I think it was me who said that.
Only because you knew I was thinking it.
You had a good reason.
Maybe,
she said.
But now I'm glad you're here.
I'm glad to hear it.
I should pay you what I pay Mr. Bramall, the same daily rate.
I don't want to be paid, Reacher said.
You think virtue is its own reward?
I don't know much about virtue. I just want to find out what happened. I can't charge money for a private satisfaction. Bramall came back, and they ate, and they watched out the window. They saw nothing. Mackenzie paid. Reacher said, There's another bar we could look at. Like these? Bramall said. A little better, maybe. There might be a guy we could talk to. He led them a block over, towards the railroad tracks, and 2 blocks down, to the bar with the bullet hole in the mirror. The same guy was at the same table, with the same kind of long-necked bottle. The helpful guy, or the busybody into everyone's business, or the local expert full of specialist knowledge, or the mixture of all 3. His table was only a 2-top, so Mackenzie sat down across from him, and Bramall and Reacher stood behind her. The guy said, "You're the gentleman who asked me about mule crossing." "Correct," Reacher said. "Did you find it, or did you blink and miss it?" He was talking to Reacher, but he was looking at Mackenzie. Hard not to. The mass of hair, and the face, and the eyes, and the small, slender form under the thin white blouse. No hint of recognition. "I've found it," Reacher said. "In fact, I heard a story down there. A year and a half ago, someone got eaten by a bear." The guy took a long pull on his bottle. He wiped foam off his lip. He said, "Seymour Porterfield." "You knew him?" "My buddy's friend was the guy who fixed his roof when it leaked, which was about every winter because it was built all wrong. So I heard things. I know about the land from way back. Those were railroad acres, even though the track was nowhere near, and some old scam more than 100 years ago. Every once in a while, some rich guy back east would inherit a deed and come on out and build a cabin. In Porterfield's case, it was his father. He built a modern style, which I guess is why the roof was leaking. Then later he died, and Porterfield got the title in his will. I guess he decided he liked the simple life because he moved in full time." "What did he do for a living?" "He was on the phone all the time, and he drove around a lot. Doing what, no one seemed to know exactly. Maybe a hobby. He had all his daddy's money, some kind of old fortune back east. Maybe ironworks, hence the railroad connection." "What kind of a guy was he?" "He was a college boy and a former Marine, but the old money kind of both." "How's his health?" The guy paused a beat. He said, "Weird you should ask that." "Why?" "His health looked fine from the outside. You could have put him on a movie poster. But he had economy packs of surgical dressings in his house, and also his medicine cabinet was jammed with pills." "Your buddy's friend would check a thing like that?" "You know, in passing." "Was there ever any trouble there? Any strangers showing up unannounced? Any kind of weird shit going on?" The guy shook his head. "No strangers," he said. "No trouble either. And nothing weird until a secret girlfriend showed up." Chapter 29. The guy with the long-necked bottle said, "I guess it was the start of the winter before the last one. Porterfield's roof was leaking bad again. My buddy's friend was out there all the time. Sometimes he'd get a look in through a window. He started seeing her stuff, more and more of it. But he never saw her. If he had to do inside work, sometimes she wasn't there, and if she was, she would hide in the bedroom. He was sure of it." "She wasn't always there," Reacher said. "Neither was he sometimes. She must have had a place of her own. I guess they were back and forth." "But when she was there, she didn't hide her stuff," Reacher said. "No, it was right out in the open." "Any chance of confusion? Maybe it was all Porterfield stuff." The guy shook his head. He said, "I don't think so, especially the nightwear. And you can tell by the look of a place. Men and women make a mess 2 different ways. This was both ways at once, let me tell you right there. 2 of everything. 2 people, 2 plates in the sink, 2 books by the sofa, both sides of the bed with a dent." "Clearly your buddy's friend undertook an extensive investigation." A roof covers the whole house, man. Supposed to, anyway. But your buddy's friend never actually met her. Which is why he called her the secret girlfriend. Never saw her coming and going, or out on the road? Never. Did Porterfield ever say anything about her? The guy drained his bottle and set it down on the table. He said, he never denied it. He never came right out and said some weird thing like, hey, by the way, I don't have a girlfriend. But equally, he never said, by the way, my girlfriend is taking a nap, so don't go in the bedroom. All he ever said was don't go in. Period. He never said why. All in all, my buddy's friend said being there was a weird experience. Like Porterfield was hiding her away and denying her existence so no one would ever come looking for her. Except that made no sense because her stuff was everywhere. I think a man with bad intentions would have taken better precautions. Reacher said, did you believe the story about the bear? The sheriff did, the guy said. That's about all that matters. You got doubts? I wasn't there, but everyone had the same private reaction. It was automatic. Once or twice in your life, you find yourself wondering what you would do if there truly was a guy who had to go. Or you wonder what you would do if something got way out of hand and someone ended up dead when he wasn't supposed to. Either way, you dump him in the high woods. Exactly the kind of place where Porterfield was found. It's a total no-brainer. Maybe you'd smear him with honey, or nick another couple of veins to keep the smell fresh. Maybe you would get lucky with the big animals, and maybe you wouldn't. But either way, you don't need them. You got hundreds of other species already lining up and licking their lips. So what I'm saying is, I promise you every guy who heard the news about Porterfield was thinking, hell yeah, that's how I would do it. I know I was. You think the sheriff was, really? Privately, sure. But publicly he called it an accident. No proof, the guy said. That's the whole beauty of it. Did Porterfield have enemies? He was a rich guy from back east. I'm sure they all have enemies. What happened to the woman? Rumor was she stuck around. No one knew exactly where. No one knew who they were looking for because no one knew what she looked like in the first place. What happened to Porterfield's roof? The sheriff told my buddy's friend to fix it good, once and for all. So he put new metal over the bad part. Which is what he wanted to do all along, except Porterfield would never let him because it wasn't that way in the architect's drawing. They bought the guy another bottle of his favorite beer and left him there. They walked back to the Toyota, which was parked across the street from the New Age Cafe on the far curb, about halfway between the two bars, with their beer signs and their dirty windows. By that point, the streetlights were on. The sky was dark. The cafe was closed. There was noise in the bars, but their doors were shut. There were 3 guys fanned out around the Toyota, out in the street, casting shadows, as if ready to repel a hostile attack. They were all wiry, but also tall. They all had big blunt hands. They were all wearing denim and boots, one of them lizard. Bremall stopped in the shadows. Reacher and Mackenzie stopped behind him. Mackenzie said,
Who are they?
Cowboys, Reacher said. Weaned on beef jerky and fried rattlesnake.
What do they want?
My guess is to scare us off. This kind of choreography usually involves that kind of thing.
Scare us off what? What are we doing?
We're poking around. We're asking questions about a woman who may be involved in some kind of unsavory local business. We're making them nervous.
What do we do?
I need to consult with my senior partner about who goes first. Bremall said, Do you have a preference? I think we should all go together. Maybe me one step ahead. But I want you to see their faces. Why? If I lose, you can give the cops a description from my hospital bedside.
Lose what?
Mackenzie said.
I'm sure all they want to do is talk to us. I'm sure they'll be aggressive and unpleasant and so on, but I don't see how it necessarily becomes a fight, unless we choose to make it one.
Where do you live?
Lake Forest, Illinois.
Okay.
What does that mean?
This is already a fight. You can tell by the way they're standing. It's win or go home.
Did Scorpio send them?
That would be a logical assumption, Reacher said. Technically, the unsavory local business is his, all the way up to Montana, apparently. But it's also the opposite of logical. If Scorpio can whistle up 3 good-looking cowboys at the drop of a hat, why would he have told a half-assed punk like Billy to shoot me from behind a tree? He would have told these guys instead. Maybe this is some kind of distant local subcommittee, some kind of spontaneous democracy that Scorpio knows nothing about. You worried about them? Bramall said. You mentioned losing. Cowboys are the worst, Reacher said. Not much I can do to them that a horse already hasn't. He stepped out of the shadows and walked ahead through the evening gloom. His heels were loud on the concrete. Behind him, Bramall and Mackenzie caught up and closed the gap. They stepped off the sidewalk and crossed the street at an angle. They headed straight for the car. The 3 guys moved, flowing outward to meet them, bunching up, 1 guy ahead and 2 behind, like a mirror image. Reacher was wrestling with the brawler's eternal dilemma, which is why not just take out the point man immediately? A surprise headbutt. Don't even stop walking. Often the smart play, but not always. Reacher stopped, and the cowboys stopped, and they ended up about 8 feet apart. That close, Reacher thought they looked like 3 useful characters. 2 could have been in their early 40s, and the 3rd could have been 10 years younger. He was the point man. He had the lizard boots. Let me guess, Reacher said. You're here to give us a message. That's fine. Everyone has the right to be heard. We'll give you 30 seconds. Start now if you like. Speak clearly. Translate any local words or phrases. The guy with the lizard boots said, The message is go back where you came from. Ain't nothing for you here. Reacher shook his head. That can't be right, he said. Are you sure you heard the message correctly? Generally speaking, folks out here like to welcome a stranger. The guy said, I got the message right. Nothing more. Reacher said, Tell me when we get to the part where you say you'll kick our ass if we don't get going. The guy didn't answer. Reacher watched him. Watched all of them. They weren't backing off. But they weren't coming on forward either. They were static. They were like a rookie squad when the plan stops working. Something had derailed them. Not Mackenzie. They were looking at her way more than they should in the middle of a tense get-out-of-town showdown. But the looking was pure animal biology, not recognition. Mostly it showed in their mouths. The guy with the boots said, No one's ass needs to get kicked. I agree, Reacher said. Least of all mine. But you should give it up. Here's a counteroffer, Reacher said. You don't mess with me, I won't mess with you. The guy nodded. Not like he agreed, but like he understood the sentence. Reacher said, Look, kid, and beckoned the guy close, as if for a private word, like 2 world leaders sharing a confidence. Reacher put his hand on the guy's elbow, a friendly gesture, inclusive, intimate, maybe even conspiratorial. He squeezed. He whispered, Tell whoever sent you, this won't be like the FBI or the DEA or the ATF. Tell whoever sent you this time, it's the U.S. Army. The guy reacted. Reacher felt it in his elbow. Then he let him go, and the 8-foot gap opened up again. Reacher stood square on and up straight, his old professional pose. Sooner or later, everyone's thoughts turned to violence. Better to deal with that up front. Better to say, "You have got to be kidding me." So he stood chin up, his full height, shoulders back, hands loose. Not a circus freak, but a little bigger all around than a normal big guy. Enough so they noticed. Plus the eyes, which he found most people liked, except he could blink and come back different. Like changing the channel, from a happy show to some bleak documentary about prehistoric survival 1,000,000 years ago. Then suddenly he changed the channel again and smiled and nodded, in a shared, self-deprecating kind of a way, as if obviously two guys such as them could only be kidding around, and the other four would catch on eventually. Always offer the other guy a graceful exit. The guy in the boots took it. He smiled back, like they were just two old boys horsing around, which could happen any time, and especially in the presence of such a pretty lady. Then he turned around and led his guys away. Reacher crossed to the opposite sidewalk and watched them around the corner. They climbed in a huge crew cab pickup parked head-in by a fence. It backed out and took off. It turned left at the first four-way and was lost to sight.
"See?"
Mackenzie said.
"It didn't have to be a fight."
Reacher said nothing. He stared at her. Then he stared at the corner where the pickup had turned. Something wrong. With the wrong thing. He said to Bramall, "Did you take interrogation classes with us?" Bramall said, "Only the semester with the rubber hoses." "We were taught the art of interrogation is mostly about listening." His language was weird, his choice of phrase. At the end, he said we should give it up. What did that mean? Give what up?
"Our quest," Mackenzie said. "Our search for Rose. Obviously. I mean, to give something up, you have to be doing it in the first place. And that's about all we've been doing. There's nothing else we could give up."
What category of person would care either way about our search for Rose?
"All kinds. We could be treading on a lot of different toes."
What category of person might care most of all? Mackenzie didn't answer. Tell whoever sent you. In his mind, Reacher heard General Simpson's voice on the phone from West Point. "She might not want to be found." Then he thought, no, that can't be right.